Chapter 1, Ch. 1. Lying on my bed, I once again refreshed my YouTube page, waiting for Matt to upload his new video. It's Lookism Thursday after all. I reread the chapter once again, sighing at the clear nerf of Daniel Park once again. Even Eli Jang has a mastery. Why is the main character still so weak? Shifting to the side, I read through the comments. The Jichang Kwok stocks were high as ever. I wonder what Gun is doing, though. I remembered my glorious king still spending time in jail, just as one panel in the previous few chapters had sent people over the moon. Plop. A survey ad once again popped up on the site. My phone wasn't bug-free, and from the sites I almost opened every day, it made sense. Lookism reincarnation, choose your own character and change the story. Seriously? Another one of these fakes? I brooded over, wondering whether I was bored enough to waste my time. Nothing better than wishing to transmigrate in Lookism anyways. Not that it would ever happen. Opening up the screen, I was quickly met with a page asking me for the timeline and the choice of talent. First, let's fill the timeline. Looking at the 3 different choices presented in front of me, I held my head, pondering over whether to choose the 0 generation or the first. Or perhaps with all of the main characters, the 2nd generation. If I was considering this as real. I laughed at that. No way. How delusional could I get? Transmigration. World hopping. Those things happened in books and web novels. Now, of course I know everything about the 2nd generation. They are the main characters, and I would have meta knowledge as well. Thinking about it, this was the perfect choice. The world was peaceful, and if I ended up with less talent, I could probably go off into the sunset. However, what's the fun with knowing everything? I smiled like a madman. The 2nd generation? Pfft. They might have been the main characters, but they don't even come close to the aura and charm of the 1st generation. And while 0 might have been the strongest, I know too little to even build a liking. Making up my mind, I clicked on the option entailing the words, 1st generation. My eyes drifted down to the talent section, which was filled with multiple powers. I could read some off the bat. However, apparently the choice limit was 2. Weapon mastery. Fast legs. Hyperextendability. Copy. Heat mode. Overcome. Ultra instinct, awaken mode. The ultra instinct, born with it. Boxing prodigy. Endurance. Strength. Belief. Ultimate forehead. Wow, they really went all in with the options. From how much I could scroll, there were about 20 more. No way I would read that many. Heat mode is super cool. I laughed as I imagined how crazy strong Samuel was in that state, however, it didn't quite strike a chord. Suddenly an idea popped into my brain. I know, this would be epic. Clicking on 2 options, I started giggling as I imagined the possible uses of both powers. The Ultra Instinct, born with it, and copy. I meant no disrespect to Johan Song, however, his lack of endurance made his copy look like a Temubrat superpower. However, add the Ultra Instinct. Not only will I be able to copy others' techniques, but my body will be built for combat. Submit. Clicking on the option, the page suddenly redirected to a blank sheet. My eyes widened as text randomly started appearing on it. I admit, your ideas even make me wonder. The 1st generation? Not a bad choice. A smiling emoji appeared at the end of the line. I stood up from my bed, jumping at what just happened. My phone really has been hacked, hasn't it? I spoke with a deadpan. Just then, suddenly, my phone started shaking. My hands barely held it as it started growing brighter and brighter. What the fuck, am I going to die? I shouted. The next second, all turned blank. The room, which had just been illuminated, dimmed down. The phone on the ground didn't show the text, however, the smiling emoji was still present. A notification rang, showing that Matt had just posted his video. Erg, I clutched my head. A sharp, stinging pain kept ringing in my brain. Where was I? The thought formed in my head before it too got swallowed by the pain I was experiencing. It took 2 minutes, however, the pain slowly slowed, letting me open my eyes. A ceiling. I stared at it for a few seconds before looking around. Huh. The place was littered with bodies, different people. No, different students lay beside me unconscious. Is this an arcade? I didn't even know such an old-school arcade existed. Wait, arcade? Wasn't I just at home filling that out? I didn't expect someone to wake up so early. The voice cut off all the thoughts that were going through my head. Turning my head, I saw a student, same as me, playing a game. His shirt had long since torn open, showing off his buff physique and blood. There was loads of blood on him. Are you going to keep staring? He spoke unbothered, still focused on the game. Pop. Fuck, I lost. He turned towards me, and that was when realization kicked in. His long hair was slicked back. His right hand had the most blood on it. A sharp memory played in my mind, this very same pose, the same lighting, the arcade center, and most of all, this man. I knew him. Taesu Ma. The king of Anson. He somehow also appeared a bit shocked as he looked at me. You didn't have those before. He stood up and continued, wanna fight? My pitch-black eyes with white scara bore down on him. Fight? I could finally comprehend. I am in Lookism. Fight? I spoke as I finally got up. This felt like a surreal dream, one that would pass if I closed my eyes. Hell yeah, I want to fight. Chapter 2, Ch. 2. Hell yeah, I want to fight, I spoke as I tore my shirt off. The fabric had already been messed up and was proving to be more of a hassle than not. Walking up to him, I raised my hand forward. My grin stretched across my face. Before we fight, nice to meet you, Taesu. He seemed interested as he raised an eyebrow, however, he too soon shook my hand, his grip firm. Stepping 2 steps back, I got ready for the fight that was incoming. The king of Anson, his first entry was back in the Son of Anson arc, and everybody had the same reaction as me. This man had aura. A single right hand to take down the opponent. Now that's cool. Of course, getting humiliated by James Lee just afterwards wasn't cool, but he still was one of my favorite characters. Let's see how strong this body is. I rushed forward towards him. His body was locked, ready to throw the punch the moment I got in range. His hips twisted, and his knuckles made their way towards my head. If that hits me, then I am dead. I knew that much, however, this fight wasn't meant to be about defeating the king of Anson, it was about finding out about the body's current capabilities. My eyes can follow his hand. My white scara moved as his fist inched towards me. The Ultra Instinct, a state where the fighter enters a form of unconsciousness and their body's senses and abilities heighten to their maximum possible levels, hence, any extra and unnecessary thoughts, feelings, or emotions are completely erased for the time being. Dodge. Slipping under his punch, I quickly used a weaving technique, landing a body shot to his right. He ate the punch like it was nothing. His fist changed directions, heading towards me. He is tired. Perhaps from all the fighting he did, I could tell this wasn't his fastest speed. Perhaps at full strength he could have ended me in an instant. Weave. A bit of boxing training from the past kicked in, I sidestepped, evading his punch once again, and landed a clear cross on his jaw. My punch hit him, however, his jaw didn't even turn. Looking at me with unbothered eyes, he spoke, "Your speed is good, however, your strength is truly pathetic." I quickly stepped back. Getting out of his range, smirking at him, I spoke, "My strength is bad, huh? UI isn't all I have." Shifting into a stance I just saw, I grinned like a madman. His shocked face just made it even more pleasurable. "Was this how you did it?" Rushing at him, I barely dodged his attack before attacking him with his very own technique. Copy. Boom. My punch left a shallow bruise on him. He stopped. You. He moved forward. I tried to step back only to find a concrete wall behind me. Cannot copy my strength. Of course, the copy was only as strong as the user. Without belief in my fist, I couldn't copy his strength. You got me, I spoke, as there was no way for me to go. He raised his inevitable fist, planning to end me in one strike. I had to get out of this position. Fighting honorably was cool, but I wasn't planning on getting brain damage on my first day here. Huh, you don't even know who is behind you, do you? He paused. Seeing him almost fall for my bluff, I continued, nice to meet you, Mr. Gaprion Kim. I almost smirked seeing his eyes widen. He quickly turned back to find the man. Seeing the opportunity, I ducked in between the space between him and the wall and took off in a run. Looking back, I stuck my tongue out, next time we see each other, Tae-soo, I will be strong enough to beat you. I didn't wait for his reaction. One near-death experience was good enough. While it wasn't easy to tell in a manhwa panel, however, when he raised his fist, one could feel the aura of death surrounding them. And this is just early Tae-soo. He became the king of Anson today after all, I muttered as I sprinted out of the arcade. After running for a few minutes, I could finally assure myself that I wouldn't find Tae-soo anywhere. Now the biggest question. Who the hell am I? I didn't even know the name of this body. Was this a real person or just a physique crafted for me? Looking back, I realized I shouldn't have torn my shirt, as I could have at least made out the school I was in. My hands shifted downwards, rummaging through my pants, I found an old and tattered wallet. Opening it, I found a few one, which was basically chump change, and a single ID. Apollo Raiden. I smirked, seeing how badass my name sounded. Looking beside my name, I realized I studied in the Anson Public. A basic government school. From what I could gather, the boy didn't even have parents, and judging by the picture in the wallet, it seemed he lived in an orphanage. The Sun Orphanage. Ironic, I let out a hollow laugh as I read that. It was the same in both worlds. I had no parents there as well and had to grow up in a shitty orphanage. I still remember eating instant ramen every day. However, not in this life. In this life I would be strong. No, I would be the strongest and the richest. Kid, you are blocking the road. Looking up, I saw a man pushing his head outside his car, shouting at me to step beside. That's when I realized I was standing in the middle of the road. You call this a road? I was confused, however, I still stepped back. First, let's find this so-called home. Looking around, I found an old grandma taking groceries. Walking up to her, I asked, "Ma'am, do you know where the Sun Orphanage is?" She smiled kindly and replied, "It's about a half an hour walk from here, boy, in the Micho district. You will probably need to take a taxi." I smirked as I heard her, I wonder what robbing someone would be like. Chapter 3, Word Count. Guys, don't read this, it's just to increase word count. And for this trouble, don't worry, I will post an extra chap tonight. Don't read this. Title, Naruto, Legacy of a Ninja, a deep dive into the themes, characters, and cultural impact of a shonen legend. Introduction. Naruto, the Japanese manga and anime series created by Masashi Kishimoto, stands as one of the most beloved and influential shonen franchises of all time. First serialized in Shueisha's Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999 and later adapted into a long-running anime series by Studio Pierrot, Naruto follows the journey of Naruto Uzumaki, a young ninja ostracized by his village but determined to become the Hokage, the strongest ninja and leader of his village. His story spans over 700 manga chapters and hundreds of anime episodes, capturing themes of perseverance, friendship, and redemption. Beyond its captivating storytelling, Naruto has become a cultural icon, shaping the lives of fans across the world. It has impacted the anime industry, inspired countless works of art, and created a multi-generational fanbase. In this essay, we will explore the origins of Naruto, its intricate world building, character development, underlying themes, criticisms, and enduring legacy. We aim to understand why Naruto has left such an indelible mark on pop culture and why its message continues to resonate. Chapter 1: Origins of Naruto. Masashi Kishimoto conceived Naruto in the late 1990s after experimenting with various one-shots and gaining inspiration from traditional Japanese folklore, samurai tales, and the success of earlier shonen hits like Dragon Ball. His 1997 one-shot titled Karakuri was his first notable work, but it wasn't until he reworked a story involving ninjas that his career truly began to ascend. Kishimoto's fascination with martial arts, mythological creatures, and the idea of overcoming adversity became central to the development of Naruto. Naruto debuted in Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999, quickly gaining popularity for its fresh take on ninja lore. The manga was lauded for its dynamic fight scenes, complex characters, and intricate plotlines. Its success led to an anime adaptation that began airing in 2002. The original series ran until 2007, when it transitioned into its sequel, Naruto Shippuden, which continued until 2017. The timing of Naruto's release was pivotal. It arrived during a global surge in anime popularity, thanks to series like Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon, and Pokémon. Western audiences were more receptive to anime, and Naruto became one of the flagship shows of this new wave. It was broadcast on networks like Cartoon Network's Toonami, introducing millions of non-Japanese viewers to shonen anime. Chapter 2: World Building in Naruto. One of the defining features of Naruto is its rich, immersive world. Kishimoto constructed a universe where ninja clans inhabit 5 great nations, the land of fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Each country has its own hidden village, led by a Kage, and is home to unique traditions, jutsu techniques, and political systems. At the heart of this world is the concept of chakra, a form of life energy that allows ninjas to perform supernatural abilities. Chakra is divided into 5 elemental natures: fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, which influence the types of jutsu a ninja can perform. There are also unique abilities like Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limits, that are passed down genetically, making certain clans, like the Uchiha and Hyuga, particularly powerful. The Society of Ninjas is heavily structured, with a clear hierarchy and missions assigned by village leaders. Ninja teams are grouped into squads of 3 with a jonin leader, and they undertake various tasks ranging from reconnaissance to assassination. This system reflects a militarized society steeped in tradition, honor, and duty. Kishimoto also explored themes of technological progress and its clash with tradition. The series subtly incorporates elements of modern technology, computers, cameras, power lines, within a largely feudal setting, creating a world that feels both familiar and fantastical. This juxtaposition serves to enhance the tension between the old and the new. Chapter 3: Character Arcs and Development. The strength of Naruto lies in its expansive cast of characters, each with their own unique backstories and developmental arcs. While Naruto Uzumaki is the central figure, the series gives significant attention to side characters, making them integral to the narrative. Naruto Uzumaki begins as a mischievous outcast, shunned by his village for being the host of the Nine-Tails Fox, Kurama, a powerful beast that once attacked Konoha. Despite this stigma, Naruto dreams of becoming Hokage to earn the village's respect. His journey is one of relentless perseverance, where he gradually wins over even his harshest critics through kindness, strength, and determination. Naruto's arc embodies the shonen ideal of overcoming adversity through hard work and belief in oneself. Sasuke Uchiha serves as Naruto's rival and narrative foil. A prodigy from the prestigious Uchiha clan, Sasuke is driven by a desire for revenge after his brother Itachi massacres their entire clan. Sasuke's journey is one of vengeance, power, and ultimately, redemption. His defection from Konoha and subsequent alliance with villains create a morally complex character who constantly wrestles with darkness and light. Sakura Haruno, initially criticized for her shallow obsession with Sasuke, grows into a formidable medical ninja and emotional anchor for the team. Her character development, while slower than Naruto and Sasuke's, reflects themes of self-worth, strength, and healing. Kakashi Hatake, the team's mentor, is a war-scarred veteran who instills valuable life lessons in his students. His calm demeanor hides a tragic past filled with loss, making him one of the most nuanced characters in the series. Supporting characters like Gaara, Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, and Shikamaru Nara also experience significant growth. Gaara, once a bloodthirsty killer, transforms into a compassionate leader after encountering Naruto. Rock Lee, born without the ability to use ninjutsu, becomes a taijutsu master through sheer effort. Each character reinforces the central theme: one's past does not define their future. The antagonists, particularly members of the Akatsuki, are richly detailed as well. Itachi Uchiha, initially portrayed as a villain, is later revealed to be a tragic hero who sacrificed everything for peace. Pain, Nagato, represents the consequences of war and the complexity of justice. Even Madara Uchiha and Kagaya Otsutsuki, while godlike figures, are shaped by ideologies that stem from real-world grievances. Chapter 4, Themes and Symbolism. At its core, Naruto is a story about loneliness, acceptance, and the quest for identity. Naruto's early years are marked by isolation, yet he refuses to give in to hatred. Instead, he seeks connection and understanding. This journey mirrors the struggles many people face in finding their place in the world. The series also delves into the cycle of hatred and revenge, particularly through characters like Sasuke, Pain, and Madara. These characters are products of war and loss, illustrating how violence begets more violence. Naruto's refusal to perpetuate this cycle is a key turning point, showing that compassion and dialogue can break the chain. Legacy and generational trauma are recurring motifs. Many characters live in the shadows of their ancestors or past wars. Naruto, Sasuke, and even Kakashi must confront the legacies left behind by their mentors and families. The series emphasizes the importance of forging one's own path while acknowledging the past. Free will versus destiny is another central theme. Prophecies and bloodlines play significant roles, yet Naruto consistently chooses his own fate. He rejects the notion that one's birth determines their value, a message reinforced by characters like Neji and Gaara. Symbolism is rife throughout the series. The spiral symbol on Naruto's clothing reflects growth and continuity. The Sharingan and Byakugan, unique eye abilities, symbolize perception and insight, both literal and metaphorical. The Rasengan, a powerful spiraling sphere of chakra, represents focused energy and Naruto's personal growth. Chapter 5, Filler Episodes and Criticism. While Naruto is celebrated for its storytelling, it is not without flaws. One of the most frequent criticisms is its use of filler episodes. Due to the anime catching up with the manga, Studio Pierrot often inserted non-canonical content to give Kishimoto time to write. While some filler arcs offered character development, others were seen as unnecessary and disrupted the pacing. Naruto, Shippuden, in particular suffered from this issue, with large stretches of filler interrupting the main storyline. These episodes sometimes recycled themes or lacked the emotional depth of the source material, leading to frustration among fans. Animation quality also varied. While certain episodes, particularly major battles, showcased exceptional animation, e.g., Naruto vs. Pain, others were noticeably inconsistent. This inconsistency stemmed from production schedules and budget constraints. Despite these drawbacks, many fans continued to support the series, often skipping fillers or relying on guides to navigate the anime. The depth of the core narrative kept audiences invested. Chapter 6, Cultural Impact and Legacy. Naruto has left a profound cultural footprint. It helped introduce anime to a global audience and remains one of the highest-selling manga of all time. The anime aired in over 80 countries, was translated into dozens of languages, and inspired generations of fans. Cosplay, fan fiction, AMVs, anime music videos, and conventions often feature Naruto prominently. The series inspired numerous video games, movies, novels, and merchandise. Naruto himself became a symbol of determination, with his quotes and ninja way resonating with fans from all walks of life. In Japan, Naruto became a part of national identity, with landmarks, museums, and even trains themed after the series. Internationally, it influenced Western animation, music, and fashion. Rappers like Logic and artists like Megan Thee Stallion have referenced Naruto in their work. Academically, Naruto has been the subject of essays and dissertations, exploring its themes, cultural significance, and psychological insights. It's not just entertainment, it's literature. Naruto also helped elevate the status of anime as a legitimate storytelling medium. It proved that animated shows could tackle complex themes, develop deep characters, and create expansive universes. The series' conclusion, followed by the continuation in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, ensures that its legacy lives on. While opinions on Boruto are mixed, it allows for new stories to be told and old characters to be revisited. Conclusion. Naruto is more than just a shonen anime, it is a cultural phenomenon. Through its richly crafted world, deeply human characters, and resonant themes, it has earned its place in the pantheon of great storytelling. It teaches resilience, empathy, and the importance of forging one's own path. Naruto Uzumaki's journey from a lonely orphan to a beloved leader mirrors the hopes and struggles of millions. His story reminds us that the bonds we form, the choices we make, and the dreams we chase define who we are. As new generations discover Naruto, its message remains as powerful as ever: believe in yourself, fight for your dreams, and never give up. That is the legacy of a ninja. Naruto, the Japanese manga and anime series created by Masashi Kishimoto, stands as one of the most beloved and influential shonen franchises of all time. First serialized in Shueisha's Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999 and later adapted into a long-running anime series by Studio Pierrot, Naruto follows the journey of Naruto Uzumaki, a young ninja ostracized by his village but determined to become the Hokage, the strongest ninja and leader of his village. His story spans over 700 manga chapters and hundreds of anime episodes, capturing themes of perseverance, friendship, and redemption. Beyond its captivating storytelling, Naruto has become a cultural icon, shaping the lives of fans across the world. It has impacted the anime industry, inspired countless works of art, and created a multi-generational fanbase. In this essay, we will explore the origins of Naruto, its intricate world building, character development, underlying themes, criticisms, and enduring legacy. We aim to understand why Naruto has left such an indelible mark on pop culture and why its message continues to resonate. Chapter 1: Origins of Naruto. Masashi Kishimoto conceived Naruto in the late 1990s after experimenting with various one-shots and gaining inspiration from traditional Japanese folklore, samurai tales, and the success of earlier shonen hits like Dragon Ball. His 1997 one-shot titled Karakuri was his first notable work, but it wasn't until he reworked a story involving ninjas that his career truly began to ascend. Kishimoto's fascination with martial arts, mythological creatures, and the idea of overcoming adversity became central to the development of Naruto. Naruto debuted in Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999, quickly gaining popularity for its fresh take on ninja lore. The manga was lauded for its dynamic fight scenes, complex characters, and intricate plotlines. Its success led to an anime adaptation that began airing in 2002. The original series ran until 2007, when it transitioned into its sequel, Naruto Shippuden, which continued until 2017. The timing of Naruto's release was pivotal. It arrived during a global surge in anime popularity, thanks to series like Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon, and Pokémon. Western audiences were more receptive to anime, and Naruto became one of the flagship shows of this new wave. It was broadcast on networks like Cartoon Network's Toonami, introducing millions of non-Japanese viewers to shonen anime. Chapter 2: World Building in Naruto. One of the defining features of Naruto is its rich, immersive world. Kishimoto constructed a universe where ninja clans inhabit 5 great nations, the land of fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Each country has its own hidden village, led by a Kage, and is home to unique traditions, jutsu techniques, and political systems. At the heart of this world is the concept of chakra, a form of life energy that allows ninjas to perform supernatural abilities. Chakra is divided into 5 elemental natures: fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, which influence the types of jutsu a ninja can perform. There are also unique abilities like Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limits, that are passed down genetically, making certain clans, like the Uchiha and Hyuga, particularly powerful. The Society of Ninjas is heavily structured, with a clear hierarchy and missions assigned by village leaders. Ninja teams are grouped into squads of 3 with a jonin leader, and they undertake various tasks ranging from reconnaissance to assassination. This system reflects a militarized society steeped in tradition, honor, and duty. Kishimoto also explored themes of technological progress and its clash with tradition. The series subtly incorporates elements of modern technology, computers, cameras, power lines, within a largely feudal setting, creating a world that feels both familiar and fantastical. This juxtaposition serves to enhance the tension between the old and the new. Chapter 3: Character Arcs and Development. The strength of Naruto lies in its expansive cast of characters, each with their own unique backstories and developmental arcs. While Naruto Uzumaki is the central figure, the series gives significant attention to side characters, making them integral to the narrative. Naruto Uzumaki begins as a mischievous outcast, shunned by his village for being the host of the Nine-Tails Fox, Kurama, a powerful beast that once attacked Konoha. Despite this stigma, Naruto dreams of becoming Hokage to earn the village's respect. His journey is one of relentless perseverance, where he gradually wins over even his harshest critics through kindness, strength, and determination. Naruto's arc embodies the shonen ideal of overcoming adversity through hard work and belief in oneself. Sasuke Uchiha serves as Naruto's rival and narrative foil. A prodigy from the prestigious Uchiha clan, Sasuke is driven by a desire for revenge after his brother Itachi massacres their entire clan. Sasuke's journey is one of vengeance, power, and ultimately, redemption. His defection from Konoha and subsequent alliance with villains create a morally complex character who constantly wrestles with darkness and light. Sakura Haruno, initially criticized for her shallow obsession with Sasuke, grows into a formidable medical ninja and emotional anchor for the team. Her character development, while slower than Naruto and Sasuke's, reflects themes of self-worth, strength, and healing. Kakashi Hatake, the team's mentor, is a war-scarred veteran who instills valuable life lessons in his students. His calm demeanor hides a tragic past filled with loss, making him one of the most nuanced characters in the series. Supporting characters like Gaara, Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, and Shikamaru Nara also experience significant growth. Gaara, once a bloodthirsty killer, transforms into a compassionate leader after encountering Naruto. Rock Lee, born without the ability to use ninjutsu, becomes a taijutsu master through sheer effort. Each character reinforces the central theme: one's past does not define their future. The antagonists, particularly members of the Akatsuki, are richly detailed as well. Itachi Uchiha, initially portrayed as a villain, is later revealed to be a tragic hero who sacrificed everything for peace. Pain, Nagato, represents the consequences of war and the complexity of justice. Even Madara Uchiha and Kagaya Otsutsuki, while godlike figures, are shaped by ideologies that stem from real-world grievances. Chapter 4: Themes and Symbolism. At its core, Naruto is a story about loneliness, acceptance, and the quest for identity. Naruto's early years are marked by isolation, yet he refuses to give in to hatred. Instead, he seeks connection and understanding. This journey mirrors the struggles many people face in finding their place in the world. The series also delves into the cycle of hatred and revenge, particularly through characters like Sasuke, Pain, and Madara. These characters are products of war and loss, illustrating how violence begets more violence. Naruto's refusal to perpetuate this cycle is a key turning point, showing that compassion and dialogue can break the chain. Legacy and generational trauma are recurring motifs. Many characters live in the shadows of their ancestors or past wars. Naruto, Sasuke, and even Kakashi must confront the legacies left behind by their mentors and families. The series emphasizes the importance of forging one's own path while acknowledging the past. Free will versus destiny is another central theme. Prophecies and bloodlines play significant roles, yet Naruto consistently chooses his own fate. He rejects the notion that one's birth determines their value, a message reinforced by characters like Neji and Gaara. Symbolism is rife throughout the series. The spiral symbol on Naruto's clothing reflects growth and continuity. The Sharingan and Byakugan, unique eye abilities, symbolize perception and insight, both literal and metaphorical. The Rasengan, a powerful spiraling sphere of chakra, represents focused energy and Naruto's personal growth. Chapter 5, Filler Episodes and Criticism. While Naruto is celebrated for its storytelling, it is not without flaws. One of the most frequent criticisms is its use of filler episodes. Due to the anime catching up with the manga, Studio Pierrot often inserted non-canonical content to give Kishimoto time to write. While some filler arcs offered character development, others were seen as unnecessary and disrupted the pacing. Naruto, Shippuden, in particular suffered from this issue, with large stretches of filler interrupting the main storyline. These episodes sometimes recycled themes or lacked the emotional depth of the source material, leading to frustration among fans. Animation quality also varied. While certain episodes, particularly major battles, showcased exceptional animation, e.g., Naruto vs. Pain, others were noticeably inconsistent. This inconsistency stemmed from production schedules and budget constraints. Despite these drawbacks, many fans continued to support the series, often skipping fillers or relying on guides to navigate the anime. The depth of the core narrative kept audiences invested. Chapter 6, Cultural Impact and Legacy. Naruto has left a profound cultural footprint. It helped introduce anime to a global audience and remains one of the highest-selling manga of all time. The anime aired in over 80 countries, was translated into dozens of languages, and inspired generations of fans. Cosplay, fan fiction, AMVs, anime music videos, and conventions often feature Naruto prominently. The series inspired numerous video games, movies, novels, and merchandise. Naruto himself became a symbol of determination, with his quotes and ninja way resonating with fans from all walks of life. In Japan, Naruto became a part of national identity, with landmarks, museums, and even trains themed after the series. Internationally, it influenced Western animation, music, and fashion. Rappers like Logic and artists like Megan Thee Stallion have referenced Naruto in their work. Academically, Naruto has been the subject of essays and dissertations, exploring its themes, cultural significance, and psychological insights. It's not just entertainment, it's literature. Naruto also helped elevate the status of anime as a legitimate storytelling medium. It proved that animated shows could tackle complex themes, develop deep characters, and create expansive universes. The series' conclusion, followed by the continuation in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, ensures that its legacy lives on. While opinions on Boruto are mixed, it allows for new stories to be told and old characters to be revisited. Conclusion. Naruto is more than just a shonen anime, it is a cultural phenomenon. Through its richly crafted world, deeply human characters, and resonant themes, it has earned its place in the pantheon of great storytelling. It teaches resilience, empathy, and the importance of forging one's own path. Naruto Uzumaki's journey from a lonely orphan to a beloved leader mirrors the hopes and struggles of millions. His story reminds us that the bonds we form, the choices we make, and the dreams we chase define who we are. As new generations discover Naruto, its message remains as powerful as ever: believe in yourself, fight for your dreams, and never give up. That is the legacy of a ninja. Naruto, the Japanese manga and anime series created by Masashi Kishimoto, stands as one of the most beloved and influential shonen franchises of all time. First serialized in Shueisha's Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999 and later adapted into a long-running anime series by Studio Pierrot, Naruto follows the journey of Naruto Uzumaki, a young ninja ostracized by his village but determined to become the Hokage, the strongest ninja and leader of his village. His story spans over 700 manga chapters and hundreds of anime episodes, capturing themes of perseverance, friendship, and redemption. Beyond its captivating storytelling, Naruto has become a cultural icon, shaping the lives of fans across the world. It has impacted the anime industry, inspired countless works of art, and created a multi-generational fanbase. In this essay, we will explore the origins of Naruto, its intricate world building, character development, underlying themes, criticisms, and enduring legacy. We aim to understand why Naruto has left such an indelible mark on pop culture and why its message continues to resonate. Chapter 1: Origins of Naruto. Masashi Kishimoto conceived Naruto in the late 1990s after experimenting with various one-shots and gaining inspiration from traditional Japanese folklore, samurai tales, and the success of earlier shonen hits like Dragon Ball. His 1997 one-shot titled Karakuri was his first notable work, but it wasn't until he reworked a story involving ninjas that his career truly began to ascend. Kishimoto's fascination with martial arts, mythological creatures, and the idea of overcoming adversity became central to the development of Naruto. Naruto debuted in Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999, quickly gaining popularity for its fresh take on ninja lore. The manga was lauded for its dynamic fight scenes, complex characters, and intricate plotlines. Its success led to an anime adaptation that began airing in 2002. The original series ran until 2007, when it transitioned into its sequel, Naruto Shippuden, which continued until 2017. The timing of Naruto's release was pivotal. It arrived during a global surge in anime popularity, thanks to series like Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon, and Pokémon. Western audiences were more receptive to anime, and Naruto became one of the flagship shows of this new wave. It was broadcast on networks like Cartoon Network's Toonami, introducing millions of non-Japanese viewers to shonen anime. Chapter 2: World Building in Naruto. One of the defining features of Naruto is its rich, immersive world. Kishimoto constructed a universe where ninja clans inhabit 5 great nations, the land of fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Each country has its own hidden village, led by a Kage, and is home to unique traditions, jutsu techniques, and political systems. At the heart of this world is the concept of chakra, a form of life energy that allows ninjas to perform supernatural abilities. Chakra is divided into 5 elemental natures: fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, which influence the types of jutsu a ninja can perform. There are also unique abilities like Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limits, that are passed down genetically, making certain clans, like the Uchiha and Hyuga, particularly powerful. The Society of Ninjas is heavily structured, with a clear hierarchy and missions assigned by village leaders. Ninja teams are grouped into squads of 3 with a jonin leader, and they undertake various tasks ranging from reconnaissance to assassination. This system reflects a militarized society steeped in tradition, honor, and duty. Kishimoto also explored themes of technological progress and its clash with tradition. The series subtly incorporates elements of modern technology, computers, cameras, power lines, within a largely feudal setting, creating a world that feels both familiar and fantastical. This juxtaposition serves to enhance the tension between the old and the new. Chapter 3: Character Arcs and Development. The strength of Naruto lies in its expansive cast of characters, each with their own unique backstories and developmental arcs. While Naruto Uzumaki is the central figure, the series gives significant attention to side characters, making them integral to the narrative. Naruto Uzumaki begins as a mischievous outcast, shunned by his village for being the host of the Nine-Tails Fox, Kurama, a powerful beast that once attacked Konoha. Despite this stigma, Naruto dreams of becoming Hokage to earn the village's respect. His journey is one of relentless perseverance, where he gradually wins over even his harshest critics through kindness, strength, and determination. Naruto's arc embodies the shonen ideal of overcoming adversity through hard work and belief in oneself. Sasuke Uchiha serves as Naruto's rival and narrative foil. A prodigy from the prestigious Uchiha clan, Sasuke is driven by a desire for revenge after his brother Itachi massacres their entire clan. Sasuke's journey is one of vengeance, power, and ultimately, redemption. His defection from Konoha and subsequent alliance with villains create a morally complex character who constantly wrestles with darkness and light. Sakura Haruno, initially criticized for her shallow obsession with Sasuke, grows into a formidable medical ninja and emotional anchor for the team. Her character development, while slower than Naruto and Sasuke's, reflects themes of self-worth, strength, and healing. Kakashi Hatake, the team's mentor, is a war-scarred veteran who instills valuable life lessons in his students. His calm demeanor hides a tragic past filled with loss, making him one of the most nuanced characters in the series. Supporting characters like Gaara, Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, and Shikamaru Nara also experience significant growth. Gaara, once a bloodthirsty killer, transforms into a compassionate leader after encountering Naruto. Rock Lee, born without the ability to use ninjutsu, becomes a taijutsu master through sheer effort. Each character reinforces the central theme: one's past does not define their future. The antagonists, particularly members of the Akatsuki, are richly detailed as well. Itachi Uchiha, initially portrayed as a villain, is later revealed to be a tragic hero who sacrificed everything for peace. Pain, Nagato, represents the consequences of war and the complexity of justice. Even Madara Uchiha and Kagaya Otsutsuki, while godlike figures, are shaped by ideologies that stem from real-world grievances. Chapter 4, Themes and Symbolism. At its core, Naruto is a story about loneliness, acceptance, and the quest for identity. Naruto's early years are marked by isolation, yet he refuses to give in to hatred. Instead, he seeks connection and understanding. This journey mirrors the struggles many people face in finding their place in the world. The series also delves into the cycle of hatred and revenge, particularly through characters like Sasuke, Pain, and Madara. These characters are products of war and loss, illustrating how violence begets more violence. Naruto's refusal to perpetuate this cycle is a key turning point, showing that compassion and dialogue can break the chain. Legacy and generational trauma are recurring motifs. Many characters live in the shadows of their ancestors or past wars. Naruto, Sasuke, and even Kakashi must confront the legacies left behind by their mentors and families. The series emphasizes the importance of forging one's own path while acknowledging the past. Free will versus destiny is another central theme. Prophecies and bloodlines play significant roles, yet Naruto consistently chooses his own fate. He rejects the notion that one's birth determines their value, a message reinforced by characters like Neji and Gaara. Symbolism is rife throughout the series. The spiral symbol on Naruto's clothing reflects growth and continuity. The Sharingan and Byakugan, unique eye abilities, symbolize perception and insight, both literal and metaphorical. The Rasengan, a powerful spiraling sphere of chakra, represents focused energy and Naruto's personal growth. Chapter 5, Filler Episodes and Criticism. While Naruto is celebrated for its storytelling, it is not without flaws. One of the most frequent criticisms is its use of filler episodes. Due to the anime catching up with the manga, Studio Pierrot often inserted non-canonical content to give Kishimoto time to write. While some filler arcs offered character development, others were seen as unnecessary and disrupted the pacing. Naruto, Shippuden, in particular suffered from this issue, with large stretches of filler interrupting the main storyline. These episodes sometimes recycled themes or lacked the emotional depth of the source material, leading to frustration among fans. Animation quality also varied. While certain episodes, particularly major battles, showcased exceptional animation, e.g., Naruto vs. Pain, others were noticeably inconsistent. This inconsistency stemmed from production schedules and budget constraints. Despite these drawbacks, many fans continued to support the series, often skipping fillers or relying on guides to navigate the anime. The depth of the core narrative kept audiences invested. Chapter 6: Cultural Impact and Legacy. Naruto has left a profound cultural footprint. It helped introduce anime to a global audience and remains one of the highest-selling manga of all time. The anime aired in over 80 countries, was translated into dozens of languages, and inspired generations of fans. Cosplay, fan fiction, AMVs, anime music videos, and conventions often feature Naruto prominently. The series inspired numerous video games, movies, novels, and merchandise. Naruto himself became a symbol of determination, with his quotes and ninja way resonating with fans from all walks of life. In Japan, Naruto became a part of national identity, with landmarks, museums, and even trains themed after the series. Internationally, it influenced Western animation, music, and fashion. Rappers like Logic and artists like Megan Thee Stallion have referenced Naruto in their work. Academically, Naruto has been the subject of essays and dissertations, exploring its themes, cultural significance, and psychological insights. It's not just entertainment, it's literature. Naruto also helped elevate the status of anime as a legitimate storytelling medium. It proved that animated shows could tackle complex themes, develop deep characters, and create expansive universes. The series' conclusion, followed by the continuation in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, ensures that its legacy lives on. While opinions on Boruto are mixed, it allows for new stories to be told and old characters to be revisited. Conclusion: Naruto is more than just a shonen anime, it is a cultural phenomenon. Through its richly crafted world, deeply human characters, and resonant themes, it has earned its place in the pantheon of great storytelling. It teaches resilience, empathy, and the importance of forging one's own path. Naruto Uzumaki's journey from a lonely orphan to a beloved leader mirrors the hopes and struggles of millions. His story reminds us that the bonds we form, the choices we make, and the dreams we chase define who we are. As new generations discover Naruto, its message remains as powerful as ever: believe in yourself, fight for your dreams, and never give up. That is the legacy of a ninja. Naruto, the Japanese manga and anime series created by Masashi Kishimoto, stands as one of the most beloved and influential shonen franchises of all time. First serialized in Shueisha's Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999 and later adapted into a long-running anime series by Studio Pierrot, Naruto follows the journey of Naruto Uzumaki, a young ninja ostracized by his village but determined to become the Hokage, the strongest ninja and leader of his village. His story spans over 700 manga chapters and hundreds of anime episodes, capturing themes of perseverance, friendship, and redemption. Beyond its captivating storytelling, Naruto has become a cultural icon, shaping the lives of fans across the world. It has impacted the anime industry, inspired countless works of art, and created a multi-generational fanbase. In this essay, we will explore the origins of Naruto, its intricate world building, character development, underlying themes, criticisms, and enduring legacy. We aim to understand why Naruto has left such an indelible mark on pop culture and why its message continues to resonate. Chapter 1: Origins of Naruto. Masashi Kishimoto conceived Naruto in the late 1990s after experimenting with various one-shots and gaining inspiration from traditional Japanese folklore, samurai tales, and the success of earlier shonen hits like Dragon Ball. His 1997 one-shot titled Karakuri was his first notable work, but it wasn't until he reworked a story involving ninjas that his career truly began to ascend. Kishimoto's fascination with martial arts, mythological creatures, and the idea of overcoming adversity became central to the development of Naruto. Naruto debuted in Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999, quickly gaining popularity for its fresh take on ninja lore. The manga was lauded for its dynamic fight scenes, complex characters, and intricate plotlines. Its success led to an anime adaptation that began airing in 2002. The original series ran until 2007, when it transitioned into its sequel, Naruto Shippuden, which continued until 2017. The timing of Naruto's release was pivotal. It arrived during a global surge in anime popularity, thanks to series like Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon, and Pokémon. Western audiences were more receptive to anime, and Naruto became one of the flagship shows of this new wave. It was broadcast on networks like Cartoon Network's Toonami, introducing millions of non-Japanese viewers to shonen anime. Chapter 2, World Building in Naruto. One of the defining features of Naruto is its rich, immersive world. Kishimoto constructed a universe where ninja clans inhabit 5 great nations, the land of fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Each country has its own hidden village, led by a Kage, and is home to unique traditions, jutsu techniques, and political systems. At the heart of this world is the concept of chakra, a form of life energy that allows ninjas to perform supernatural abilities. Chakra is divided into 5 elemental natures: fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, which influence the types of jutsu a ninja can perform. There are also unique abilities like Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limits, that are passed down genetically, making certain clans, like the Uchiha and Hyuga, particularly powerful. The Society of Ninjas is heavily structured, with a clear hierarchy and missions assigned by village leaders. Ninja teams are grouped into squads of 3 with a jonin leader, and they undertake various tasks ranging from reconnaissance to assassination. This system reflects a militarized society steeped in tradition, honor, and duty. Kishimoto also explored themes of technological progress and its clash with tradition. The series subtly incorporates elements of modern technology, computers, cameras, power lines, within a largely feudal setting, creating a world that feels both familiar and fantastical. This juxtaposition serves to enhance the tension between the old and the new. Chapter 3, Character Arcs and Development. The strength of Naruto lies in its expansive cast of characters, each with their own unique backstories and developmental arcs. While Naruto Uzumaki is the central figure, the series gives significant attention to side characters, making them integral to the narrative. Naruto Uzumaki begins as a mischievous outcast, shunned by his village for being the host of the Nine-Tails Fox, Kurama, a powerful beast that once attacked Konoha. Despite this stigma, Naruto dreams of becoming Hokage to earn the village's respect. His journey is one of relentless perseverance, where he gradually wins over even his harshest critics through kindness, strength, and determination. Naruto's arc embodies the shonen ideal of overcoming adversity through hard work and belief in oneself. Sasuke Uchiha serves as Naruto's rival and narrative foil. A prodigy from the prestigious Uchiha clan, Sasuke is driven by a desire for revenge after his brother Itachi massacres their entire clan. Sasuke's journey is one of vengeance, power, and ultimately, redemption. His defection from Konoha and subsequent alliance with villains create a morally complex character who constantly wrestles with darkness and light. Sakura Haruno, initially criticized for her shallow obsession with Sasuke, grows into a formidable medical ninja and emotional anchor for the team. Her character development, while slower than Naruto and Sasuke's, reflects themes of self-worth, strength, and healing. Kakashi Hatake, the team's mentor, is a war-scarred veteran who instills valuable life lessons in his students. His calm demeanor hides a tragic past filled with loss, making him one of the most nuanced characters in the series. Supporting characters like Gaara, Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, and Shikamaru Nara also experience significant growth. Gaara, once a bloodthirsty killer, transforms into a compassionate leader after encountering Naruto. Rock Lee, born without the ability to use ninjutsu, becomes a taijutsu master through sheer effort. Each character reinforces the central theme: one's past does not define their future. The antagonists, particularly members of the Akatsuki, are richly detailed as well. Itachi Uchiha, initially portrayed as a villain, is later revealed to be a tragic hero who sacrificed everything for peace. Pain, Nagato, represents the consequences of war and the complexity of justice. Even Madara Uchiha and Kagaya Otsutsuki, while godlike figures, are shaped by ideologies that stem from real-world grievances. Chapter 4, Themes and Symbolism. At its core, Naruto is a story about loneliness, acceptance, and the quest for identity. Naruto's early years are marked by isolation, yet he refuses to give in to hatred. Instead, he seeks connection and understanding. This journey mirrors the struggles many people face in finding their place in the world. The series also delves into the cycle of hatred and revenge, particularly through characters like Sasuke, Pain, and Madara. These characters are products of war and loss, illustrating how violence begets more violence. Naruto's refusal to perpetuate this cycle is a key turning point, showing that compassion and dialogue can break the chain. Legacy and generational trauma are recurring motifs. Many characters live in the shadows of their ancestors or past wars. Naruto, Sasuke, and even Kakashi must confront the legacies left behind by their mentors and families. The series emphasizes the importance of forging one's own path while acknowledging the past. Free will versus destiny is another central theme. Prophecies and bloodlines play significant roles, yet Naruto consistently chooses his own fate. He rejects the notion that one's birth determines their value, a message reinforced by characters like Neji and Gaara. Symbolism is rife throughout the series. The spiral symbol on Naruto's clothing reflects growth and continuity. The Sharingan and Byakugan, unique eye abilities, symbolize perception and insight, both literal and metaphorical. The Rasengan, a powerful spiraling sphere of chakra, represents focused energy and Naruto's personal growth. Chapter 5, Filler Episodes and Criticism. While Naruto is celebrated for its storytelling, it is not without flaws. One of the most frequent criticisms is its use of filler episodes. Due to the anime catching up with the manga, Studio Pierrot often inserted non-canonical content to give Kishimoto time to write. While some filler arcs offered character development, others were seen as unnecessary and disrupted the pacing. Naruto, Shippuden, in particular suffered from this issue, with large stretches of filler interrupting the main storyline. These episodes sometimes recycled themes or lacked the emotional depth of the source material, leading to frustration among fans. Animation quality also varied. While certain episodes, particularly major battles, showcased exceptional animation, e.g., Naruto vs. Pain, others were noticeably inconsistent. This inconsistency stemmed from production schedules and budget constraints. Despite these drawbacks, many fans continued to support the series, often skipping fillers or relying on guides to navigate the anime. The depth of the core narrative kept audiences invested. Chapter 6, Cultural Impact and Legacy. Naruto has left a profound cultural footprint. It helped introduce anime to a global audience and remains one of the highest-selling manga of all time. The anime aired in over 80 countries, was translated into dozens of languages, and inspired generations of fans. Cosplay, fan fiction, AMVs, anime music videos, and conventions often feature Naruto prominently. The series inspired numerous video games, movies, novels, and merchandise. Naruto himself became a symbol of determination, with his quotes and ninja way resonating with fans from all walks of life. In Japan, Naruto became a part of national identity, with landmarks, museums, and even trains themed after the series. Internationally, it influenced Western animation, music, and fashion. Rappers like Logic and artists like Megan Thee Stallion have referenced Naruto in their work. Academically, Naruto has been the subject of essays and dissertations, exploring its themes, cultural significance, and psychological insights. It's not just entertainment, it's literature. Naruto also helped elevate the status of anime as a legitimate storytelling medium. It proved that animated shows could tackle complex themes, develop deep characters, and create expansive universes. The series' conclusion, followed by the continuation in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, ensures that its legacy lives on. While opinions on Boruto are mixed, it allows for new stories to be told and old characters to be revisited. Conclusion. Naruto is more than just a shonen anime, it is a cultural phenomenon. Through its richly crafted world, deeply human characters, and resonant themes, it has earned its place in the pantheon of great storytelling. It teaches resilience, empathy, and the importance of forging one's own path. Naruto Uzumaki's journey from a lonely orphan to a beloved leader mirrors the hopes and struggles of millions. His story reminds us that the bonds we form, the choices we make, and the dreams we chase define who we are. As new generations discover Naruto, its message remains as powerful as ever: believe in yourself, fight for your dreams, and never give up. That is the legacy of a ninja. Naruto, the Japanese manga and anime series created by Masashi Kishimoto, stands as one of the most beloved and influential shonen franchises of all time. First serialized in Shueisha's Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999 and later adapted into a long-running anime series by Studio Pierrot, Naruto follows the journey of Naruto Uzumaki, a young ninja ostracized by his village but determined to become the Hokage, the strongest ninja and leader of his village. His story spans over 700 manga chapters and hundreds of anime episodes, capturing themes of perseverance, friendship, and redemption. Beyond its captivating storytelling, Naruto has become a cultural icon, shaping the lives of fans across the world. It has impacted the anime industry, inspired countless works of art, and created a multi-generational fanbase. In this essay, we will explore the origins of Naruto, its intricate world building, character development, underlying themes, criticisms, and enduring legacy. We aim to understand why Naruto has left such an indelible mark on pop culture and why its message continues to resonate. Chapter 1: Origins of Naruto. Masashi Kishimoto conceived Naruto in the late 1990s after experimenting with various one-shots and gaining inspiration from traditional Japanese folklore, samurai tales, and the success of earlier shonen hits like Dragon Ball. His 1997 one-shot titled Karakuri was his first notable work, but it wasn't until he reworked a story involving ninjas that his career truly began to ascend. Kishimoto's fascination with martial arts, mythological creatures, and the idea of overcoming adversity became central to the development of Naruto. Naruto debuted in Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999, quickly gaining popularity for its fresh take on ninja lore. The manga was lauded for its dynamic fight scenes, complex characters, and intricate plotlines. Its success led to an anime adaptation that began airing in 2002. The original series ran until 2007, when it transitioned into its sequel, Naruto Shippuden, which continued until 2017. The timing of Naruto's release was pivotal. It arrived during a global surge in anime popularity, thanks to series like Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon, and Pokémon. Western audiences were more receptive to anime, and Naruto became one of the flagship shows of this new wave. It was broadcast on networks like Cartoon Network's Toonami, introducing millions of non-Japanese viewers to shonen anime. Chapter 2: World Building in Naruto. One of the defining features of Naruto is its rich, immersive world. Kishimoto constructed a universe where ninja clans inhabit 5 great nations, the land of fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Each country has its own hidden village, led by a Kage, and is home to unique traditions, jutsu techniques, and political systems. At the heart of this world is the concept of chakra, a form of life energy that allows ninjas to perform supernatural abilities. Chakra is divided into 5 elemental natures: fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, which influence the types of jutsu a ninja can perform. There are also unique abilities like Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limits, that are passed down genetically, making certain clans, like the Uchiha and Hyuga, particularly powerful. The Society of Ninjas is heavily structured, with a clear hierarchy and missions assigned by village leaders. Ninja teams are grouped into squads of 3 with a jonin leader, and they undertake various tasks ranging from reconnaissance to assassination. This system reflects a militarized society steeped in tradition, honor, and duty. Kishimoto also explored themes of technological progress and its clash with tradition. The series subtly incorporates elements of modern technology, computers, cameras, power lines, within a largely feudal setting, creating a world that feels both familiar and fantastical. This juxtaposition serves to enhance the tension between the old and the new. Chapter 3, Character Arcs and Development. The strength of Naruto lies in its expansive cast of characters, each with their own unique backstories and developmental arcs. While Naruto Uzumaki is the central figure, the series gives significant attention to side characters, making them integral to the narrative. Naruto Uzumaki begins as a mischievous outcast, shunned by his village for being the host of the Nine-Tails Fox, Kurama, a powerful beast that once attacked Konoha. Despite this stigma, Naruto dreams of becoming Hokage to earn the village's respect. His journey is one of relentless perseverance, where he gradually wins over even his harshest critics through kindness, strength, and determination. Naruto's arc embodies the shonen ideal of overcoming adversity through hard work and belief in oneself. Sasuke Uchiha serves as Naruto's rival and narrative foil. A prodigy from the prestigious Uchiha clan, Sasuke is driven by a desire for revenge after his brother Itachi massacres their entire clan. Sasuke's journey is one of vengeance, power, and ultimately, redemption. His defection from Konoha and subsequent alliance with villains create a morally complex character who constantly wrestles with darkness and light. Sakura Haruno, initially criticized for her shallow obsession with Sasuke, grows into a formidable medical ninja and emotional anchor for the team. Her character development, while slower than Naruto and Sasuke's, reflects themes of self-worth, strength, and healing. Kakashi Hatake, the team's mentor, is a war-scarred veteran who instills valuable life lessons in his students. His calm demeanor hides a tragic past filled with loss, making him one of the most nuanced characters in the series. Supporting characters like Gaara, Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, and Shikamaru Nara also experience significant growth. Gaara, once a bloodthirsty killer, transforms into a compassionate leader after encountering Naruto. Rock Lee, born without the ability to use ninjutsu, becomes a taijutsu master through sheer effort. Each character reinforces the central theme: one's past does not define their future. The antagonists, particularly members of the Akatsuki, are richly detailed as well. Itachi Uchiha, initially portrayed as a villain, is later revealed to be a tragic hero who sacrificed everything for peace. Pain, Nagato, represents the consequences of war and the complexity of justice. Even Madara Uchiha and Kagaya Otsutsuki, while godlike figures, are shaped by ideologies that stem from real-world grievances. Chapter 4, Themes and Symbolism. At its core, Naruto is a story about loneliness, acceptance, and the quest for identity. Naruto's early years are marked by isolation, yet he refuses to give in to hatred. Instead, he seeks connection and understanding. This journey mirrors the struggles many people face in finding their place in the world. The series also delves into the cycle of hatred and revenge, particularly through characters like Sasuke, Pain, and Madara. These characters are products of war and loss, illustrating how violence begets more violence. Naruto's refusal to perpetuate this cycle is a key turning point, showing that compassion and dialogue can break the chain. Legacy and generational trauma are recurring motifs. Many characters live in the shadows of their ancestors or past wars. Naruto, Sasuke, and even Kakashi must confront the legacies left behind by their mentors and families. The series emphasizes the importance of forging one's own path while acknowledging the past. Free will versus destiny is another central theme. Prophecies and bloodlines play significant roles, yet Naruto consistently chooses his own fate. He rejects the notion that one's birth determines their value, a message reinforced by characters like Neji and Gaara. Symbolism is rife throughout the series. The spiral symbol on Naruto's clothing reflects growth and continuity. The Sharingan and Byakugan, unique eye abilities, symbolize perception and insight, both literal and metaphorical. The Rasengan, a powerful spiraling sphere of chakra, represents focused energy and Naruto's personal growth. Chapter 5, Filler Episodes and Criticism. While Naruto is celebrated for its storytelling, it is not without flaws. One of the most frequent criticisms is its use of filler episodes. Due to the anime catching up with the manga, Studio Pierrot often inserted non-canonical content to give Kishimoto time to write. While some filler arcs offered character development, others were seen as unnecessary and disrupted the pacing. Naruto Shippuden, in particular, suffered from this issue, with large stretches of filler interrupting the main storyline. These episodes sometimes recycled themes or lacked the emotional depth of the source material, leading to frustration among fans. Animation quality also varied. While certain episodes, particularly major battles, showcased exceptional animation, e.g., Naruto vs. Pain, others were noticeably inconsistent. This inconsistency stemmed from production schedules and budget constraints. Despite these drawbacks, many fans continued to support the series, often skipping fillers or relying on guides to navigate the anime. The depth of the core narrative kept audiences invested. Chapter 6, Cultural Impact and Legacy. Naruto has left a profound cultural footprint. It helped introduce anime to a global audience and remains one of the highest-selling manga of all time. The anime aired in over 80 countries, was translated into dozens of languages, and inspired generations of fans. Cosplay, fan fiction, AMVs, anime music videos, and conventions often feature Naruto prominently. The series inspired numerous video games, movies, novels, and merchandise. Naruto himself became a symbol of determination, with his quotes and ninja way resonating with fans from all walks of life. In Japan, Naruto became a part of national identity, with landmarks, museums, and even trains themed after the series. Internationally, it influenced Western animation, music, and fashion. Rappers like Logic and artists like Megan Thee Stallion have referenced Naruto in their work. Academically, Naruto has been the subject of essays and dissertations, exploring its themes, cultural significance, and psychological insights. It's not just entertainment, it's literature. Naruto also helped elevate the status of anime as a legitimate storytelling medium. It proved that animated shows could tackle complex themes, develop deep characters, and create expansive universes. The series' conclusion, followed by the continuation in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, ensures that its legacy lives on. While opinions on Boruto are mixed, it allows for new stories to be told and old characters to be revisited. Conclusion. Naruto is more than just a shonen anime, it is a cultural phenomenon. Through its richly crafted world, deeply human characters, and resonant themes, it has earned its place in the pantheon of great storytelling. It teaches resilience, empathy, and the importance of forging one's own path. Naruto Uzumaki's journey from a lonely orphan to a beloved leader mirrors the hopes and struggles of millions. His story reminds us that the bonds we form, the choices we make, and the dreams we chase define who we are. As new generations discover Naruto, its message remains as powerful as ever: believe in yourself, fight for your dreams, and never give up. That is the legacy of a ninja. Naruto, the Japanese manga and anime series created by Masashi Kishimoto, stands as one of the most beloved and influential shonen franchises of all time. First serialized in Shueisha's Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999 and later adapted into a long-running anime series by Studio Pierrot, Naruto follows the journey of Naruto Uzumaki, a young ninja ostracized by his village but determined to become the Hokage, the strongest ninja and leader of his village. His story spans over 700 manga chapters and hundreds of anime episodes, capturing themes of perseverance, friendship, and redemption. Beyond its captivating storytelling, Naruto has become a cultural icon, shaping the lives of fans across the world. It has impacted the anime industry, inspired countless works of art, and created a multi-generational fanbase. In this essay, we will explore the origins of Naruto, its intricate world building, character development, underlying themes, criticisms, and enduring legacy. We aim to understand why Naruto has left such an indelible mark on pop culture and why its message continues to resonate. Chapter 1: Origins of Naruto. Masashi Kishimoto conceived Naruto in the late 1990s after experimenting with various one-shots and gaining inspiration from traditional Japanese folklore, samurai tales, and the success of earlier shonen hits like Dragon Ball. His 1997 one-shot titled Karakuri was his first notable work, but it wasn't until he reworked a story involving ninjas that his career truly began to ascend. Kishimoto's fascination with martial arts, mythological creatures, and the idea of overcoming adversity became central to the development of Naruto. Naruto debuted in Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999, quickly gaining popularity for its fresh take on ninja lore. The manga was lauded for its dynamic fight scenes, complex characters, and intricate plotlines. Its success led to an anime adaptation that began airing in 2002. The original series ran until 2007, when it transitioned into its sequel, Naruto Shippuden, which continued until 2017. The timing of Naruto's release was pivotal. It arrived during a global surge in anime popularity, thanks to series like Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon, and Pokémon. Western audiences were more receptive to anime, and Naruto became one of the flagship shows of this new wave. It was broadcast on networks like Cartoon Network's Toonami, introducing millions of non-Japanese viewers to shonen anime. Chapter 2: World Building in Naruto. One of the defining features of Naruto is its rich, immersive world. Kishimoto constructed a universe where ninja clans inhabit 5 great nations, the land of fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Each country has its own hidden village, led by a Kage, and is home to unique traditions, jutsu techniques, and political systems. At the heart of this world is the concept of chakra, a form of life energy that allows ninjas to perform supernatural abilities. Chakra is divided into 5 elemental natures: fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, which influence the types of jutsu a ninja can perform. There are also unique abilities like Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limits, that are passed down genetically, making certain clans, like the Uchiha and Hyuga, particularly powerful. The Society of Ninjas is heavily structured, with a clear hierarchy and missions assigned by village leaders. Ninja teams are grouped into squads of 3 with a jonin leader, and they undertake various tasks ranging from reconnaissance to assassination. This system reflects a militarized society steeped in tradition, honor, and duty. Kishimoto also explored themes of technological progress and its clash with tradition. The series subtly incorporates elements of modern technology, computers, cameras, power lines, within a largely feudal setting, creating a world that feels both familiar and fantastical. This juxtaposition serves to enhance the tension between the old and the new. Chapter 3: Character Arcs and Development. The strength of Naruto lies in its expansive cast of characters, each with their own unique backstories and developmental arcs. While Naruto Uzumaki is the central figure, the series gives significant attention to side characters, making them integral to the narrative. Naruto Uzumaki begins as a mischievous outcast, shunned by his village for being the host of the Nine-Tails Fox, Kurama, a powerful beast that once attacked Konoha. Despite this stigma, Naruto dreams of becoming Hokage to earn the village's respect. His journey is one of relentless perseverance, where he gradually wins over even his harshest critics through kindness, strength, and determination. Naruto's arc embodies the shonen ideal of overcoming adversity through hard work and belief in oneself. Sasuke Uchiha serves as Naruto's rival and narrative foil. A prodigy from the prestigious Uchiha clan, Sasuke is driven by a desire for revenge after his brother Itachi massacres their entire clan. Sasuke's journey is one of vengeance, power, and ultimately, redemption. His defection from Konoha and subsequent alliance with villains create a morally complex character who constantly wrestles with darkness and light. Sakura Haruno, initially criticized for her shallow obsession with Sasuke, grows into a formidable medical ninja and emotional anchor for the team. Her character development, while slower than Naruto and Sasuke's, reflects themes of self-worth, strength, and healing. Kakashi Hatake, the team's mentor, is a war-scarred veteran who instills valuable life lessons in his students. His calm demeanor hides a tragic past filled with loss, making him one of the most nuanced characters in the series. Supporting characters like Gaara, Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, and Shikamaru Nara also experience significant growth. Gaara, once a bloodthirsty killer, transforms into a compassionate leader after encountering Naruto. Rock Lee, born without the ability to use ninjutsu, becomes a taijutsu master through sheer effort. Each character reinforces the central theme: one's past does not define their future. The antagonists, particularly members of the Akatsuki, are richly detailed as well. Itachi Uchiha, initially portrayed as a villain, is later revealed to be a tragic hero who sacrificed everything for peace. Pain, Nagato, represents the consequences of war and the complexity of justice. Even Madara Uchiha and Kagaya Otsutsuki, while godlike figures, are shaped by ideologies that stem from real-world grievances. Chapter 4, Themes and Symbolism. At its core, Naruto is a story about loneliness, acceptance, and the quest for identity. Naruto's early years are marked by isolation, yet he refuses to give in to hatred. Instead, he seeks connection and understanding. This journey mirrors the struggles many people face in finding their place in the world. The series also delves into the cycle of hatred and revenge, particularly through characters like Sasuke, Pain, and Madara. These characters are products of war and loss, illustrating how violence begets more violence. Naruto's refusal to perpetuate this cycle is a key turning point, showing that compassion and dialogue can break the chain. Legacy and generational trauma are recurring motifs. Many characters live in the shadows of their ancestors or past wars. Naruto, Sasuke, and even Kakashi must confront the legacies left behind by their mentors and families. The series emphasizes the importance of forging one's own path while acknowledging the past. Free will versus destiny is another central theme. Prophecies and bloodlines play significant roles, yet Naruto consistently chooses his own fate. He rejects the notion that one's birth determines their value, a message reinforced by characters like Neji and Gaara. Symbolism is rife throughout the series. The spiral symbol on Naruto's clothing reflects growth and continuity. The Sharingan and Byakugan, unique eye abilities, symbolize perception and insight, both literal and metaphorical. The Rasengan, a powerful spiraling sphere of chakra, represents focused energy and Naruto's personal growth. Chapter 5, Filler Episodes and Criticism. While Naruto is celebrated for its storytelling, it is not without flaws. One of the most frequent criticisms is its use of filler episodes. Due to the anime catching up with the manga, Studio Pierrot often inserted non-canonical content to give Kishimoto time to write. While some filler arcs offered character development, others were seen as unnecessary and disrupted the pacing. Naruto, Shippuden, in particular suffered from this issue, with large stretches of filler interrupting the main storyline. These episodes sometimes recycled themes or lacked the emotional depth of the source material, leading to frustration among fans. Animation quality also varied. While certain episodes, particularly major battles, showcased exceptional animation, e.g., Naruto vs. Pain, others were noticeably inconsistent. This inconsistency stemmed from production schedules and budget constraints. Despite these drawbacks, many fans continued to support the series, often skipping fillers or relying on guides to navigate the anime. The depth of the core narrative kept audiences invested. Chapter 6, Cultural Impact and Legacy. Naruto has left a profound cultural footprint. It helped introduce anime to a global audience and remains one of the highest-selling manga of all time. The anime aired in over 80 countries, was translated into dozens of languages, and inspired generations of fans. Cosplay, fan fiction, AMVs, anime music videos, and conventions often feature Naruto prominently. The series inspired numerous video games, movies, novels, and merchandise. Naruto himself became a symbol of determination, with his quotes and ninja way resonating with fans from all walks of life. In Japan, Naruto became a part of national identity, with landmarks, museums, and even trains themed after the series. Internationally, it influenced Western animation, music, and fashion. Rappers like Logic and artists like Megan Thee Stallion have referenced Naruto in their work. Academically, Naruto has been the subject of essays and dissertations, exploring its themes, cultural significance, and psychological insights. It's not just entertainment, it's literature. Naruto also helped elevate the status of anime as a legitimate storytelling medium. It proved that animated shows could tackle complex themes, develop deep characters, and create expansive universes. The series' conclusion, followed by the continuation in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, ensures that its legacy lives on. While opinions on Boruto are mixed, it allows for new stories to be told and old characters to be revisited. Conclusion. Naruto is more than just a shonen anime, it is a cultural phenomenon. Through its richly crafted world, deeply human characters, and resonant themes, it has earned its place in the pantheon of great storytelling. It teaches resilience, empathy, and the importance of forging one's own path. Naruto Uzumaki's journey from a lonely orphan to a beloved leader mirrors the hopes and struggles of millions. His story reminds us that the bonds we form, the choices we make, and the dreams we chase define who we are. As new generations discover Naruto, its message remains as powerful as ever: believe in yourself, fight for your dreams, and never give up. That is the legacy of a ninja. Naruto, the Japanese manga and anime series created by Masashi Kishimoto, stands as one of the most beloved and influential shonen franchises of all time. First serialized in Shueisha's Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999 and later adapted into a long-running anime series by Studio Pierrot, Naruto follows the journey of Naruto Uzumaki, a young ninja ostracized by his village but determined to become the Hokage, the strongest ninja and leader of his village. His story spans over 700 manga chapters and hundreds of anime episodes, capturing themes of perseverance, friendship, and redemption. Beyond its captivating storytelling, Naruto has become a cultural icon, shaping the lives of fans across the world. It has impacted the anime industry, inspired countless works of art, and created a multi-generational fanbase. In this essay, we will explore the origins of Naruto, its intricate world building, character development, underlying themes, criticisms, and enduring legacy. We aim to understand why Naruto has left such an indelible mark on pop culture and why its message continues to resonate. Chapter 1: Origins of Naruto. Masashi Kishimoto conceived Naruto in the late 1990s after experimenting with various one-shots and gaining inspiration from traditional Japanese folklore, samurai tales, and the success of earlier shonen hits like Dragon Ball. His 1997 one-shot titled Karakuri was his first notable work, but it wasn't until he reworked a story involving ninjas that his career truly began to ascend. Kishimoto's fascination with martial arts, mythological creatures, and the idea of overcoming adversity became central to the development of Naruto. Naruto debuted in Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999, quickly gaining popularity for its fresh take on ninja lore. The manga was lauded for its dynamic fight scenes, complex characters, and intricate plotlines. Its success led to an anime adaptation that began airing in 2002. The original series ran until 2007, when it transitioned into its sequel, Naruto Shippuden, which continued until 2017. The timing of Naruto's release was pivotal. It arrived during a global surge in anime popularity, thanks to series like Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon, and Pokémon. Western audiences were more receptive to anime, and Naruto became one of the flagship shows of this new wave. It was broadcast on networks like Cartoon Network's Toonami, introducing millions of non-Japanese viewers to shonen anime. Chapter 2: World Building in Naruto. One of the defining features of Naruto is its rich, immersive world. Kishimoto constructed a universe where ninja clans inhabit 5 great nations: the land of fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Each country has its own hidden village, led by a Kage, and is home to unique traditions, jutsu techniques, and political systems. At the heart of this world is the concept of chakra, a form of life energy that allows ninjas to perform supernatural abilities. Chakra is divided into 5 elemental natures: fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, which influence the types of jutsu a ninja can perform. There are also unique abilities like Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limits, that are passed down genetically, making certain clans, like the Uchiha and Hyuga, particularly powerful. The Society of Ninjas is heavily structured, with a clear hierarchy and missions assigned by village leaders. Ninja teams are grouped into squads of 3 with a jonin leader, and they undertake various tasks ranging from reconnaissance to assassination. This system reflects a militarized society steeped in tradition, honor, and duty. Kishimoto also explored themes of technological progress and its clash with tradition. The series subtly incorporates elements of modern technology, computers, cameras, power lines, within a largely feudal setting, creating a world that feels both familiar and fantastical. This juxtaposition serves to enhance the tension between the old and the new. Chapter 3: Character Arcs and Development. The strength of Naruto lies in its expansive cast of characters, each with their own unique backstories and developmental arcs. While Naruto Uzumaki is the central figure, the series gives significant attention to side characters, making them integral to the narrative. Naruto Uzumaki begins as a mischievous outcast, shunned by his village for being the host of the Nine-Tails Fox, Kurama, a powerful beast that once attacked Konoha. Despite this stigma, Naruto dreams of becoming Hokage to earn the village's respect. His journey is one of relentless perseverance, where he gradually wins over even his harshest critics through kindness, strength, and determination. Naruto's arc embodies the shonen ideal of overcoming adversity through hard work and belief in oneself. Sasuke Uchiha serves as Naruto's rival and narrative foil. A prodigy from the prestigious Uchiha clan, Sasuke is driven by a desire for revenge after his brother Itachi massacres their entire clan. Sasuke's journey is one of vengeance, power, and ultimately, redemption. His defection from Konoha and subsequent alliance with villains create a morally complex character who constantly wrestles with darkness and light. Sakura Haruno, initially criticized for her shallow obsession with Sasuke, grows into a formidable medical ninja and emotional anchor for the team. Her character development, while slower than Naruto and Sasuke's, reflects themes of self-worth, strength, and healing. Kakashi Hatake, the team's mentor, is a war-scarred veteran who instills valuable life lessons in his students. His calm demeanor hides a tragic past filled with loss, making him one of the most nuanced characters in the series. Supporting characters like Gaara, Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, and Shikamaru Nara also experience significant growth. Gaara, once a bloodthirsty killer, transforms into a compassionate leader after encountering Naruto. Rock Lee, born without the ability to use ninjutsu, becomes a taijutsu master through sheer effort. Each character reinforces the central theme: one's past does not define their future. The antagonists, particularly members of the Akatsuki, are richly detailed as well. Itachi Uchiha, initially portrayed as a villain, is later revealed to be a tragic hero who sacrificed everything for peace. Pain, Nagato, represents the consequences of war and the complexity of justice. Even Madara Uchiha and Kagaya Otsutsuki, while godlike figures, are shaped by ideologies that stem from real-world grievances. Chapter 4: Themes and Symbolism. At its core, Naruto is a story about loneliness, acceptance, and the quest for identity. Naruto's early years are marked by isolation, yet he refuses to give in to hatred. Instead, he seeks connection and understanding. This journey mirrors the struggles many people face in finding their place in the world. The series also delves into the cycle of hatred and revenge, particularly through characters like Sasuke, Pain, and Madara. These characters are products of war and loss, illustrating how violence begets more violence. Naruto's refusal to perpetuate this cycle is a key turning point, showing that compassion and dialogue can break the chain. Legacy and generational trauma are recurring motifs. Many characters live in the shadows of their ancestors or past wars. Naruto, Sasuke, and even Kakashi must confront the legacies left behind by their mentors and families. The series emphasizes the importance of forging one's own path while acknowledging the past. Free will versus destiny is another central theme. Prophecies and bloodlines play significant roles, yet Naruto consistently chooses his own fate. He rejects the notion that one's birth determines their value, a message reinforced by characters like Neji and Gaara. Symbolism is rife throughout the series. The spiral symbol on Naruto's clothing reflects growth and continuity. The Sharingan and Byakugan, unique eye abilities, symbolize perception and insight, both literal and metaphorical. The Rasengan, a powerful spiraling sphere of chakra, represents focused energy and Naruto's personal growth. Chapter 5, Filler Episodes and Criticism. While Naruto is celebrated for its storytelling, it is not without flaws. One of the most frequent criticisms is its use of filler episodes. Due to the anime catching up with the manga, Studio Pierrot often inserted non-canonical content to give Kishimoto time to write. While some filler arcs offered character development, others were seen as unnecessary and disrupted the pacing. Naruto, Shippuden, in particular suffered from this issue, with large stretches of filler interrupting the main storyline. These episodes sometimes recycled themes or lacked the emotional depth of the source material, leading to frustration among fans. Animation quality also varied. While certain episodes, particularly major battles, showcased exceptional animation, e.g., Naruto vs. Pain, others were noticeably inconsistent. This inconsistency stemmed from production schedules and budget constraints. Despite these drawbacks, many fans continued to support the series, often skipping fillers or relying on guides to navigate the anime. The depth of the core narrative kept audiences invested. Chapter 6, Cultural Impact and Legacy. Naruto has left a profound cultural footprint. It helped introduce anime to a global audience and remains one of the highest-selling manga of all time. The anime aired in over 80 countries, was translated into dozens of languages, and inspired generations of fans. Cosplay, fan fiction, AMVs, anime music videos, and conventions often feature Naruto prominently. The series inspired numerous video games, movies, novels, and merchandise. Naruto himself became a symbol of determination, with his quotes and ninja way resonating with fans from all walks of life. In Japan, Naruto became a part of national identity, with landmarks, museums, and even trains themed after the series. Internationally, it influenced Western animation, music, and fashion. Rappers like Logic and artists like Megan Thee Stallion have referenced Naruto in their work. Academically, Naruto has been the subject of essays and dissertations, exploring its themes, cultural significance, and psychological insights. It's not just entertainment, it's literature. Naruto also helped elevate the status of anime as a legitimate storytelling medium. It proved that animated shows could tackle complex themes, develop deep characters, and create expansive universes. The series' conclusion, followed by the continuation in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, ensures that its legacy lives on. While opinions on Boruto are mixed, it allows for new stories to be told and old characters to be revisited. Conclusion. Naruto is more than just a shonen anime, it is a cultural phenomenon. Through its richly crafted world, deeply human characters, and resonant themes, it has earned its place in the pantheon of great storytelling. It teaches resilience, empathy, and the importance of forging one's own path. Naruto Uzumaki's journey from a lonely orphan to a beloved leader mirrors the hopes and struggles of millions. His story reminds us that the bonds we form, the choices we make, and the dreams we chase define who we are. As new generations discover Naruto, its message remains as powerful as ever: believe in yourself, fight for your dreams, and never give up. That is the legacy of a ninja. Naruto, the Japanese manga and anime series created by Masashi Kishimoto, stands as one of the most beloved and influential shonen franchises of all time. First serialized in Shueisha's Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999 and later adapted into a long-running anime series by Studio Pierrot, Naruto follows the journey of Naruto Uzumaki, a young ninja ostracized by his village but determined to become the Hokage, the strongest ninja and leader of his village. His story spans over 700 manga chapters and hundreds of anime episodes, capturing themes of perseverance, friendship, and redemption. Beyond its captivating storytelling, Naruto has become a cultural icon, shaping the lives of fans across the world. It has impacted the anime industry, inspired countless works of art, and created a multi-generational fanbase. In this essay, we will explore the origins of Naruto, its intricate world building, character development, underlying themes, criticisms, and enduring legacy. We aim to understand why Naruto has left such an indelible mark on pop culture and why its message continues to resonate. Chapter 1: Origins of Naruto. Masashi Kishimoto conceived Naruto in the late 1990s after experimenting with various one-shots and gaining inspiration from traditional Japanese folklore, samurai tales, and the success of earlier shonen hits like Dragon Ball. His 1997 one-shot titled Karakuri was his first notable work, but it wasn't until he reworked a story involving ninjas that his career truly began to ascend. Kishimoto's fascination with martial arts, mythological creatures, and the idea of overcoming adversity became central to the development of Naruto. Naruto debuted in Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999, quickly gaining popularity for its fresh take on ninja lore. The manga was lauded for its dynamic fight scenes, complex characters, and intricate plotlines. Its success led to an anime adaptation that began airing in 2002. The original series ran until 2007, when it transitioned into its sequel, Naruto Shippuden, which continued until 2017. The timing of Naruto's release was pivotal. It arrived during a global surge in anime popularity, thanks to series like Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon, and Pokémon. Western audiences were more receptive to anime, and Naruto became one of the flagship shows of this new wave. It was broadcast on networks like Cartoon Network's Toonami, introducing millions of non-Japanese viewers to shonen anime. Chapter 2: World Building in Naruto. One of the defining features of Naruto is its rich, immersive world. Kishimoto constructed a universe where ninja clans inhabit 5 great nations, the land of fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Each country has its own hidden village, led by a Kage, and is home to unique traditions, jutsu techniques, and political systems. At the heart of this world is the concept of chakra, a form of life energy that allows ninjas to perform supernatural abilities. Chakra is divided into 5 elemental natures: fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, which influence the types of jutsu a ninja can perform. There are also unique abilities like Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limits, that are passed down genetically, making certain clans, like the Uchiha and Hyuga, particularly powerful. The Society of Ninjas is heavily structured, with a clear hierarchy and missions assigned by village leaders. Ninja teams are grouped into squads of 3 with a jonin leader, and they undertake various tasks ranging from reconnaissance to assassination. This system reflects a militarized society steeped in tradition, honor, and duty. Kishimoto also explored themes of technological progress and its clash with tradition. The series subtly incorporates elements of modern technology, computers, cameras, power lines, within a largely feudal setting, creating a world that feels both familiar and fantastical. This juxtaposition serves to enhance the tension between the old and the new. Chapter 3: Character Arcs and Development. The strength of Naruto lies in its expansive cast of characters, each with their own unique backstories and developmental arcs. While Naruto Uzumaki is the central figure, the series gives significant attention to side characters, making them integral to the narrative. Naruto Uzumaki begins as a mischievous outcast, shunned by his village for being the host of the Nine-Tails Fox, Kurama, a powerful beast that once attacked Konoha. Despite this stigma, Naruto dreams of becoming Hokage to earn the village's respect. His journey is one of relentless perseverance, where he gradually wins over even his harshest critics through kindness, strength, and determination. Naruto's arc embodies the shonen ideal of overcoming adversity through hard work and belief in oneself. Sasuke Uchiha serves as Naruto's rival and narrative foil. A prodigy from the prestigious Uchiha clan, Sasuke is driven by a desire for revenge after his brother Itachi massacres their entire clan. Sasuke's journey is one of vengeance, power, and ultimately, redemption. His defection from Konoha and subsequent alliance with villains create a morally complex character who constantly wrestles with darkness and light. Sakura Haruno, initially criticized for her shallow obsession with Sasuke, grows into a formidable medical ninja and emotional anchor for the team. Her character development, while slower than Naruto and Sasuke's, reflects themes of self-worth, strength, and healing. Kakashi Hatake, the team's mentor, is a war-scarred veteran who instills valuable life lessons in his students. His calm demeanor hides a tragic past filled with loss, making him one of the most nuanced characters in the series. Supporting characters like Gaara, Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, and Shikamaru Nara also experience significant growth. Gaara, once a bloodthirsty killer, transforms into a compassionate leader after encountering Naruto. Rock Lee, born without the ability to use ninjutsu, becomes a taijutsu master through sheer effort. Each character reinforces the central theme: one's past does not define their future. The antagonists, particularly members of the Akatsuki, are richly detailed as well. Itachi Uchiha, initially portrayed as a villain, is later revealed to be a tragic hero who sacrificed everything for peace. Pain, Nagato, represents the consequences of war and the complexity of justice. Even Madara Uchiha and Kagaya Otsutsuki, while godlike figures, are shaped by ideologies that stem from real-world grievances. Chapter 4, Themes and Symbolism. At its core, Naruto is a story about loneliness, acceptance, and the quest for identity. Naruto's early years are marked by isolation, yet he refuses to give in to hatred. Instead, he seeks connection and understanding. This journey mirrors the struggles many people face in finding their place in the world. The series also delves into the cycle of hatred and revenge, particularly through characters like Sasuke, Pain, and Madara. These characters are products of war and loss, illustrating how violence begets more violence. Naruto's refusal to perpetuate this cycle is a key turning point, showing that compassion and dialogue can break the chain. Legacy and generational trauma are recurring motifs. Many characters live in the shadows of their ancestors or past wars. Naruto, Sasuke, and even Kakashi must confront the legacies left behind by their mentors and families. The series emphasizes the importance of forging one's own path while acknowledging the past. Free will versus destiny is another central theme. Prophecies and bloodlines play significant roles, yet Naruto consistently chooses his own fate. He rejects the notion that one's birth determines their value, a message reinforced by characters like Neji and Gaara. Symbolism is rife throughout the series. The spiral symbol on Naruto's clothing reflects growth and continuity. The Sharingan and Byakugan, unique eye abilities, symbolize perception and insight, both literal and metaphorical. The Rasengan, a powerful spiraling sphere of chakra, represents focused energy and Naruto's personal growth. Chapter 5, Filler Episodes and Criticism. While Naruto is celebrated for its storytelling, it is not without flaws. One of the most frequent criticisms is its use of filler episodes. Due to the anime catching up with the manga, Studio Pierrot often inserted non-canonical content to give Kishimoto time to write. While some filler arcs offered character development, others were seen as unnecessary and disrupted the pacing. Naruto, Shippuden, in particular suffered from this issue, with large stretches of filler interrupting the main storyline. These episodes sometimes recycled themes or lacked the emotional depth of the source material, leading to frustration among fans. Animation quality also varied. While certain episodes, particularly major battles, showcased exceptional animation, e.g., Naruto vs. Pain, others were noticeably inconsistent. This inconsistency stemmed from production schedules and budget constraints. Despite these drawbacks, many fans continued to support the series, often skipping fillers or relying on guides to navigate the anime. The depth of the core narrative kept audiences invested. Chapter 6: Cultural Impact and Legacy. Naruto has left a profound cultural footprint. It helped introduce anime to a global audience and remains one of the highest-selling manga of all time. The anime aired in over 80 countries, was translated into dozens of languages, and inspired generations of fans. Cosplay, fan fiction, AMVs, anime music videos, and conventions often feature Naruto prominently. The series inspired numerous video games, movies, novels, and merchandise. Naruto himself became a symbol of determination, with his quotes and ninja way resonating with fans from all walks of life. In Japan, Naruto became a part of national identity, with landmarks, museums, and even trains themed after the series. Internationally, it influenced Western animation, music, and fashion. Rappers like Logic and artists like Megan Thee Stallion have referenced Naruto in their work. Academically, Naruto has been the subject of essays and dissertations, exploring its themes, cultural significance, and psychological insights. It's not just entertainment, it's literature. Naruto also helped elevate the status of anime as a legitimate storytelling medium. It proved that animated shows could tackle complex themes, develop deep characters, and create expansive universes. The series' conclusion, followed by the continuation in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, ensures that its legacy lives on. While opinions on Boruto are mixed, it allows for new stories to be told and old characters to be revisited. Conclusion: Naruto is more than just a shonen anime, it is a cultural phenomenon. Through its richly crafted world, deeply human characters, and resonant themes, it has earned its place in the pantheon of great storytelling. It teaches resilience, empathy, and the importance of forging one's own path. Naruto Uzumaki's journey from a lonely orphan to a beloved leader mirrors the hopes and struggles of millions. His story reminds us that the bonds we form, the choices we make, and the dreams we chase define who we are. As new generations discover Naruto, its message remains as powerful as ever: believe in yourself, fight for your dreams, and never give up. That is the legacy of a ninja. Chapter 4, Ch. 3. Saying goodbye to the grandma, I quickly went along my way. Of course I didn't plan to rob the old lady myself. Moving along the place, my stomach growled from hunger. I don't even know when this body had last eaten. My gaze turned down to my arms, and I let out a sigh. They looked like the arms of a loser, scrawny, small, and weak. Heck, I could see the bones like I had X-ray vision or something. An alley. I smiled as I turned towards it. After all, the taxi won't move by itself. What I needed was hard cash. The place was dark and damp. The sunlight was filtered by the buildings surrounding it, providing it with a place full of shade. Of course, that also made it a perfect place for smokers and drinkers to come and enjoy. I kept walking, hoping to find some people, however, the place was awfully quiet. Taking turns and angles, I finally heard a flicker of laughter. I smirked. Prey found. Peeking from the corner, I could make out 5 people, 3 boys and 2 girls, all of them were dressed in the same school uniform, which had been a few buttons loose. Cigarettes, snacks, and soju, just the perfect combination. Looking upwards, I also found out the reason why they were in such a place. Looking above the walls of the alley, I could make out a board. It had the words, Maju High School, written on it. It was time I made a perfect entrance. Jumping out of the place with a loud sound, I looked towards them and spoke, "Hello there, I was hoping for some money." "You got some?" The girl on the right was the first to shout, "Ah, a naked guy. What the fuck?" Looking downwards, I saw my bare chest. Oh right, I tore open my shirt before my fight with Taesu. Scratching my head in embarrassment, I decided I would take some of their clothes. "What the fuck do you want?" "We don't have money for beggars." A lanky and tall-looking dude spoke, his face scrunched up in mock disgust. Come on now, we could have done this peacefully. I shook my head, wondering how I have come across a bunch of fools. I understand now, I spoke while putting on a thinking pose, violence is not the answer. The same dude interrupted me, that's right, asshole. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. I put my hand forward, putting a stop to his words. It's the question, and the answer is yes. Huh. Was all he spoke as I sprinted towards him. Jump this skinny bitch, he shouted, and all three of them ran towards me. The lanky dude was in the middle, while a fat fuck resided on his right. On the left was an average Korean dude. Taesu technique. Putting my right hand in a punch position, I waited for the first boy to reach me. He tried to attack me with a punch, which I dodged while giving him one of my own. Boom. His face caved in as I went full output on the technique. His head crashed on the asphalt. The other two stopped their advance. Hey, hey. The fat guy put his hand forward, you can have our money, here. It took them about a minute before they emptied their wallets and even the girls. Turning towards them one last time, I spoke, take that guy to the hospital. I passed right through them, exiting on the street once again. I smirked as I heard all of them mutter, monster. The taxi wasn't hard to find. In fact, Korea at this point was famous for the taxi system. It took exactly as much time as the old lady had told me. Of course, I didn't enter the taxi empty-handed, I had stolen their school uniform, which at least saved me from public embarrassment. Munch munch. The box of chicken wings in my hand was another plus. I wasn't just hungry, I was famished. The walk towards the Sun orphanage wasn't any different. Entering the place, I was once again reminded of why I didn't like orphanages. The place was packed with children, not only that. No one batted an eye as I entered the place. Did this kid have no friends? How much of a loser was he? Of course, one of the matrons nodded towards me, however, that was it. Letting muscle memory guide me, I soon entered a room. No, a dormitory. Multiple bunk beds were lined up in the place. I sighed. Seriously, this is where I have to stay. Some of the kids said hi, but that was it, and honestly, I was fine with it. I didn't plan on interacting with these people anyways. Of course the dinner timings had already gone by, hence, it was fortunate I ate that box of chicken. Lying on the bed, I pondered over what I needed to do next. This body is too scrawny. No, it was malnourished, to be honest, it seemed like he was being bullied at school. Otherwise, why would such a weak guy try to fight Taesu Ma? Which brought me to my next question. I smirked as I thought of the implication of what's about to happen. In the manhwa, this generation was one of war and fists. In fact, Taesu wasn't even officially called King of Anson currently. Which means, in the near future, he will guarantee his reputation, and soon war on other kings will happen as well. This place, this country, was in a state of flux. Powers were rising. The title of kings hadn't even spread. I have time, I smiled. Apollo Raiden, a name that I will make sure soon spreads across this place. Moreover, there was a certain thing I noticed. Taesu doesn't have strength mastery yet. Of course I didn't expect them to have it off the start. At most, currently the man was on the level of Hudson Ann. 1 month, I will be strong. Chapter 5, Ch. 4. Waking up wasn't quite the pleasant experience I had hoped it would be. My body ached from multiple places, my right hand hurt the most. It was as if boiling hot blood flowed through it. I raised an eyebrow at the pain, so that means, in my current condition, just using his technique causes my hands to get super tired. However, putting all of the current problems aside, I started working on myself. Freshening and bathing up, I put on another set of school uniform I had found under my bed. Matter of fact, I don't even have any other sort of clothing on me. The big list of increasing problems haunted me. Sitting on my bunk bed, I pondered over what to do next. I could start taking others' money, just like yesterday. It wasn't a bad idea. However, that would mean I would have to get strong by continuous fighting. Not a bad path, however not the best either. I could start a business. However, I not only would have to think of an amazing idea. I would even have to find the capital. My brain suddenly paused. I had copy, which, while very functional in a fight, was also useful elsewhere. However, webtoons weren't a big thing either. In fact, investing was also an option on my mind, however, funds were still a problem. It's as if I am getting overwhelmed by the things I need to achieve. Sitting down, I finally calmed myself. This was the world of Lookism. Power reigned over everything, and with the First King War approaching, I had to ascertain power as quickly as possible. Money would appear soon enough. And for power, the best thing to do is to find a teacher. The metro was speeding around the city of Seoul. The hub of all that happened and will happen. I leaned my head on the rail. The sound of wheels turning calmed me down as I enjoyed the scenery in front of me. I had finally gotten the answer to my question. Hansu Song. The Taekwondo legend. I had read somewhat of the manager Kim manhwa, so I knew that at this point, the man had already opened his dojo. His current aim was to teach Taekwondo at a professional level, however, his business failed, which led him to open it for kids, almost like a simple dojo. I just have to make him agree to take me in. I adjusted my head slightly, even though I felt a little uncomfortable from the stares I was getting. My eyes, they must think of it as a genetic defect. I always used to wonder, how can Gun roam around the world with these eyes and nobody bats an eye? Now I knew why. Everybody who didn't know saw it as a disease. Like heterochromatic eyes. I soon descended the metro, and a quick taxi later, I was in front of the dojo. The place was small, however, the wooden exterior and the nice neon board on top showed how much the owner really cared for it. Opening the door, the place was almost empty. The only sound was the shouts from afar. It seemed like a kid was practicing something considering the loud martial arts noises I was hearing. Yes, that was amazing, Tae-hun. I heard a voice, a loud male voice, however, I could almost feel the softness with which it was spoken. Entering inside, I took off my shoes and walked in my socks. The dojo wasn't big, it had 2 rooms that were disjointed by a single wall. To enter the other room, one had to go to the far end of the wall. Entering the other room, I saw a man with his back turned to me. A little kid of about 8 years was practicing around him. That is impressive. For a little kid, his hops were quite high, and his technique was more or less solid. I cracked my throat to attract their attention. Both of them stopped and turned behind to look at me. Who are you? Hansu looked at me and asked. I heard this was a Taekwondo dojo. I came to learn, I spoke confidently as I stared into his eyes. I needed to grow stronger, and this was my best bet. He smiled apologetically. Currently I am focused on training those who can do it professionally, so I cannot teach it casually. I nodded. Don't worry mister, I am here to learn. I smiled as I brought forward my hand. Apollo Raiden, sir, and I are here to be your disciple. The introduction went smoothly, and it seemed even the man somewhat gravitated towards my confidence. Right now, he was standing in front of me. Tae-hun was currently resting on the mat beside us, also judging how I would do. Hansu Song currently was in the prime of his life. His youthful characteristics were still there, and he didn't look like an old man yet, definitely not as nerdy as he looked in the manhwa. He focused his gaze on me. How much of Taekwondo do you know? I couldn't help but speak, none. He paused, however, to maintain professionalism. He continued, so, have you ever trained in any martial arts? I did do a bit of boxing from YouTube back in my previous world. A bit of boxing, sir, I spoke. Seeing him contemplating, I quickly spoke, sir, I understand you have a lot of questions, but first, show me any type of kick. You will understand what I am saying. He hesitated but soon nodded and grew serious. The air around him grew heavy, and even I could feel some sort of force revolving around him. He cocked his leg back and executed a perfect textbook roundhouse kick. Copy. Without skipping a beat, I copied his complete figure, from the way his legs spread to the position of his hands. What? Tae-hun got up, shocked and bewildered. Turning towards Hansu, I spoke, I guess you got the gist of what I wanted to show you. Chapter 6, Ch. 5. That was a wonderful technique. You learned it just now. Hansu spoke, his expression a bit shocked. Yes sir, I have no taekwondo background. My reverse eyes locked onto his figure as he suddenly did another back kick. Copying every single movement of his, my body twisted backward. My hips used the torque to generate the power required for the kick. My legs, which were cocked backward, were released like a string. The air moved with the force of my kick. Hansu POV. Today had been a simple day. He had opened his dojo expecting no one to come, let alone try to do taekwondo professionally. His son, who had always been a source of pride for him, was practicing diligently. On a normal day, their training would end at noon, and he would go meet with his wife and enjoy his day. However, today was different. A scrawny kid had ended up at his doorstep. The first thing he noticed were his eyes, dark black with shining white pupils. They looked eerie, however, he could feel a pulse of potential from them. Almost as if they were the harbinger of destruction itself. He had taken the kid's confidence with a grain of salt. No matter how talented someone may be, doing taekwondo professionally required discipline and diligence. From the kid's weak appearance, he seemed to be bullied in school and probably found a dojo to strengthen himself. However, his confidence was something that Hansu couldn't just put aside. Perfectly executing the roundhouse kick, he expected the kid to fall while doing it. No stretching, no prior experience, how does he even intend to do it right now, his thoughts had strung along. However, reality was shocking, while to someone else it would seem as if he did a wonderful roundhouse kick. That wasn't the whole truth. He not only did a roundhouse kick, but he copied every single aspect of my technique, from my breathing to my posture. Seeing him execute the back kick in a similar fashion, I knew it then and there. He is a prodigy. So, should I consider myself a student now? I spoke. He smiled kindly and spoke, yes, you are officially my student now. Before I could move, he suddenly vanished from the spot, appearing right behind me. Prodigious talent, however your body seems to require a lot of training. Turning back, I responded confused, what do you mean? He didn't speak, however, his hand moved like a whip, lightly touching my hamstrings. Erg, my knees almost buckled beneath me. Does that hurt? He spoke. While you can copy my moves, your flexibility isn't enough, neither is your stamina and other crucial factors. Standing tall in front of me, he spoke, from now on, you will have to eat the diet I prescribe you. I nodded, I will somehow find the money to do it. He was already teaching me the technique, and I didn't want to impose any more. First of all, right now your body has been exerted too much, he held my shoulder and spoke, let's get you the conditioning you require. What I didn't know was that conditioning was something that I would end up dreading. Stretch them more. Come on, are those legs or pieces of junk? Currently I was beside a wall, barely holding onto it while Hans held only my legs, almost bringing it close to my nose. My muscles felt like they were on fire. We had been at it for some hours now. Sir, isn't it enough now? I spoke, my legs felt like jelly, and I could barely stand straight. He looked at my state and finally perhaps realized that it was my first day today. His kind smile now felt threatening. Tomorrow sharp at 7 a.m. I nodded as I was too tired to protest anymore. This would help me get stronger. He finally let go of my leg, and I stood up. The pain resided for a few seconds, but soon it felt a lot better. My body still ached like a bus had run me over, however, it was better than before. Jumping up and down, I felt as if my muscles had been coiled like a string. "Thank you," I spoke towards him and exited the place. Before taking the metro, I had to first get some money. I grinned like a Cheshire cat as I thought of robbing some more entitled kids. Finding a school, I soon followed into random alleys. Ha, a big catch today, I will eat well now. Standing in front of me was a group of kids, 10 in total, with all of them being boys. There was another group beside them, 3 kids who were down on their knees, begging them for something. Of course, all they were receiving were kicks in return. Bullying, huh? I do it better. I grinned like a madman as I stepped out. That's not how you kick. I spoke. Huh? Who is this guy? One of them spoke. I walked close up to him. This is how you do it. My body twisted backward as I let go of my leg like a piece of string. Boom. My back kick connected onto his rib cage, effortlessly blowing him on the pavement. Unbuttoning my shirt, I got into a taekwondo stance. 4 of them jumped at me while the rest of them stayed back. Cowards, I thought. However, the 4 in front of me weren't doing any better. My roundhouse kick connected with his temple, putting him to sleep. Dodging the other guy's punch, my overhand smashed right onto his nose. I didn't stop my punch, instead, I pushed it further, smashing the guy right on the pavement. The other 2 paused for a second, seeing the state of their friends. Moving right in front of them, I used another spinning back kick, putting one down while a roundhouse kick ended the last one. Weak. Looking at the fearful looks the kids were giving me, I spoke, money, now. Chapter 7, ch. 6-10 days. That's how long I had been following Hansu's teaching, and one thing was clear. The man knew what he was doing. He had me run for at least 10 kilometers every single day. Each kick was taught, and he made me practice around 100 times. Flexibility training was the worst, but by now I had grown proficient enough to handle it. I grinned as I realized just how broken I was in just a matter of 10 days. My body had grown by a few inches, and I was infinitely closer to 6 feet now. More so, I had even started developing muscles. It wasn't anything much, but it was a good start. However, right now, none of those things were on my mind. After all, I was going to meet with a certain someone. Apollo Raiden was an enigmatic character. If someone who had known the previous him saw him now, they would be able to tell just how different he had become. Apollo was free, unchained, almost as if now he was his true self. Power did that to a person. Made them more of what they already were. Of course he wasn't satisfied with the power he currently had. With the acquisition of the Ultra Instinct, he knew he had the potential to reach the top if things didn't go south. However, power is achieved in multiple ways, and the most prime example of that was Charles Choi. Most people would call him elite, the second rank of the Fist Gang. He was just below Gaprion Kim, and that was a feat not many people had achieved. Even after losing a hand and being old, he could still somehow defeat Kwak Ji-chang, the former king of Seoul. Of course he had the help of a gun, but still. However, that didn't make Charles Choi dangerous. What made him truly the strongest was his business, his allies, and his intellect. Apollo believed he could grow stronger than him, and to achieve it, he finally went on his own chosen path, one of money, riches, and strength. In front of one of the most elite private schools in Seoul sat a thin and averagely tall man. His hair was parted in bangs, however, one could still see the white scara beneath them. His eyebrows turned upwards, perhaps showing slight satisfaction. He looked forward, seeing his target coming. The man in front of him was dressed in prim and proper clothes, school uniform if one must say. He had a cap on top, which made his hair fall in an awkward way. His body looked lean and athletic, however, from the way he was clutching onto his school bag, it was clear the man was the studious type. Apollo smirked seeing him walking out of the school gates. Moving in between his path, he offered his hand abruptly. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Kwak." "The name's Apollo." Kwak Ji-chang paused. he was caught off guard as a random stranger suddenly wanted to socialize with him. He brought his hands forward hesitantly. "Do I know you?" Apollo smirked and shook his head. "You don't, officially this is our first meeting. However, I have a proposal for you." Ji-chang was shocked before he composed himself, his snake-like eyes shone in the evening sun. "Whatever your proposal may be, I am not interested." He shook his head and pulled out his hand, choosing to walk beside the weird guy. However, one statement paused his stride. "Even if it makes you tons of money and opens up the real truth of the world." He turned back to once again see the absolute confidence on Apollo's face. This wasn't the first time someone had given him a proposal. In fact, Apollo's business skills lacked in comparison to many. However, one thing stood out: when you looked into his eyes, one could see the sheer amount of confidence radiating outwards. It paralyzed those who couldn't handle it. It was a beacon of hope, ironic since his eyes looked like the eyes of the devil. It was something in those eyes that made Ji-chang think twice. Stopping in his tracks, he spoke, "I am willing to listen. There is a cafe nearby. Follow me." Apollo smiled before he suddenly disappeared only to appear right beside him. Ji-chang was a bit surprised. "That speed, I wonder if he is faster than me." The walk to the cafe was a silent one. Apollo walked with a skip in his steps. Entering inside, they quickly sat at the corner table for two. "So, what is this proposal of yours?" Kwok Ji-chang's snake-like eyes analyzed every inch of Apollo. His intellect was something that he considered his greatest strength. From your attire, he looked at the clear stolen clothes that Apollo wore, you don't seem to be wealthy. Apollo shook his head. Ji-chang, tell me one thing. Haven't you noticed? He sipped on his coffee. You have always been faster and stronger than most people. In fact, right now, I can assure you, you will be able to beat all the kids in your school. He almost gripped his cup too hard, he barely fought. In fact, studying in an elite school, he was meant to work for good grades and hopefully become a civil officer. However, he knew, his body was talented, however, not one soul could have known that. He composed himself as he stared into the black eyes, so what? His smirk was getting slightly irritating for Kwok. It was as if the man knew the secrets of the world. You are talented, Ji-chang, enough to be considered a king prospect. Korea is currently in a state of flux, and with the arrival of the kings, it brings multiple business opportunities. I want you to be in the center of it. I want you to take Seoul as your kingdom. His eyes widened. It could be that whatever Apollo was speaking was bullshit, but deep down, Ji-chang knew that Apollo wasn't lying. Tell me everything about these kings. Chapter 8, Ch. 7. Have you ever heard of Gapryong Kim? Apollo spoke while sneaking a few sips in between. He had already explained to Ji-chang what the king stood for. Which for now didn't mean anything since the title had yet to be officially established. Every king had his region in which their business was supposed to be operated. Amongst the many kings, Ji-chang was the richest. That much was clear from the manhwa that Apollo had read, and it was that fact that made him want to acquire Ji-chang beforehand. Even Kitai Kim wanted him as his advisor. Yes, I have. He is a failed politician. Why? Ji-chang spoke. He had long since become accustomed to the surprise Apollo brought. He smirked. Saying Gapryong Kim was just a failed politician was the understatement of the century. The man single-handedly could be called the strongest. He had put Shingen Yamazaki into depression, and that man was the king of the Japanese underworld. Alright then, let me tell you all about the leader of the Fist Gang. You are saying his punch could shatter buildings. Don't make me laugh, we do not live in a fantasy world. Ji-chang still couldn't believe the tales of the man he called the leader of the Fist Gang. Of course, why would anyone? The idea of kings was acceptable, while outrageous, but acceptable, but humans weren't born with the ability to shatter buildings. Apollo didn't take any offense to his cautiousness. Instead he suddenly stood up, pay the bill and follow me. Ji-chang could only resign and follow him. The man had evoked too much of his curiosity. They kept walking until they ended up in a small area full of trees. Apollo looked at him and spoke, "Watch this." While his master had only made him condition his body, his mind still remembered the back kick his teacher had shown him. Hansu Song was strong, enough to be called a legend. Just by copying his technique, Apollo had risen to a new level. With the better state of his body, he could do things that people would never believe. Seeing Ji-chang observing him, he quickly twisted his body. Every single muscle followed his intent. A slight illusion of Hansu Song appeared behind him. He pushed back with all his strength, his leg became a phantom as it launched itself at the tree. Boom! Ji-chang took a step back from the wind pressure that was generated. Apollo's leg ached, however, he didn't let it show. Instead, let the future king of Seoul gawk at his display of strength. The tree had a foot-sized dent inside, small shards were spread all across the ground. Ji-chang looked at the sky before sighing, "Fuck, you are right." He snapped his head back before looking at me, "What is our business plan?" Ji-chang wasn't an advisor or a sidekick. No, he was an equal, a partner with whom Apollo intended to reach the skies. "First, you get the seat of the king of Seoul." This time Ji-chang's lips parted a bit, a small smirk tugged at his lips. The future had something for him, and for a long time, he was excited. Apollo was satisfied with his deal with Ji-chang, they had understood their roles and even discussed the terms of their future business. Of course the first thing he did was remove the god-awful cap that Ji-chang wore, instead letting him relish in a side part. "This suits you so much better," he had spoken back then. Of course, right now he was heading back to his orphanage. While being rich was a plan, he had yet to achieve any of it. Now all I need to do is train and train. Just like that, the rest of the month soon passed as well. Hansu Song taught every single technique he knew to Apollo. He made him run till his legs were on fire, made him jump with a log tied to his back, and even stretched his legs like they were jelly. And Apollo took all of the training with a smile. His body grew stronger and fuller. He was now exactly 6 feet tall and had a very good foundation in Taekwondo. His legs had the strength of a bull, and his speed was enough to blitz multiple people. He had long since changed his hairstyle as well, his bangs were now a part of history. Instead he now rocked a middle part. His face had maintained its low body fat, clearly showing off his well-made jaw and high cheekbones. Apollo was handsome, and he knew it. And his first step in Anson was to finally rejoin his school. After all, the bully system had to be placed, he thought as he went to his school after a whole month of rest. The reason? He was ill. It was bad, but since his principal agreed, that was all he needed. Meanwhile, Ji-chang had been training and fighting across all of Seoul. At first the man had tried boxing, however, he could tell the art wasn't working for him. He switched between multiple martial arts styles and continued pressing school after school. His goal was to go after the current strongest in Seoul, however, as Apollo had warned him, he must first find his own fighting style. So all he did was fight and adapt. He kept doing it until he finally decided on one. The hand blades. His hands moved like a serpent, and he could utilize most of his intellect in the fights. From the very moment he found his fighting style, something changed. He was even stronger, he adapted, and he kept growing strong. He could destroy trees if he tried, and he finally believed himself to be ready. Ready to take the seat of the king. Of course, things weren't as simple for everyone. Gapryong Kim was just sipping tea one afternoon when a member of his crew suddenly barged into his room, panting. "What is it?" he asked, barely giving him a glance. Sir, a kid with those eyes has been spotted." Gapryong's eyes widened. "Where?" Anson. Chapter 9, ch. 8. Anson Public. The school that was renowned for its extreme kids and corrupt teachers who barely paid attention. In fact, the problem was so bad that some teachers even showed favoritism towards the bullies. Overall, the atmosphere in Anson Public was definitely not meant for studying. However, Apollo was unaware of all the things that had recently happened in the school. Let alone the whole of Anson. Entering his classroom, it was full of kids. Some were sitting and smoking while others were drinking soju and playing cards. Seeing Apollo enter, a group of kids from the back seat sat up. Their postures were relaxed. Standing in front of Apollo, they smirked and spoke, "Where have you been, runt?" Apollo was 6 feet tall now, which was very tall by Korean standards. One of the bullies who had spoken to him barged into Apollo's personal space, smiling depravedly, expecting him to cower in fear like he always used to do. So, what if he grew a bit taller and put on some mass? He is still the same weak runt, still beneath me. He thought as Apollo had yet to respond. He laughed while pushing his finger on Apollo's cheek. "Look, he even has some eye defect now." The others too joined in on the laughter. However, every single one paused when Apollo smirked. They had never seen him smirk. Picking up the leader of the bullies like a kid, similar to how Ki-tae Kim held his younger brother up, he spoke with confidence, "Who the fuck are you, little guy?" The bully got progressively enraged being treated as a kid. Using his shoulder as leverage, he kicked on it to free himself out of his grasp. "You, fucker, you think just because you're a little taller, you can do shit around here." He moved forward, a straight punch to Apollo's cheek. Seeing the punch coming towards him, Apollo moved his head just a few inches, enough to slip the punch by a small margin. "I don't get hit by the likes of you." The very next second, a roundhouse kick landed on the head's chin. "Wait, did you see that kick? Wasn't that so fast? Is this really Apollo?" The other members in the group muttered amongst themselves seeing the speed of his attack. The bully thought he had endured the kick. He spoke rudely, "That didn't even tickle yo dash dot." Like a puppet on strings, his body suddenly fell to the ground unconscious. Apollo let out a sigh, "As for you lot, want the same treatment?" The rest of the group backed off, seeing just a small percent of his abilities were enough to put fear in them. They all resided in their place. However, a single topic ran amok in their circle: is Apollo strong enough to beat Daiku? Daiku was the current head of the school. It was even said that he stood amongst the top 10 in Tae-soo Ma's crew. Just that alone told people just how strong he was, and the person on the ground was his younger brother, which just meant that the fight was inevitable. The classes resumed as normal, in which Apollo slept and sighed throughout the period. Boom! The gates were forcefully opened as a hulking man soon entered the place. His body must have been around 6 feet 3 inches, and from his bulging muscles, he didn't even look like a high schooler. He entered the place like he owned it, seeing the sleeping figure of Apollo. He punched down on his unguarded head. Apollo didn't even blink before he jumped out of his seat. His body subconsciously predicted danger and acted. He slowly opened his eyes, seeing the broken state of his table. "So you are the Daiku they've been talking about?" Apollo spoke while stretching his hands and shoulders. "Yes, I am, and today you will learn why I am the head of this school," he spoke with fury. Apollo nodded, "I also heard you are in Tae-soo's gang." He grew even angrier. Instead of responding, he rushed at him. His body crouched in an optimal stance for a wrestler. He lunged at him with the ferociousness of a tiger. A wrestler, Apollo thought as he adjusted his taekwondo stance. He tried to put Apollo in a hold. However, Apollo used his hands as placement and jumped behind him. "A German suplex," Apollo spoke as he rushed towards him. "Was this how you did it?" Mimicking his actions to a T, he grabbed his waist, lifting the giant man through sheer strength, and crashed him on the pavement. "Erg!" he shouted loudly as he tried to stand up. He was bleeding from his head, but he refused to give in. "Admirable," Apollo spoke. He crossed his legs while he lowered his center of gravity. "After you wake up, lead me to Tae-soo. I have something to talk to him about." Hansu Song, 1080-degree kick. His body pulsed with strength. He jumped upwards, spinning. Daiku could only look in horror as the kick descended on him with the force of a moving truck. Boom! He didn't even have a chance at defending, his figure buried itself in the pavement, the light had left his eyes. Unconscious. No way. Did you see that? He beat Daiku. How? He was so weak before. Is Apollo our new leader now? Different questions rang among the crowd who had chosen to watch. Looking at Daiku's crew, Apollo spoke, "Take him to the infirmary, I went easy on him so he will wake up in an hour." They nodded while hurriedly scurrying to take the body of their leader. Apollo followed them to the medical ward. After all, he had his own questions. For his plan to work, he had to make Taesu make an alliance with him. And finding Taesu wasn't as easy as people expected it to be. After all, he was the king of Anson. I wonder if he had achieved strength mastery. I hope not, otherwise, things wouldn't be as easy as I hoped them to be. Apollo's reverse eyes gazed calmly at the sleeping Daiku. Chapter 10, ch. 9. Apollo walked towards where he heard Taesu currently was. Where was that? His own school. Apollo had conveniently forgotten Taesu-ma was still just a high schooler. At most he was supposed to graduate this year, however still just in high school. Entering through the gates like a brazen man, he sprinted towards Class 1A, the class where Daiku said Taesu studied in. As he got closer and closer to the class, he could feel stares enveloping him. Multiple people were looking his way, assessing whether he was a threat or not. Taesu has garnered this much loyalty this soon, how? He thought as he continued his way towards the classroom. He stopped right beside the door. It was at that moment he spoke, "If you want to fight, then fight, otherwise, keep your eyes down." His voice was bold and clear. Some of the students took a step back, however, the rest of them started to walk in on Apollo. "Let him enter," Taesu-ma spoke while calmly resting against the window panel, his eyes locked onto Apollo, who smirked in return. The class had gone silent as Apollo walked through and sat right in front of Taesu. Copying the resting posture of the king of Anson, he spoke, "It's been long, how are you doing?" "I am good." "Aha." Apollo shook his head, abruptly standing up. He spoke, "I have a plan, Taesu, 2 plans to be exact, and I want you to be a part of it." The first plan is the bully system, Apollo thought as he analyzed what the man was going to say next. "I don't work with people who run away from fights." His stance was clear. That day, according to him, Apollo had run with his tail between his legs. Weak. That was his assertion of Apollo, even though the man had changed. However, there was one more reason as to why he provoked the black-eyed menace. Taesu-ma was a battle junkie. He loved to fight. That is how he had taken everyone under Anson under him. His right fist had dominated even the strongest in the area. "After this, I will go to Taegu. I wonder how strong their new king is," the king of Anson thought as he too stood up. He towered over Apollo by a few inches. "I can fix that for you. Meet me down in the backyard. And bring your whole gang while you are at it." With that, Apollo coolly walked out of the place. "Sir, who was that?" The number 3 in Taesu's gang spoke. His eyes stared at Apollo with rage. "Just some guy I met a month before." Taesu spoke while getting up. "Majin, call everyone to the backyard, I have a fight to handle." The evening sun was blanketing the school ground in a red cover. The trees buzzed with the calm wind flowing around them. The school was nearly empty with only a few janitors left to clean the place around. However, the craziest part was the school backyard. Almost half of the school had come around to witness the fight between this new challenger. Was there going to be a new king of Anson today? That was the thought on everyone's mind. The crowd cheered as they took their place among the ground, making a temporary circle where the fight would take place. Taesu's gang stood menacingly in a line with the man in front of them. Apollo stood against him. His reverse eyes glowed dimly. He spoke, "You know, Tae-soo, we could have done this the easier way. Tae-soo shook his head, talk after the fight. After all, the man hadn't ever lost. His fist had never been put down, and his confidence was at an all-time high. Apollo tensed his muscles. He was the first to lunge in. His body twisted for a sidekick right to Tae-soo's temple. Seeing Tae-soo tank the kick, he couldn't wait for the man to attack. One thing Apollo knew was that no matter how he fought, if his opponent's punch landed, he would be at a grave disadvantage. He quickly fixed his posture. The essence of Taekwondo lies in its fluidity. Shifting to another stance, another roundhouse kick landed on Tae-soo's jaw. However, there was a reason he was tanking on the kicks, and that was to create an opportunity. One where he could land a punch. His fist was already halfway before Apollo kicked the ground, distancing himself from the man. The punch landed to create a big boom in the place. The crowd shook as they saw the ground had a meter-long circular dent on it. What power! Oh my God, is he a superhero? Is this really possible? Apollo shook his head, even though cold sweat covered his back, he chose to move forward. After all, what was a man who gave up on the face of adversity? Ultra instinct was an amazing tool, he stretched the body to its limits. However, that's all it did, it could only take it up to the limit. Not cross it. And Apollo knew that. Tae-soo didn't give him a moment of respite. He charged at him like a feral dog. His hair stood on its ends as another death cannon headed his way. How is he so strong, he thought. After all, even with the training he had done with Hansu, he was still not in the same realm as this man. Seeing the punch incoming at such a rapid pace, Apollo chose to kick it upwards, hoping to change its trajectory. However, suddenly his mind remembered a line his teacher had told him. The greatest fighter is one who understands his strength and chooses to focus on them. A simple line, however, Apollo could tell how useful it was. What is my own strength, he thought. Copy. And ultra instinct. Copy isn't just limited to mimicking the action. He thought, copying was more, it could be more than just being a copycat. If I understand the essence, then I can be better than a copy, I can be a master. Looking at the fist approaching his chest. He brought his leg down and shifted into a karate stance. One he had seen done. Belief, that's what you have, right, Tae-soo? Apollo smirked. Chapter 11, ch. 10. Belief, that's what you have, Tae-soo. Apollo smirked. Belief. It was something intrinsic, existing within the domain of the mind. Apollo knew he didn't want to place all his faith in his fist, he had a far more complex fighting style than Tae-soo. But his body was another matter. This body. I shall never go down with it. Apollo had finally decided on the path he would take. The world of Lookism was governed by a few principles. The way to grow strong is to find your own path. Merely copying someone would only make you a shadow, a lesser version of the original. And Apollo had found his own path, not to mimic, but to take inspiration and make it his own. The punch landed with the force of a crashing wave. But the body it struck was like a mountain, unshaken, firmly grounded. Apollo's eyes glowed for a second, but they quickly dimmed. The punch had made him skid across the ground. His stance remained solid. A deep purple bruise formed where the blow had landed on his chest. Yet Apollo wasn't down. He shifted into another stance. Come on, Tae-soo. The fight isn't over. This was difficult, Apollo thought as he adjusted his stance to alleviate the pain. He had just begun his path, but he was leagues behind Tae-soo, who was already deep into his own journey. Both men rushed at each other. Apollo ducked beneath Tae-soo's punch, but Tae-soo adjusted the trajectory at the last second. Using the power of his legs, Apollo leaped into the air to avoid the punch. Axe kick. Being high up in the air made it the perfect moment for an axe kick. His foot landed squarely on Tae-soo's hand. Yes. Somewhere in the middle of the fight, Tae-soo had deployed both hands, not to attack, but to defend. His crew watched, stunned. They had never seen Tae-soo use his left hand, not even for defense. How strong is Apollo? That thought consumed everyone. Not only had Apollo survived, but he was also forcing Tae-soo to fight harder. It was something they would only expect from kings of other regions. Daiku, still wrapped in bandages from their previous encounter, had joined the group. He watched the fight in horror. Had Apollo gone all out against me? What would have happened to me? He nervously hid among the crew. One thing was clear to all of them: Apollo was a monster. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Apollo dodged yet another attack, landing precise kicks to Tae-soo's face. His precision had only improved as the fight progressed. His kicks had become stronger, faster, and more unpredictable. His belief in his body was working in full force. But Tae-soo wasn't far behind. His punches grew quicker, and more importantly, stronger. Some of Tae-soo's blows cracked the ground beneath them, making the terrain uneven for both fighters. His body was marked by the numerous kicks he'd absorbed from Apollo, while Apollo struggled with the bruises Tae-soo had inflicted. Both men grinned as they fought on, pushing each other beyond their limits. It was the kind of battle one only dreams of. Apollo's resolve seemed to grow stronger with each strike. Dodging another punch, he attempted a back kick on Tae-soo, but Tae-soo slammed his fist into the ground, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Both men skidded back a few meters. Apollo managed a pained smirk. "Ready to discuss my plan now, Tae-soo?" Tae-soo, the king of Anson, wasn't doing much better. Known for his raw power, his endurance wasn't enough to withstand so many punishing blows from Apollo. He hits harder than last time, Tae-soo thought. Last time, I barely had to try, and even then it was easy. But now Apollo was his equal, and that earned Tae-soo's respect. "Tell me everything." The schoolyard was nearly empty. The crowd that had gathered had dispersed. Only Tae-soo's gang and Apollo remained. Sitting on a table, Apollo stared at Tae-soo with his reverse eyes. "That isn't a bad idea," Tae-soo said, considering the implications of the bully system. The name was a bit cheesy, but the concept was sound. The bully system involved selecting a leader for each school. These heads would use their influence to collect protection fees from the students. Anyone who couldn't pay would be subjected to bullying. However, it was strictly forbidden to bully someone who had paid their share. The heads would collect the money and give it to Apollo and Tae-soo. With multiple schools in the area, the plan was solid. "Considering I need a way to make money, this is the best opportunity," Tae-soo thought. He extended his hand toward Apollo. "You have my word. Let's execute this plan." The black-eyed menace shook his hand. "I guess it's time for me to take my leave." Apollo stood up. He hadn't told Hansu he wouldn't be coming back, and it was best he left quickly. Otherwise, he knew how ruthless his teacher could be. Skid. Skid. Apollo turned his head at the sound of tires screeching. Outside the school gates, a sleek black limousine had parked. Several SUVs surrounded the car, and a swarm of men stepped out, guarding the area. Apollo glanced back at Tae-soo. "Do you know anything about this?" Tae-soo shook his head, signaling his ignorance. Apollo had a hunch about the man in the black car. "No way Charles Choi is already this rich, he must still be in prison, I think." The gates opened, and Apollo's eyes widened in shock. A man dressed in a coat with black and white stripes and a white muffler around his neck stepped out. His eyes scanned the field, stopping when they locked with Apollo's. Gapryong Kim had entered. Chapter 12, ch. 11. Gapryong Kim, the strongest man in the entire Lookism universe, people compared him to a dragon, and Apollo couldn't lie, he believed it too. If before he only thought of him as a cool character, like a certain Gojo, now that he was in his presence, he finally understood how monstrous the man's aura truly was. It was suffocating. Turning back, He saw all the gang members bowing in respect to Mr. Kim, even Tae-soo had bowed. I admit he's very strong, but bowing down to someone isn't something I'm willing to do, he thought, eyes locked on the incoming figure of Gapryong Kim. The man was flanked by a massive, bald-headed figure, Jerry Kwan's father. It seems the younger generation doesn't respect us anymore, Biko, Gapryong Kim said, stopping right in front of Apollo. Both men towered over him. To the onlookers, it felt like two adults sizing up a child. But that's fine. First time meeting, Gapryong continued, offering his hand. Apollo took it. Apollo Raiden, sir. Gapryong raised an eyebrow. Raiden? He leaned forward, coming eye level with Apollo. Come with me. We have a lot to talk about. Apollo followed him to a nearby car, catching Tae-soo's shocked face from the corner of his eye. After all, the man practically revered Gapryong Kim. Inside the limousine, Apollo couldn't help but gape. The interior was decked in luxury. A star-studded roof, tinted windows, clearly built for privacy. Must be bulletproof, huh? Apollo asked casually. Gapryong laughed. No, it's not. Apollo blinked. No wonder this guy died, he thought, staring at him. Don't give me that look, Gapryong said with a grin. You first-generation types don't understand. If a bullet could kill me, I might as well be the weakest man in the world. He laughed again. Apollo sat across from him as Biko Kwan took the seat beside him. The man's sheer presence was like sitting next to the Hulk. Apollo gulped. He was confident, not delusional. He didn't know why Gapryong Kim was interested in him, but one thing was certain, if things went wrong, there wasn't a soul in the world that could save him. He stared at the dragon, running through everything he'd done. It took a minute, but eventually, it hit him. It wasn't about what he had done, it was about what he could do. The ultra instinct. Gapryong locked eyes with him. Boy, are you from Japan? Apollo shook his head. As far as he knew, his eyes didn't come from any bloodline. From the corner of his eye, he saw Biko glance at his leader with a knowing look. Come with me, Gapryong said. Let me tell you about your eyes. The car ride was long. During that time, Gapryong told him everything about the Yamazaki clan, their leader, his eyes, and how terrifyingly powerful he was. Apollo already knew some of the information, but hearing the scale of destruction the man had caused left him speechless. 20 minutes in, Apollo finally asked, so where exactly are we going? My mansion, Gapryong said with a smirk. As the car doors opened, he was met with a breathtaking sight: a sprawling property stretching over several acres. Perfectly maintained lawns. Servants tending to gardens. Dangerous-looking people manning the perimeter. I might even have problems dealing with these goons. What the hell, Apollo thought. Sure, one-on-one, he could win. But if they came at him all at once, even surviving would be tough. What do you want, Mr. Kim? Apollo asked, turning toward the enigmatic man. Throughout the journey, he hadn't sensed any hostility from him. Nothing, kid. I was just curious, Gapryong replied casually. Apollo finally let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. That he turned to the man again. I have a favor to ask you. Gapryong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. In his long life, he had met many enigmatic people, Yamazaki Shinjen, Mujin Jin, Jin Young Park, and now, Apollo. He saw the same potential in this boy. I'd like to meet Mr. Jin Young Park. Gapryong narrowed his eyes. You know him? Apollo nodded. Of course. I believe he could help me with something. I can arrange that meeting. But why should I? Apollo had expected that. He barely knew Gapryong, and Jin Young's time wasn't something easily bought. Think of it as me owing you one, all right? Apollo said, flashing his confident smirk. Gapryong looked at him long and hard. He reminded him more of himself than of Shinjen. Shinjen was too emo, quiet, serious, always brooding. Come to think of it, there had been some news floating around about him lately, but Gapryong hadn't heard the full story yet. All right then. Come eat first, he said, and the three of them headed inside. The food was served quickly. During the meal, Apollo asked about Gapryong's plans, Korean politics, and even the current economy. What he found surprised him. Gapryong was noble, genuinely trying to reduce corruption in Korea. And he wasn't just powerful, he was smart, informed. Who is this, father? A small voice asked from the doorway. A young, frail-looking kid stood there. Jake. Apollo blinked before realization hit. Jake Kim, the future leader of Big Deal. Jake, meet Mr. Apollo. He might become an important figure someday. The boy looked at Apollo's black eyes and took a step back. No thanks, father. I'll be out playing. Apollo stood frozen, his hand still extended mid-handshake, mouth slightly open. This brat. Chapter 13, ch. 12. The last couple of days, Tae-soo-ma had been working hard. Fighting was fun for him, but business? That was something he found downright dreadful. Still, he knew how important it was for a proper organization to function. He had instructed his crew members to follow the plan Apollo had provided, sending some of his best men to every school in the district. Private schools were still out of reach, for now. But if his influence continued to grow, even they would soon fall within his grasp. Speaking of Apollo, the black-eyed enigma had disappeared after leaving with Gapryong Kim. Tae-soo wouldn't lie, he was jealous, but he believed in himself. When the time came, no one would be stronger than his right fist. Sir, we've implemented the plan in 7 schools. The earnings should start coming in by the end of the month, his right-hand man reported. Tae-soo simply nodded. Looking up at the sky, a vein pulsed on his forehead. He had a sneaking suspicion, Apollo was off training somewhere. The last fight had made it clear how talented his rival was. It's time. I'll head to the jungle soon, he thought. Meanwhile, Apollo crouched low, dodging yet another projectile, his body running on pure instinct. Looking back at his teacher, Hansu Song, who had a large, comical tick mark throbbing on his forehead, Apollo sighed in despair. Hansu juggled rocks in his hands, kicking each one with pinpoint accuracy straight at Apollo. The moment Apollo dodged, another rock followed. The more he avoided, the faster they came. I get it, you're mad, but isn't this overkill? Apollo thought, his eyes tracking another incoming rock at blinding speed. Seeing no room to dodge, he shifted posture. Belief. He exhaled sharply, tightening his abs. The rock hit, hard, but only left a skid mark on his skin. Apollo smirked. He was getting better at defense. You think smirking will save you, brat? Hansu shouted, righteous fury sparkling in his eyes. He launched 5 rocks into the air and kicked them mid-fall with lightning speed. He still held back, of course. But Apollo didn't need to know that. Sweat dropping, Apollo shouted, okay, I get it. I shouldn't have used your skills in a street fight, but come on, I might actually die at this rate. Hansu disappeared and reappeared in front of Apollo in a flash. Not only did you use my skills on that king, you even asked for a new master. Did you think I wouldn't notice just because you were mumbling? From the side, Tae-hun snickered, making Apollo's eyebrow twitch. First Jake, now Tae-hun. I fucking hate little kids. Apollo had to leave training for 2 days and, in a rare moment of honesty, he told Hansu the truth. Now, he was regretting that choice. Lying would have been so much better. While Apollo pondered his poor decisions, Hansu's expression softened. Placing a hand on Apollo's head, he said, Kid, I taught you these skills not to incite violence. Taekwondo isn't meant for that. And more importantly, you met him. His face turned serious. I don't know much, but I've heard whispers, rumors among the higher-ups. Information about him is classified, even to us. Trust me. People like him are dangerous. Apollo nodded. He understood Hansu's concern. From an adult's perspective, it all made sense. But Apollo had his own beliefs. Matching his master's gaze, he said, "I understand, master. But, this is important to me. These titles, these kings, they might sound childish now, but I believe they'll matter in the future." Hansu still looked uncertain. So Apollo continued, not to seek approval, but to show conviction. "The man I fought. I believe that in a month or two, he'll break the wall." Hansu's eyes widened. Few in the military even understood what the wall was. Most fighters spent their whole lives without even realizing it existed. But Hansu knew that at the highest level, every martial artist hit a wall, a metaphysical boundary. If they gave up, they'd never grow. But if they pushed forward, they'd evolve into monsters. Only a handful had crossed it. Kim and Jinchul were among them. Just the fact that Apollo knew about the wall was shocking. This was the first time Hansu truly realized how different Apollo was, the way he carried himself, his raw talent, the ambition gleaming in his eyes. "You're saying a teenager will break a wall that even veterans struggle with?" Hansu asked, still in disbelief. Apollo laughed. "Talent grows where talent gathers, master." He thought, that's why so many people around the protagonist always end up monsters. He lifted his hand with his signature confidence. "How about this, in 2 months, I'll reach the wall myself. Consider this a bet." Hansu stared at him for a long moment, then slowly shook his hand. "All right then, but be ready for the hell I'm about to put you through." Apollo grinned. "With pleasure." Ring. Apollo's phone buzzed. "One SEC, master," he said, picking up his beat-up phone and answering the call. A familiar voice spoke on the other end. "I've completed my task, Apollo." A smirk tugged at Apollo's lips. "I believe Seoul is yours now." Jichang Kwok. He looked up at the sky, his eyes gleaming with quiet fire. No matter who stood in his way, this time, he'd reach the top. "Wanna read more chapters? Come to my Patreon to read all unedited chaps. patreon.com/immortal806. Comment. 7 Comment. Vote. Chapter 14, ch. 13. Lookism Thursday is here guys, tell me anything about the recent chapter. Looking at his newly stolen watch, Apollo shrugged that it was late evening, the sun nearly vanished beneath the horizon. I guess the era of kings has begun, he thought, thanks to Jichang Kwok's confirmation, he knew Seoul now had its rightful king. Soon, the other kings would rise too, and eventually, James Lee would appear, that brought another name to mind. Seonji Yuk. Apollo had already decided what to do with him. Once his plan came to fruition, he would depart for Chanliang. After all, James Lee wasn't nearly as dangerous if Seonji Yuk was alive. Tomorrow was a big day. His meeting with Jin Young Park was at noon. That he wondered what kind of path Jin Young had taken to become that strong. Those who copy blindly without finding their own path, end up as cheap knockoffs. Johan Song had found his path, Apollo had too. And now he wanted to see the path of someone who once stood near Gapryong Kim in strength. "Whatever it is, I'll find out tomorrow," he muttered, turning toward home. The next day, noon. Kim Manor. "Hello, Mr. Jin Young," Apollo greeted, extending a hand. Across from him stood the pinnacle of what copy represented, Jin Young Park. That he looked younger than expected. No red bandana, just a clean suit. "So, Gapryong told me about those." Jin Young pointed at Apollo's glowing eyes, still unsure why this teenager had sought him out. "Why exactly did you want to meet me?" "I get why you're confused," Apollo said, rubbing the back of his neck. "I'll be direct, I have copy too. Just like you." Jin Young's eyes narrowed slightly, surprised, but only for a second. Eyes like that man, and a copy? "Who is this kid?" Apollo continued. "I came here to ask a favor. With your experience as part of the 0th generation, I imagine you have a ton of techniques. I want to copy them. He said it without flinching, shamelessly bold that he knew it was a long shot. After all, asking the man to hand over a lifetime of experience was a foolish endeavor in itself. Of course Apollo didn't care about any shamelessness when it came to increasing his strength. Jin Young burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. You want to learn all my techniques? Hell no. Apollo sighed. Yeah, figured. How about just some sparring sessions then? Jin Young deadpanned. You think I don't know that's the same thing? Jin Young wasn't dumb, since he was a copy user himself, he knew the sparring session method. After all, I tricked countless people with it myself. However, he couldn't decide whether the kid was a genius, or an idiot. Who just walks in and asks for another man's legacy? Huff. Apollo shrugged. Worth a try. He turned to leave, his shoulders slightly down, but Jin Young's voice stopped him. I can give you some advice, though. Apollo turned back, suddenly serious. Now this is something worth hearing. Jin Young ran a hand through his hair. Copying techniques might seem like the path to strength, and maybe it is. But for someone like us, it's not about the technique. He looked Apollo straight in the eye. It's the physique. He added, with a worthy body, there's nothing a copy user can't overcome. Apollo let that settle. My physique, it's not weak, but it's nowhere near where it should be. He remembered how bloody talented were the reverse eyes users in durability and body specs. I've only been in this world for a month, however. I certainly got complacent. Of course, suddenly acquiring power like this would make anyone feel a high. This one meeting had given him something invaluable, perspective. For copy users, the body was the true foundation. With reverse eyes. It was a shame his body wasn't worthy of them yet. I guess that helped, Jin Young said with a knowing smirk. Apollo bowed. Thank you. As he left, he made up his mind, copy could wait. It was time to build a physique worthy of reverse eyes. Later that day. So, you want to train your body, huh? Hansu Song raised an eyebrow at the unusually serious Apollo. He hadn't seen the kid this determined before. All right. I'll help you. Apollo smiled faintly in gratitude. But listen, Hansu added, folding his arms, just lifting weights isn't enough. You need to believe in your martial arts, master them. That's how real strength is built. From now on, it was decided Apollo would live with Hansu and the legend would make sure that Taekwondo would be embedded into his bones. Unknowingly, Hansu had just planted the seeds of something far greater than he expected. With Apollo there, the future had multiple things planned for him. The Taekwondo legend wouldn't end with him. Alright, drop and give me 1,000 push-ups. Apollo blinked. Wait, didn't you say we'd be practicing Taekwondo? Hansu just smiled. I've signed a deal with the devil, haven't I? Apollo's sweat dropped and sighed internally, but dropped into form without a word. As the minutes ticked by, he didn't stop for a single second, instead pushing himself beyond of what he was capable of. I can do this. 1 month from now, there will be nothing my body can't handle. Copying the essence of Tae-Soo Ma, he had understood belief, so Apollo knew his journey would be long. But he was ready. Now 1,000 sit-ups. Hansu barked commands non-stop. Push-ups. Sit-ups. Pull-ups. Then stretching, a level of pain that made Apollo question life itself. But he didn't stop. Stopping would mean giving up, stopping would mean being a loser. And one thing Apollo was not, was a loser. Each Taekwondo kick was practiced over 100 times, conditioning his body to its limit. His sweat stained the floor, but Apollo's thoughts remained sharp. I have to push my plan forward, for my dream. The first generation crew. I really fucking love this world. Chapter 15, ch. 14. What do you think Taekwondo has, strength, speed, or technique? Hansu asked, looking at the sweating Apollo. Apollo glanced up from his exercises. It had been a week since he began training under Hansu. He now lived with Hansu's family, which included Taehun and his mother. He still remembered how Taehun's mother had made him eat twice his usual capacity, something about needing the proper nutrition to support his intense training. In both his lives, he had never experienced this kind of warmth or hospitality. Reflecting on Hansu's question, Apollo came to a quiet realization. It's not the martial art, it's the practitioner. Hansu nodded proudly. Exactly. Every martial art carries those qualities, but it's the practitioner's talent that determines how far those qualities go. Apollo returned the nod but raised a brow. Why are you telling me this? Hansu crouched down to meet him at eye level. We made a bet about you reaching the wall, didn't we? I still have doubts that a teenager can achieve it, but I've decided to trust you. His tone grew serious. To reach mastery, as you called it, one must move forward along their path. Without a path, trying to reach mastery is just suicide. Apollo listened carefully as Hansu's expression turned grim. All you've been doing so far is copying my techniques. Until you forge your own path, don't even dream about reaching the wall. Apollo smirked. Of course, he knew the importance of a path, especially in this world of Lookism. Johann Song had found his path and grew monstrously strong from it. Apollo, too, had discovered something during his recent fight with Tae-Soo Ma, a spark of his own way forward. Almost like something out of a martial arts novel. Since Tae-Soo's path was so direct and linear, reaching mastery would be more straightforward for him. Apollo, however, with his ever-shifting path of adaptation, would have to test and explore many different routes to find that same wall. Worrying won't get you far, master. Just teach me everything you can. Leave the rest to me, Apollo said, his black eyes locked on Hansu with quiet determination. Hansu paused for a moment, gauging the resolve in his student's voice, before stealing his own. All right then. Today, I want you to practice the side kick. 2,000 repetitions. Apollo gave a sharp nod. Yes, master. But before he could move, Hansu raised a finger, halting him. Not like that. I brought some equipment. He gestured toward a heavy pile of gear. A weighted vest, 50 kilograms. Leg weights, 30 kilos each. Apollo stared at the setup. Hansu's kind smile felt more like that of a slave driver. I've already decided, master, he thought, pushing away the dread. He took a stance, muscles tensing. For Taekwondo, I'll achieve speed mastery. Swing. Boom. His leg whipped through the air, leaving a faint afterimage behind. It was barely visible, but Hansu caught it. Using the exact technique Hansu had shown him, Apollo launched into the repetitions, determined to push his muscles to the absolute limit. 2, 3, 4. Hansu counted, watching intently as Apollo executed every side kick with flawless form. What Apollo didn't realize, however, was that something subtle had begun. The belief, the philosophy he had copied from Tae-Soo, was working. His leg moved just a little faster now. Not by much, but enough that Hansu noticed. Apollo was improving, fast. Huff, huff. Apollo panted, finally finishing the last exercise of the day. Not only had Hansu drilled him in the 5 core techniques of Taekwondo, but also made him run through the city wearing that insane vest. Apollo deadpanned as he recalled the stairs. People looked at him like he was out of his mind. Why must I endure this lunatic of a master, he thought, his soul crushed. Back at Hansu's house, Taehun ignored him, heading straight to his room. But Taehun's mother, who was busy cooking, turned slightly and smiled warmly. Apollo, honey. Come quickly, dinner's ready. Apollo smiled softly and excused himself to the temporary room. As much as he appreciated their kindness, he knew the time would come when he'd need to find his own place. He collapsed onto the bed, sighing with bliss. Now this is heaven. Lying there for a minute or two, he eventually grabbed his phone and dialed Tae-Soo's number. Ring. Ring. Hello. Who is this? An unfamiliar voice answered. Taesu. Apollo asked, confused. That wasn't his voice. Was Taesu in danger? Ah, you must be Apollo, sir. The young voice replied brightly. My name's Hudson. Senior Taesu told me to give you a message if you called. Apollo's eyes widened. Hudson An. The future son of Anson had already arrived on the scene. He grinned. Go ahead. Hudson cleared his throat and mimicked Taesu's voice in a deeper tone. I'm heading to the mountains to train. My crew's handling business. Don't worry. Apollo nodded to himself. I see. So he's training. I'll talk to him later then. Nice meeting you, Hudson. Hudson grunted. Beep. I see, so he's already met him, Apollo thought. Lately I've been surrounded by kids, Taehun, Jack, now Hudson. Apollo. Where are you? Come quick. Taehun's mother called again. Dinner was ready. Apollo stepped out of his room and joined Hansu, his wife, and Taehun at the table. A massive portion of rice and curry was already waiting for him. She was clearly determined to fatten him up. Conversation flowed easily, about Hansu, his wife's job, Taehun's school. Apollo didn't even realize how much he enjoyed being there. He was smiling the entire time. I was expecting to see my disciple when I came to Busan, Gapriang Kim said, slowly eating from a dish at the table. Instead, I hear about a boy with reverse eyes, unconscious on the shore, he continued, his voice cold. That's the second time I've seen it happen this year. Gun Park, only 14, raised an eyebrow but stayed silent. Gapriang's tone hardened. Tell me what happened, boy. Why is the child of Shingen like this? Chapter 16, ch. 15. Apollo walked toward the closed playground, his steps calm and measured as Hansu's words echoed in his mind. Training won't be efficient right now. While I'm against violence, you can spar with your friends. Just be careful, alright? That conversation had sparked something in him. With the month drawing to an end, Apollo needed to gauge just how far he'd come. And for that, he needed someone strong, someone real. The park lay quiet under the soft red afterglow of the setting sun. Though unkempt, the grass shimmered with flecks of golden light, almost like glitter scattered across the earth. The playground itself was cordoned off with faded yellow tape, the swings still, the slides rusting. Nearby stood the skeletal remains of an abandoned school project, casting long shadows. It was the perfect place for solitude, and for a fight. As he stepped onto the grounds, Apollo immediately spotted someone sitting on one of the benches. Ji-chang Kwok. The King of Seoul sat smoking, the cigarette dangling from his fingers as he gazed into the distance. You know, Apollo said with a grin, walking over, you might be graduating, but you're still too young to be smoking. Ji-chang didn't respond immediately. Without even glancing at Apollo, he held out the cigarette in offering. Apollo waved a hand. I don't smoke. Ji-chang nodded, still watching the horizon. After a long moment of silence, he finally spoke. Why'd you call me here? We could have handled business over the phone. Apollo shook his head. This isn't about business. He looked at Ji-chang seriously. You're the strongest person I know. That's why. I want to fight you. Of course, Apollo knew what he was asking. If he wanted to truly test himself, there was no better opponent. Ji-chang wasn't just any fighter, he was the king. The top dog. And unlike the other kings, he hadn't even peaked yet. Ji-chang turned, finally giving him his full attention. You want a spar? He asked, almost surprised. Apollo nodded. My strength can only grow if I fight stronger people. So, are you in? Ji-chang exhaled smoke and flicked the cigarette away. Sure. He stood up, and Apollo followed him toward the center of the empty parking lot. Before Apollo could say a word, Ji-chang spoke again. Last time we met, I hadn't really trained yet. So let me warn you before we start. Apollo raised an eyebrow. I've found my style now. I've gotten a lot stronger. I don't want to accidentally injure my business partner. Apollo laughed. You, he said, pointing at him. Are you underestimating me? Ji-chang didn't reply. He simply slicked his hair back and nodded once. Come at me, then. Gladly. Apollo was the first to move. In a blur, he closed the distance and swung a roundhouse kick toward Ji-chang's ribs. Ji-chang's brow twitched. Impressed by the speed, he responded instantly, his palms snapping upward, slicing through the air with his signature hand blades. Apollo's eyes lit up. There they are. The famous Ji-chang quack hand blades. But he wasn't about to get tagged by them. He wasn't Gun, who took hits just because he could. Midair, Apollo shifted his kick and aimed instead for Ji-chang's temple. Without pausing, he lunged forward with a brutal knee straight for his solar plexus. Ji-chang's eyes narrowed. He's not slacking off. With a half smile, he intercepted the knee with one palm and redirected it smoothly to the side. Apollo flipped backward to regain distance, breathing a little heavier now. Ji-chang wasn't going to be easy. Apollo's POV. I watched him carefully. That smirk, yeah, he was definitely stronger than before. But underestimating me? That was his first mistake. I could try and copy his hand blades, maybe even go blow for blow with him. But that wasn't the point of this fight. This was about my taekwondo. My growth. If I couldn't rely on my own style, how would I ever master it? I dashed in, faking a side kick. As he raised his hands to block, I grinned. The hand blades are powerful, but they've got blind spots. They moved linearly, covering narrow angles. If Ji-chang couldn't predict my strikes, they were nothing but open targets. I shifted mid-motion into a half roundhouse aimed at his head. As he ducked under it, I knew I had him. Got you, King. I launched myself into the air, twisting sharply. My left leg whipped around like a hammer. A back kick, fast, compact, and devastating. His eyes widened in realization. He threw up his hands to block. Boom. My kick smashed into his palms, sending him skidding back several meters like a ragdoll. He dug his hands into the ground, skidding to a stop. Then he smiled. Come at me, he said coolly. His figure surged forward like a bullet, his movements doubling in speed. His hand arced upward, ready to strike down like a guillotine. Then Hansu's words came rushing back to me. You know what makes traditional taekwondo so strong? It's how high we can jump, and how much torque we can generate. I looked at Ji-chang charging toward me. Jump, huh? I guess I can do that. At the last second, I launched myself straight up. Whoosh! His hand slammed into the pavement where I just stood, cracking the concrete. His head jerked up. Where is he? I heard him mutter. Too late. He saw me descending, twisting midair like a spinning blade. Dodge this. I shouted, unleashing every ounce of torque I had. Boom. Dust exploded around us as I landed the hit. Cracks spiderwebbed across the pavement. When the dust cleared, I stood breathing heavily. Across from me, Ji-chang stood still, blood trickling from his temple and down his arms. But he was smiling. He didn't speak. Didn't move. Then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished. I saw only a blur. Then. Crack. His hand appeared in front of me. Did he just get faster? Stronger? Fuck. The real fight had just begun. Chapter 17, ch. 16. Thanks for all the support this week guys, I have read each comment you guys write and it truly motivates me. So listen y'all. You guys tell me, I was thinking of a power stone parameter this week, if the total at the end reach it, I'ma upload 3 extra chapters, alright? Kwok Ji-chang had never been particularly interested in life. To him, everything came too easily, studies weren't a challenge, sports were second nature, and even looking good was something he did without trying. Life felt like a bland, black and white film, mediocre and distant. Something he merely existed in, not truly lived. But that all changed the day he met him, Apollo, he called himself, eyes as dark as an eclipse, a presence that somehow added color to Ji-chang's monochrome world. He remembered the fight with the former king of Seoul, a man strong in both stature and skill. A seasoned boxer. At first, Ji-chang had been helpless, tossed around like a rag doll that he hadn't expected to feel much about it. But something changed that day. His heart began to race. Thump, thump, thump. Excitement, for the first time, he felt alive. His body, which should have crumbled under pressure, found strength, and that was when he took his first step forward, on his own path. That was the birth of the Snake of Seoul. Dodge this! Apollo shouted from above. Ji-chang looked up. A silhouette against the sun, a leg descending toward him with brutal speed. His legs tensed. He knew if he took it head-on, it was over. He prepared to evade, strategies forming like sparks. Use the dust to feint, leg sweep, then strike when he's off balance, shift left, draw him into an opening. Plan after plan, flashing in milliseconds, but he knew. He was weaker than Apollo. He wasn't a fool. He could tell Apollo was holding back, using only Taekwondo, likely for a reason. And yet, it happened again. Thump, thump, thump. That rush. That thrill. Once again, Ji-chang had found someone stronger, and for all his arrogance, he was competitive. There's only one path now, get stronger, or lose, he thought, grinning at the incoming strike. After all, he was Kwok Ji-chang. He held himself in the highest regard. Boom. His body shifted, arms forming hand blades as he twisted mid-motion, slithering like a serpent. His path. Using his momentum, he redirected the strike. Apollo's leg missed by inches, slamming into the ground. But Ji-chang faltered. The sheer force behind the attack made his knees buckle. What strength, he muttered, staggering back. Dust clouded the field. Blood dripped from his hands and forehead. Even redirected, the leftover force had injured him. If I hadn't deflected it, I'd be done for, he thought, the corners of his lips twitching into a grin. He was having fun. He coiled his muscles, then burst forward. Apollo's strength came from torque and spins. Ji-chang's came from something else, like a snake unraveling from its coil. Boom. Apollo was sent flying, tumbling across the ground until his fingers clawed into the dirt, stopping himself. He got stronger, Apollo thought, barely able to breathe. And Ji-chang gave him no time to recover. He was on him again. His fighting styles evolving. Apollo narrowed his eyes. He twisted, narrowly dodging a horizontal strike that sliced the air itself. Shit, he muttered, sweat dripping down his temple. In a flash, he spun into a back kick, his leg cutting the air as it moved to intercept Ji-chang. But then... Huh! His eyes widened. Ji-chang redirected it. Again. Using his hand blades, he cast Apollo's back kick into oblivion like it was nothing. He's refining it. Before Apollo could even react, another strike slammed into his gut. He went airborne, again. Skidding to a halt, blood poured from his mouth. Am I losing? His fingers dug into the ground. He'd expected a tough fight. But not this. He thought he was closing in on a new threshold of speed. But right now, it wasn't even close. The only one improving was Kwok Ji-chang. Stop holding back, Apollo. Apollo looked up. Ji-chang stood over him, gaze sharp, not mocking, but disappointed. Why is he looking at me like I've already lost? A chill ran through him. That same heavy feeling from his past, the weight of failure, came crashing back. Am I still the same? All this power, all this talent, and yet, had he really changed? I see now, Ji-chang, he muttered, rising slowly. Ji-chang tilted his head, listening. I didn't fight for myself before. I let myself be a failure. But now. His gaze sharpened. I won't ever accept defeat again. Blue light shimmered in Apollo's eyes. He stood tall, firm. I'll give it everything I've got. Ji-chang nodded that he could tell it was personal, something tied to Apollo's past. But that's what battlefields were for. To shatter weakness and forge something stronger in its place. Apollo raised his hand, gesturing him forward. Ji-chang obliged, launching forward, his body snapping like a whip. Then. Was this how you did it? Apollo asked under his breath. In the next moment, he twisted into a similar stance, Ji-chang's stance. But instead of hands, he used his legs. Twisting. Coiling. Redirecting. Effortlessly. Ji-chang's eyes widened. He copied it, just like that. Apollo's shin struck the earth, and the force dissipated like it was nothing. Then, he leapt. Spinning in midair, his body rotated multiple times, his signature movement. Ji-chang stood ready to block, but then he heard it. Your technique and my rotations, just how much force would that create? Chapter 18, ch. 17. Ugh, my head. Ji-chang groaned, clutching his skull as a throbbing pain pounded through it like a sledgehammer. His brain felt like it had been through a blender. Squinting against the harsh light flooding the room, he blinked a few times, vision slowly adjusting. What the hell, he muttered, his eyes narrowing as the blur sharpened. Is that Apollo? Apollo's face was exactly 5 centimeters away from his, staring at him with the concerned intensity one might offer a wounded kitten. Are you a fine snake? He asked, scrunching his face in confusion. That's when it hit Ji-chang, what had happened. This bastard, after babbling about combining their techniques mid-fight, the maniac had actually pulled it off. Ji-chang remembered nothing after the kick landed. Apollo shook his head. You fainted. You're lucky I didn't aim for your head. Ji-chang's eyes widened. That meant Apollo had successfully merged their styles in real time. He wanted to ask how, but held himself back. So, you stole my technique and now you're gloating, he said, shooting him a glare. Apollo sighed. At least Ji-chang wasn't giving up like he did with James. Well, I'm just glad you're alright, buddy. As Apollo turned to leave, Ji-chang grabbed his hand. Remember why I agreed to this spar? Apollo nodded. The funds from the bully system won't cut it. It'll take a year at best to raise enough starter capital. Ji-chang's eyes sharpened. Apollo gently pulled his hand away and placed it on Ji-chang's shoulder. Don't worry about that, friend. Just focus on healing. Tomorrow, we're going to Daegu. With that, Apollo left him to rest, stepping out with a quiet resolve. As he walked out, he sighed, I wonder how strong Gongseeb Ji is now. With his boxing and Iron Fortress defense, he should be near Ji-chang's level. What worried Apollo the most, though, was Gongseeb's counter. Even James Lee, master of invisible attack, had praised it. Regardless, Apollo felt a rush of excitement. Tomorrow, he would finally meet the king of Daegu. The next morning, 3 figures sat in a rundown bus. The seats were hard and cheap, like most of the people who rode them. The paint on the walls was chipped, stained, and long past its prime. You really brought me here, Apollo? Tae-soo Ma's loud, brash voice shattered any calm Apollo might have had. I didn't know it'd be this bad either, Apollo replied with a frustrated sigh, eyes shifting to the window. Tae-soo crossed his arms. How did you even become business partners with this cheapskate? I was tricked, Jichang deadpanned. But I'm a man of my word, so now I'm stuck. You seriously fool. Apollo gritted his teeth. He hadn't been this annoyed since the day began, and it had not gone how he expected. Earlier that morning. It wasn't hard for Apollo to find Tae-Soo Ma. He tracked down Hudson and bullied the poor kid into giving up his master's exact location. When Apollo asked Tae-Soo to come with him to Taegu, Tae-Soo only had one question: are we fighting someone? Apollo nodded. That was all it took. Without another word, Tae-Soo dropped his training and followed Apollo to Seoul, where they arranged to meet Jichang. Apollo waved as they entered the familiar, empty playground where he and Jichang had sparred just days ago. Yo, Jichang. We're here. Jichang raised an eyebrow. We. Looking up, he saw a tall, muscular man in a fur jacket behind Apollo. The jacket looked like it had been dragged through a slaughterhouse, dried animal blood still visible on the hem. Jichang stood and extended a hand toward the man, glancing at Apollo for an explanation. Jichang, this is Tae-Soo Ma, the king of Ansan. Tae-Soo, meet the king of Seoul. Tae-Soo gave a simple nod. The moment he laid eyes on Jichang, he recognized him as a real threat. Strength respected strength. Apollo brought them together. Alright, guys. Our bus to Taegu is late. Let's go. On the way, the three chatted. Jichang asked about Tae-Soo's fighting style. Tae-Soo raised his fist in response. Jichang nodded as if that was the clearest answer in the world. Weirdos, Apollo thought as he watched them. Still, he was relieved they weren't trying to kill each other. He exhaled. Time to meet Gongseeb-ji. Later that day. Why are we in a brothel? Tae-Soo asked, confusion etched on his face. Didn't you say we were going to fight someone? Apollo nodded. We are. He just has a habit of visiting places like this. He still found it hard to believe this man would one day become a monk. Any moment now. And sure enough, right on schedule, a tall man with braided hair strolled out of the building. Braids weren't common in Korea, but Gongseeb-ji wore them like a statement. He sported a green sweater and bright orange sunglasses perched on his head. Two women trailed behind him, giggling. He walked out like he owned the place. Apollo stepped into his path with a smirk. Gongseeb. The man stopped, raising an irritated eyebrow. Who the fuck are you, asshole? Jichang and Tae-Soo stepped up behind Apollo. Your future partners, Jichang said with a grin. The king of Taegu was about to be tested. Chapter 19, ch. 18. What the hell? Gongseeb muttered, scrunching his face in confusion. He had just come back from spending some quality time with a few local beauties, only to find three men staring him down like he'd committed a crime. So, wannabes who think they can challenge my throne, he thought, sizing them up. It wasn't the first time. He had already beaten down countless guys like them, those who thought they had what it took to be king. Gongseeb smirked. You wanna fight me? He pointed at them. All three of you, huh? Bring it on. He raised his fists, muscles tensing with anticipation, ready to take on all three at once. But before he could step forward, the black-eyed man in front blocked his path. Not here, the man said firmly, his tone devoid of emotion, but deadly serious. Something about the way he said it made Gongseeb gulp subconsciously. His instincts screamed that this guy wasn't bluffing. Glancing around, he noticed a small crowd forming, eyes watching, people eager for a show. He clicked his tongue. TCH, fine. Follow me. All four of them walked off together. Gongseeb led the way, straight to the mountain. It's quiet there. Solitary. No one to interfere. And once I beat them, I can just snatch their stuff, he thought, grinning as he saw them following without hesitation. When they reached the base of the mountain, Gongseeb turned and faced them seriously. Nobody here. No excuses. Come on then, 3 against 1. Let's fight. He settled into his boxing stance, proud and confident. It was a stance he had perfected over the years. He wasn't just good, he was untouchable. Subconsciously, he stuck his tongue out in anticipation. So, who's gonna make the first move? Apollo sighed as he watched Gongseeb take his stance. Outboxer, he thought immediately. Raising a hand, he scoffed, "We're not fighting you together, dumbass." He glanced back at his companions. "Let me handle this." But before he could step forward, Tae-Soo stopped him. "You told me we were here to fight. He's strong. I'll handle this." Tae-Soo Ma had rarely encountered people who could even come close to matching him in strength. Apollo had been one of the few, back at the arcade, and now he'd seen the King of Seoul in the flesh. It opened his eyes. There were others out there. Strong ones. Powerful ones. And that excited him. He smirked, walking forward toward Gongseeb. "I'm a man. And a man answers with his fists." Gongseeb didn't waste a second. The moment Tae-Soo stepped within striking distance, Gongseeb vanished, blitzing forward, ready to land a devastating body shot. Tae-Soo's eyes gleamed red as he raised his fist to counter, pure fury behind his movement. Gongseeb's eyes widened. The air itself seemed to split as Tae-Soo's punch approached, and he dodged purely on instinct. Who are these people? He thought, unsettled. Are they, kings from other districts? He looked at Tae-Soo again. No way he's not the leader. Strength like that. He has to be. But Tae-Soo didn't slow down. He stepped in with a heavy hook, flinging it toward Gongseeb's head. Gongseeb dodged, weaving with expert footwork, slipping around Tae-Soo and landing precise countershots. But the King of Anson tanked the hits, pressing forward like a machine. What Gongseeb didn't realize, until too late, was that Tae-Soo had been hurting him. Slowly, subtly, he was being pushed toward a tree. After landing another solid strike, Gongseeb scoffed internally. That's it? Just raw strength? If that's all he's got, this fight's mine. But just as he prepped to dodge another attack, he felt bark against his back. His eyes shot wide. A tree. Damn it, he trapped me. Tae-Soo didn't waste the opportunity. He drove his fist toward Gongseeb's solar plexus with a smirk. But at the last second, something made him hesitate for a microsecond. Gongseeb wasn't afraid. He was smiling. "Let me introduce you," Gongseeb whispered, "to my iron fortress." Tae-Soo's punch landed like a truck. Gongseeb flew backward, smashing into the tree behind him. Wood splintered in every direction. He's done, Tae-Soo thought, turning to walk toward Apollo. "Oi," a voice called out behind him. "Stop running already." Tae-Soo froze. He turned slowly, and there Gongseeb stood. Barely bruised. Dusting himself off like nothing happened. "What?" Gongseeb chuckled. "First time seeing someone tank your punch. I'll admit, it stung a bit. You're the first to ever damage my iron fortress." He cracked his neck. "Now I'll go serious." And just like that, he vanished again. Gongseeb was a counterattacker, his strengths were speed, precision, and absurd durability. Before Tae-Soo could react, Gongseeb had already landed a flurry of brutal hits across his body. Apollo watched, stiffening. Gongseeb was abusing his speed, turning Tae-Soo into a punching bag. Of all the outcomes I expected. I didn't think I'd see Tae-Soo pushed around like this. Of course, he knew why. Every first-gen king had technique, but Tae-Soo. He had pure strength. And Gongseeb was the perfect counter. But even knowing that, Apollo thought, why did I send Tae-Soo in? He smirked as he saw the blood starting to pour from Tae-Soo's nose and mouth. Because either you improve or you lose, Tae-soo. Everyone talks about your conviction. Even in Lookism, James said you had the talent to beat him. I want to see that talent myself. He didn't want just strength. He wanted to see the will to win. You're finished, man. Just give up, Gong-seeb said casually, preparing his final punch. He weaved forward, slipping inside Tae-soo's guard. This is it. Fight's over. But when he looked up, expecting a defeated expression, what he saw were eyes burning with bloodlust. Tae-soo didn't say a word. He just threw his fist. Boom. Chapter 20, ch. 19. Tae-soo Ma had always been strong. He knew his strength, and he believed in his fist. But what did believing in a fist really mean? To him, it was no different than believing in himself. He was the king of the jungle, the strongest. He believed in his talent, in his character, and in his unshakable will. And he poured all of that belief into his fist. His fist didn't prove he was strong, his conviction did. And he knew that. Yet lately, Tae-soo had come face to face with beasts. The day he saw Apollo's copy technique, he knew. There were talents in this world that defied logic. After all, being able to mimic a technique after seeing it just once, that would be terrifying to anyone. He watched Apollo improve more in a single month than most did in a year, that day on the school grounds when their fight ended in a stalemate. Tae-soo knew he could have lost. So, he vanished into the mountains. He trained that he hunted that he evolved. He grew stronger, far stronger than before. But the second time he faced Apollo, he realized it. The black-eyed enigma had already surpassed him. Tae-soo didn't show it, of course. He kept it buried deep. Still, the shock hit him hard. How could someone who'd only trained for 2 months grow so fast? Is this what people call talent? But he didn't let that doubt fester. No, he chose to fight Gong-seeb. To prove to himself that he still stood at the peak, that he was, without question, the strongest. But reality doesn't bend for pride. Tae-soo Ma was not the strongest. There were monsters out there with absurd speed, with techniques like copying, or defenses like iron fortresses. All Tae-soo had, was his fist. He began to question himself. Why do I even fight? And yet, the answer surfaced with ease, because I am a man. But was that enough? Tae-soo didn't want to lose. Fighting out of pride alone wasn't enough anymore. He wanted more, he wanted growth. As Gong-seeb's strikes kept landing, Tae-soo found himself stumbling. Blow after blow, his consciousness flickered, and then, at the edge of blacking out, the truth struck him. It doesn't matter if I lose, that it doesn't matter if I'm not the most talented. Or the fastest. Or the strongest. What matters is that I give everything I've got. In that moment of clarity, he cast away doubt and fear. He chose to believe in his fist, fully, completely. Because that's what a man does. And so he did. No words. Just action. His fist crashed into Gong-seeb's face with a deafening boom, stronger than anything he'd ever thrown. He felt it. He had become stronger. But that wasn't the point. He just wanted to give his everything. Gong-seeb staggered back, nose shattered, blood dripping down his lips. He coughed and grinned through the pain. That was something else, he rasped, narrowing his eyes. He raised his guard, slipping into a tight filly shell. Come on, Tae-soo. Again. Tae-soo surged forward. But Gong-seeb was fast. Unbelievably fast. He countered every advance, straights and crosses slamming into Tae-soo's face before he could land a single clean punch. And yet, Tae-soo didn't stop. Hit after hit, he endured. His hands kept inching forward. Step by step. And Gong-seeb noticed. No matter how many times he struck, Tae-soo was closing the distance. Gong-seeb braced himself, expecting the worst. The next punch hit hard, harder than any before. The impact tore into his ribs like a sledgehammer. Pain seared through his side. He's getting stronger with every punch. Gong Sib's breath hitched. His confidence wavered. His mind screamed. Am I losing? And when he glanced at Taisu's companions, smirking on the sidelines, his unease deepened. Another punch came crashing in. Gong Sib barely had time to think, this guy, he's multiplying in strength, this isn't growth. It's a cheat code. Taisu kept swinging but Gong Sib's blows weren't doing enough. He couldn't knock him out, and now, he was getting tired. His limbs were slower. His breath shorter. But Gong Sib clenched his teeth. I'm the king of Taegu. If I let him beat me, then what was the point of all that training? From the sidelines, Apollo watched, eyes gleaming. It's coming. He muttered, almost giddy, the legendary technique, the counter. Taisu charged again, fist ready to end it. He believed this punch would finish it. But Gong Sib moved. Instead of retreating, he rushed in. What the hell is he doing? Taisu thought. And then. Gong Sib dodged with barely an inch to spare. A perfect slip. Taisu didn't even see what came next, because by the time it happened, he was already unconscious. Boom. Gong Sib knelt, dripping sweat, rings almost falling off his fingers. But he smiled. He had done it. This was his counter. In the face of overwhelming force. Take one more step towards victory. He looked up at the sound of clapping. Clap. Clap. Two figures approached. One with sharp eyes, the other with cold, black irises. One of them was smiling while the other's gaze darted between him and the fallen figure of his past rival. The black-eyed one spoke, voice low and calm. That technique, it was one of the best I've ever seen. Gong Sib tensed, fists rising again. No need for that, the man said. I've got no interest in beating an exhausted fighter. He extended a hand. I've got an offer, Gong Sib. Join us. Gong Sib stared at the hand. He didn't know why, he usually dismissed people like this, but for some reason, he hesitated. He exhaled deeply and reached out. You better be interesting. The sharp-looking man grinned. Oh, we are. Once you hear our plan, you won't be bored. And just like that, the king of Taegu joined the team. I know Taisu is most people's favorite, but I was being realistic in this fight. Gong Sib is literally Taisu's counter. Strength versus speed and endurance. Regardless, Taisu isn't a king for no reason. He improved dramatically in this fight, almost pushing Gong Sib to his defeat. I did say he did pretty good. Chapter 21, ch. 20. It took Taisu about 20 minutes to wake up. Apollo had been carrying him on his back as they made their way to another bus stop. Ugh. Taisu groggily opened his eyes and held his head. Apollo deduced that the headache must have been brutal by now. How are you doing, buddy? Apollo asked, his gaze fixed on Taisu. Jichang handed over a water bottle from the side. That last attack really put you out of commission. Here, drink some. Taisu didn't say anything. He got off Apollo's back and took the water bottle, gulping down the liquid. So, I lost, huh? He muttered, his voice a mix of resignation and frustration. Jichang assured him, don't sweat it. That last move was insane. He paused, remembering the destructive force of it. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Apollo, wondering if he'd copied the technique. Apollo, noticing Jichang's gaze, just smirked. Putting a hand on Taisu's shoulder, Apollo spoke, you were strong, buddy. Don't worry about it. Taisu shrugged off his friendly gesture. Don't try to reassure me. I know I was weaker than him. I won't be next time. Apollo nodded, silently accepting his spirit. Beep. All their heads snapped toward the sound. The bus had arrived just in time. Stepping inside, the air was thick with the smell of alcohol, and the space was cramped with strange people. "Fuck you, Apollo," Tae-soo muttered under his breath as he surveyed the state of the seats. Ji-chang scrunched up his face in disgust. "Remind me to never let you book anything for us again." Apollo silently agreed, his mind elsewhere. Gong-seeb's technique. It's like the king's ultimate techniques. Tae-soo doesn't have one, and that's why he lost. He wondered if this defeat would push Tae-soo's growth even further. It was time for him to head to Seoul. Later. "You've grown stronger," Hansu muttered, eyeing Apollo as he returned. Apollo had gone with some friends to Daegu, but Hansu hadn't known the full extent of what had happened there. "Well, it's good to have you back," Hansu said, smiling as he patted Apollo's head. "We can start training again. How about another 100 repetitions of the side kick?" Hansu suggested, already making his way toward the dojo. But a voice stopped him mid-step. "I have something else in mind, sensei." Hansu turned back, seeing Apollo with that mischievous smirk, the one he wore when he had something exciting planned. Tae-hun, who had been absent-mindedly training, perked up, eager to see what was coming next. Apollo walked toward Hansu. "I want to fight you, sensei." Hansu paused, but his shock quickly turned into a smile. "Now that he's stronger, he thinks he can take me down, huh?" He ruffled Apollo's head. "Sure, we can spar." Apollo nodded. "Where should we do this?" "I doubt this place will hold up if I go all out." Tae-hun ran up from his exercise, his curiosity piqued. "What do you mean by that, Apollo? Surely, you can't break concrete. We're not superheroes." Knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Hansu went to answer it, greeting whoever was outside. "Hansu." A booming voice called as two men barged through the door. The first man was a head taller than Hansu, with muscles bulging from his shirt. Apollo fought to hold back a laugh as he read the words printed on the man's shirt, "I love my cookie-pookie daughter." The other man was dressed simply in a corporate suit and white shirt, his glasses giving him an air of normalcy. But Apollo recognized them immediately. The legendary trio who had broken through North Korea and captured their leader. Jinchul Park, Manager Kim, and Hansu Song. All three of them turned their gaze on Apollo, their eyes widening in recognition. "Hansu," they said in unison, before turning their attention back to their friend. "I didn't know you were training someone." Hansu smiled. "Yes, guys. This is my disciple, Apollo Raiden." "Apollo, these are my friends." Apollo greeted them, but before he could say more, he turned to Hansu. "I believe there should be an audience for our spar, sensei. Let's bring them to watch." Hansu paused for a moment before giving in, a smile forming. "All right, guys, follow me." His gaze swept across the room, landing on Tae-hun. "Tae-hun, you too. It's time you see how strong people can be." Apollo POV. Standing in front of a long tree, I forced back a smile that was threatening to form. Hansu stood in front of me, dressed in his iconic Taekwondo gi. His hands rested calmly on his belt as he stared me down. Off to the side, the three men from the dojo were gathered. Jinchul had brought his food truck, calmly frying chicken, while Manager Kim sat back on the truck, sipping his lemonade. Tae-hun was the only one visibly excited, his feet tapping the ground as he eagerly awaited the fight. "You sure you want to do this, Apollo?" Hansu asked. I nodded. "Yeah." Hansu took a step back, raising his hands. "Come at me." I shifted into a taekwondo stance, and in the blink of an eye, I launched a straight kick aimed at his solar plexus. He dodged by crouching low. Seizing the opportunity, I brought my foot down, aiming to crush him in his crouched position. But Hansu sprung up with the flexibility of a coiled spring, both of his legs crashing into my guard. Iron Fortress. I used the technique I'd seen Gong-seeb use, drawing from the self-belief and talent that I wasn't lacking. Hansu raised an eyebrow as I tanked his kick. The very next moment, my kick descended with the force of a truck. I twisted my leg at the perfect moment, using Jichang Kwok's style of attacking. My foot lashed out like a snake, delivering multiple kicks in quick succession. My smile widened. This is so much fun. Chapter 22, ch. 21 Guys. You guys broke the threshold for real, and that too already, thanks so much you guys. Of course as promise, I will deliver the 3 extra chaps and that too today, so buckle up. Which means today's chapters plus 3 chaps equals 4 chaps for you all. You've learned some new moves, Hansu said, eyes focused on me. I was already drenched in sweat, he'd kept me on my feet the entire spar. Maybe I should. Boom. Ugh, I grunted as his kick slammed into my jaw. Pain exploded across my face. My jaw felt like it had turned to lead, but I rolled back, instinct kicking in. An axe kick barely missed me. I countered with a sharp blow aimed at his liver, but of course, he blocked it with his elbow. Woohoo! Go on, Hansu. Jinchel's voice echoed from the sidelines. I didn't even glance his way. Hansu was already on me again. Blocking his attacks, I steadied my breathing. My eyes sharpened, nerves quieting down. I haven't had a real fight in a while. These current kings couldn't push me, but Hansu. He might just help me break through. A wide grin spread across my face before I even realized it. Dodging another kick, I stepped back to create distance. What was my path? My true path? I wasn't sure. But the path of the copy. I knew that well. Take inspiration. Adapt. Add it to my skill set. Don't copy, master it. Make it mine. I'd already copied Taesu, Jichang, and Gongsib. Now. Hansu. I surged forward, legs launching me like a bullet. Hansu watched as Apollo came at him with full force. It was hard to believe that this was still a student, one who hadn't even graduated yet. If these are the students, what kind of monsters are walking around Seoul? He could follow Apollo's movements, but still chose to delay his reaction. Apollo snapped his leg outward, using its full extension to generate power for the strike. Hansu responded with his own roundhouse, shin met shin. Pain lanced up Apollo's leg, but he held the scream in. Hansu twisted his body, aiming a brutal back kick. But Apollo shifted again. Iron Fortress. He braced his core. Hansu could tell, Apollo's defense had leveled up. Boom. The kick landed with a deep, thunderous crack. But Apollo was done defending. He leapt high, spinning midair. Handle this, sensei. He spun like a damn Beyblade, charging in with Hansu's own technique, except modified. More force, more velocity, and a whip-like snap at the end. Unpredictable. Hansu's eyes gleamed. He really made it his own. I guess you do deserve to see it, Apollo. A proud smile played on his lips as he shifted stance. One that made Apollo's eyes widen. That's Kyokushin Karate. He remembered that style from the demon who once used it. Apollo's kick crashed down. But Hansu took it head-on, body like steel. Then, bang! Kyokushin Karate, straight punch. Apollo braced again with Iron Fortress, but it didn't matter. The raw power launched him like a ragdoll. He slammed into a tree, skidding to a halt with blood trailing behind him. Hot, warm blood. I didn't expect to get wrecked this bad by a single punch, Apollo admitted silently. Of every fighter he'd ever faced, Hansu was the strongest. And Hansu wasn't done. He was already approaching, another punch cocked back, this time aimed at Apollo's stomach. Apollo tried to redirect the force using Jichang's technique. But the gap in strength made it pointless. Boom! He crashed headfirst into another tree. Coughing blood, he dropped to his knees. His body screamed at him to give up. But he didn't. Shakily, he raised his head. Hansu was still walking toward him. Calm. Relentless. Like a demon descending from hell. A memory flashed through Apollo's mind. A Reddit post, of all things. What's the most important thing for a fighter in Lookism? Lots of answers. But one stood out. Talent, genes, they all fall short of sheer will. As long as a fighter has belief in himself. And doesn't bow to adversity. He'll grow. Examples of Jack, Eli Jang. Apollo clenched his fists. He stood. Slowly. Eyes locked with Hansu. He hadn't surrendered. Then, he vanished. Reappeared beside Hansu. Bang! A kick snapped toward his face, then changed direction midair. Brazilian kick. Before Hansu could recover, another strike flew toward his legs. He blocked it, only for Apollo to redirect it at his head. Kick. But Hansu saw through it. Dodged, then retaliated. Back kick. Apollo, copying a page from Hansu's own book, met it head-on. Kick for kick. Then, spinning with the momentum. Back kick. Hansu's eyes widened just a little. He's getting stronger, during the fight. On the sidelines, Taehun stared wide-eyed at the battle. They were breaking ground, uprooting trees, moving like characters straight out of a manga. For a boy who once lacked ambition. His eyes now gleamed with fire. Jinchul kept eating his fried chicken, but his expression had sharpened. Growing in real time. Now that's what I call talent. Chapter 23, ch. 22. Hansu tanked hit after hit, watching Apollo grow before his eyes. His speed had increased, and his fighting style had evolved into a hybrid between taekwondo and boxing. As Hansu launched a kick, Apollo weaved through and landed another brutal body shot. Apollo's eyes gleamed blue as he continued his relentless assault. When he couldn't counterattack, he'd shift seamlessly into hand blades. Even Hansu had to admit, the kid was strong in his own right. Hansu dodged and countered skillfully, but he could see it now. Apollo was close to collapsing. The boy didn't realize it, but pushing himself this far was taking a heavy toll. It's time to end this match, Hansu thought. He charged forward and threw a textbook karate punch. But don't let that fool you, the wind itself seemed to part in reverence as the fist flew. Its speed was beyond anything Apollo had faced before. He could see the punch coming, but instinctively, he knew he was too slow to dodge. Death was coming, I could see it. Reading about it in a manhwa and actually facing it were two completely different things. I knew I had improved. My speed had skyrocketed. I was faster now than even Gongsib, a man known for his swiftness. But when I saw that punch, I realized something. The wall. It wasn't a physical wall, no, I felt it in the tightness of my muscles, in the way they contracted and refused to relax. My senses sharpened. I felt like an animal. I could see it in my mind. A wall so vast and towering that it felt impossible to climb. Dread settled into my veins. So this is what they meant. It was overwhelming. It stretched endlessly across the horizon, and I could feel its unyielding power. How could I possibly climb that? As the punch came down, I understood, I was weak. Still weak. But maybe. I didn't have to be. What kind of man would I be if I let something impossible stop me? My eyes gleamed. The punch was coming, and I was going to lose. The wall couldn't be crossed. I smiled. Maybe it didn't need to be crossed. Remembering a line from the King of Tegu, I stepped forward. In the face of death, stand tall, and take one more step. Talent. Potential. Kings. None of it mattered. All that mattered was pushing through. I wouldn't climb the wall. I would break it. I don't know when it happened, but my eyes began to shine, bright, blue, and full of power. The Gongseeb G counter. I dodged the punch by a few centimeters. Hansu hadn't expected it. And in the very next second, my overhand right smashed into his face. With one clean shot, I drove him into the ground. Boom. Looking down, I saw the kind smile on Hansu's face. Blood trickled from his nose as he spoke. You won the bet, Apollo. Clap. Clap. I turned to see Tae-hun and Jinchul clapping. Manager Kim looked deep in thought, but there was a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. I reached out a hand and helped Hansu up. He patted my head like I was a kid. Don't let that win get to your head, brat, he said, flexing his muscles to make a point. I smiled. I know, sensei. Of course I knew. Hansu hadn't even gone all out yet. He wouldn't need to, until I grew stronger. Much stronger. In both of my lives, I had never been so thankful to anyone. Setting my pride aside, I bowed deeply. Thank you, sensei. He looked flustered for a second, then suddenly hugged me so tightly I thought my ribs might crack. Has no one told this man how strong he is? How does his wife even handle this? Oi, you'll kill the kid, Jinchul Park called out, walking over. He handed me a piece of fried chicken, which I immediately started munching on. That was the best entertainment I've seen all year, brat, he laughed like an old man, patting my back. Which caused the chicken to lodge in my throat. Help Apollo. He's choking. Big brother, here, have some lemonade. Ha ha ha. Today's generation is way too soft. This fucker Jinchul. I'm going to kill him, I thought, staring up at his smug grin. Tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll kill him. Today. I'll rest. Hansu laughed at the endearing chaos in front of him. Later. Apollo, Tae-su, what are you doing? He typed it in the newly formed group chat, him, Tae-su, Gongseeb, and Ji-chang. No reply. Apollo, you won't believe what happened today. He waited a few minutes. Still nothing. Sighing, he tossed his phone aside. Ting. Huh, he muttered, picking it up. Tae-su, I'm training. Don't bother me. A vein popped on Apollo's forehead. This fucker. You were so much better as a manhwa character. Ji-chang, what's up, Apollo? Before he could reply. Gongseeb, who the fuck is Apollo? And again. Gongseeb, what kind of mother names their kid a jackass name like Apollo? Apollo clenched his phone tightly. Jealous much, he thought. Gongseeb. That's the most meaningless name I've ever heard. Apollo, stop being jealous, Gongseeb. That name's a disaster. Gongseeb, yeah, well, with your IQ, do you even know what names mean? Apollo, wanna fight? I'll show you my IQ then. Gongseeb, see. Using violence to win an argument. Classic low IQ move. Before Apollo could snap back, Ji-chang texted again. Ji-chang, ignore their nonsense. What happened? Apollo took a breath, calming down. Apollo, telling it over text would be anticlimactic. Come meet me at Hansu Song's Taekwondo gym tomorrow. I'll show you. All three liked the message. None replied. Another vein popped on Apollo's head. Chapter 24, ch. 23. Apollo stepped into the familiar playground, a smug smile on his face. He was excited, itching to brag about how much stronger he'd gotten. Not Gongseeb. I'll let him stew in jealousy, he thought, snickering as he imagined the horrified look on Gongseeb's face. What are you snickering about? A voice whispered right beside him, startling Apollo. He flinched, turning to see Gongseeb standing there, a smug grin plastered across his face. Behind him was Ji-chang, dressed in a tight suit that showed off his ever-growing muscles. Apollo scanned the area, frowning. "Where's Taesu?" Seeing their confused expressions, he sighed dramatically and spread his arms. "Well, I came here to tell you guys about the wall. Very soon, you might have to face it yourselves." Of course, Apollo knew the kings had already broken through their walls in the original story. But with how much he had changed things, he wasn't taking any chances with the butterfly effect. Seeing how serious Apollo was, even Gongseeb dropped his usual antics. What would be the best way to explain this? Apollo muttered, tapping his chin. Then, as if a light bulb went off, he straightened up. "Okay, maybe I'm just showing off, but they don't need to know that." He smirked. "Not too long ago, you two thought you were close to my level, right?" Ji-chang nodded, a bit confused. Gongseeb scoffed. Apollo raised a finger. "Well, something happened recently. And the best way to show you," he pointed at both of them, "is to fight me. Together." Both of them stared at him. "You're gonna regret this," Gongseeb said with a grin, slipping into his fighting stance. Ji-chang hesitated. He believed in Apollo's strength, but taking on both of them? Even with Gongseeb's annoying arrogance, the guy had real power. Still, this is Apollo we're talking about. He must have something up his sleeve. Apollo didn't move. He just stood there, hands still in his pockets. "Come on. I'm waiting." Gongseeb launched forward first, closing the gap in a second with a lightning-fast cross aimed at Apollo's face. Ji-chang came in from the other side, his hand blade slicing through the air toward Apollo's shoulder. Apollo's world slowed. Just days ago, these attacks would have been a real threat. But now, it was effortless. So this is what it feels like to fight people without mastery. His eyes glowed blue as he sidestepped their attacks with ease. Gongseeb punched air. Ji-chang's blade missed entirely and cracked the ground. "Huh?" Gongseeb blinked in disbelief. Gongseeb's POV. "My fist was about to land. I was grinning, tongue out, already savoring the thrill of the hit. You might be strong, but I'm fast. You'll never catch me. I was just inches away when... Wait. What the hell?" He was gone. Not gone, exactly, just moved. Moved so fast it felt like he vanished. What the fuck? Back in Apollo's POV, Gongseeb stared at the empty air where Apollo used to be. Now Apollo stood beside him, still hands in pockets, looking as smug as ever. Something shifted in Gongseeb. He got serious. No one, had ever outmatched his speed like this. Or, had they? He launched another jab, this time with all the speed he could muster, only for Apollo to casually tilt his head, letting the punch pass harmlessly by. Even Ji-chang froze, amazed by what he was seeing. Gongseeb threw punch after punch. Apollo didn't even bother punching back, he just dodged, smirking the whole time. And then, he vanished again. Only to reappear behind Gongseeb and tap him on the back. Boop. Gongseeb stood frozen. Apollo turned to them both, his voice calm. "This is the wall. The limit you're both still shackled by. I broke it." They sat down as Apollo began explaining his experience, what it felt like to break through, how everything changed. After 2 minutes, it all clicked for Ji-chang. So he's got speed mastery now. His eyes gleamed with determination. He wasn't going to let Apollo leave him behind. Gongseeb, on the other hand, had completely spaced out. Ting. A notification buzzed on Gongseeb's phone, cutting through the silence. "What is it?" Apollo asked. "It's Taesu," Gongseeb muttered, his grin returning, but this time, darker. "He said why he couldn't come today." Apollo raised a brow. "And?" "Anson is under attack," Gongseeb said, his voice flat. Apollo's eyes widened. No way. James Lee can't be moving this soon. Unless, is Charles Choi already out? He looked at Gong Seeb sharply. Did he say who? Gong Seeb nodded. The king of Suwon. Suk De Wong. The Oral's king. Meanwhile, with Tae-soo. He stood in the middle of a football field, one of those isolated, rented-out spaces for district matches. Spacious, but easy to overlook. His gang flanked him, bats and knives at the ready. Across from them stood a wall of muscle. Dozens of gymrat thugs, all towering and built like trucks. Some even bald, their heads glinting under the floodlights. At the center stood a mountain of a man. His school uniform barely contained his muscle-bound frame. But the most striking thing was his forehead. Covered in scars, like trophies. The king of Suwon had arrived in Anson. The all-out king war had begun. Chapter 25, ch. 24. Suk De Wong was not a weak king. His headbutt was infamous across the Suwon region, and his durability was second to none. He defeated countless foes, forcing many to kneel under his reign. That's what fueled his confidence. That's why, when he heard of the king of Anson, he thought it was only natural to bring him under his dominion too. That is, until he met the guy. Standing at an imposing 6'3", Tae-soo had a presence that demanded respect. His aura was suffocating, and even Sukdu's men were visibly shaken. As the king of Suwon, Sukdu couldn't allow his subordinates to fear another man. They stood on a weathered football field. The grass was sparse, dry, and the earth beneath felt brittle, as if the ground itself was cracking under pressure. Sukdu spoke first, his voice booming, "I'll give you a chance to forfeit, Tae-soo." But the king of Anson didn't even blink. Raising his fist toward the sky, he declared calmly, "Whoever you are, come." Sukdu didn't need another word. The moment the challenge was accepted, he charged forward, closing the distance between them in seconds. Tae-soo stood still, his left hand in his pocket, seemingly unbothered. As Sukdu reached him, he bent his body back and launched his signature headbutt. Tae-soo had changed. After his fight with Gong Seeb, he realized something critical, and had been training in secret since. Clearly, Sukdu had interrupted that training, and Tae-soo wasn't pleased. As the incoming forehead rushed toward him, Tae-soo reacted instantly. His right fist slammed forward, colliding directly with Sukdu's skull. Boom! Suk De Wong flew back, crashing into the ground beside his followers. Tae-soo stood, unfazed, calmly watching the Suwon king rise again. If, in the past, they would have been equally matched. Now, things were different. Tae-soo was stronger. And he knew it. "That was strong," Sukdu muttered, shaking his head. "Out of everyone I've fought, you're the strongest, Tae-soo." But he wasn't done yet. Sukdu charged again, fists clenched, eyes wild. Tae-soo could have struck first, but he waited, curious. What would this man try next? Sukdu seized the moment. Grappling Tae-soo, he twisted his body and launched another brutal headbutt. The crew on both sides watched in shock as Sukdu's forehead crashed into Tae-soo's guard. Crack. Boom. Tae-soo's legs sank deep into the dirt, embedding into the football field up to his knees. He glanced at his left hand. It was broken. Pain followed. His arm throbbed like molten iron, completely unusable. Even against Apollo, he hadn't broken a limb. Sukdu readied for another attack. Tae-soo's eyes narrowed. This guy is dangerous. With swift precision, Tae-soo's right hand smashed into Sukdu's knee. Boom. Ah. Sukdu screamed as his leg twisted in the opposite direction, the knee caving in grotesquely. Tae-soo exhaled, steadying himself. He didn't like fighting like this. But he remembered Apollo's words. Tae-soo. I know you love to fight like a man, honorably, fiercely, Apollo had said, sipping coke. But the world is cruel. Let your beliefs give you strength, sure. But when the chance comes, take it. Fighting savagely is also what a man does. Tae-soo remembered it well. Fighting savagely is the most primal instinct of a man. Looking at Sukdu's shattered knee, Tae-soo felt a brief pang of guilt, but shook it off. He pulled himself free from the ground. I don't normally say this, he said, voice flat, but you can go. I'm no longer interested in fighting you. His excitement was gone. But Sukdu wasn't done. His body protested with every movement, yet he charged one last time, leaping into the air for another headbutt. And then... silence. He didn't even know what hit him. Tae-soo's punch connected mid-air, sending Sukdu into a peaceful sleep. He turned to Sukdu's men. Take your leader to the hospital. Then, without another word, he walked toward his own group. Clap. 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 The members of Tae-soo's crew erupted in applause, tears glimmering in their eyes. Their king was victorious, and he hadn't just won, he dominated. Tae-soo had their absolute loyalty. His presence gave them strength. His fists gave them courage. The legend of the King of Anson had begun to spread. Meanwhile, with Apollo. Where's the metro station, Apollo? Gong-seeb muttered, panting as he kept pace. All three of them, Apollo, Ji-chang, and Gong-seeb, raced down the sidewalk, little more than blurs to passers-by. I think it's just up there, Ji-chang said, voice tight. Keep moving. We'll make it. His expression was serious. Tae-soo was his friend, and he wouldn't let anyone harm him. Viroom. Viroom. Suddenly, a loud engine roared behind them. A car was speeding their way, tires screeching against the road. Apollo's eyes widened. He knew exactly who was coming. A king was on his way. Chapter 26, ch. 25. As they were running, a dangerously close car suddenly cut across their path. None of them were willing to die to a crash, so all three jumped high, clearing the machine of speed and death. The car itself was a class apart. Its paint job, blue, red, and yellow highlights, gave it personality. Gave it soul. A Porsche. Apollo came to a halt, heart pounding as he turned to see who stepped out. The man had flaming red hair and wore a Canada jersey of some kind. He was handsome, undeniably so. The moment he exited the car, multiple women turned to stare. He stood a couple of inches taller than Apollo's 6-foot frame. Walking toward them, he asked coolly. So, his gaze flicked between the three, which one of you is the king of Seoul? Ji-chang's snake-like eyes narrowed. Taking a step forward, he stared the man down. I am, he said, voice sharp and dangerous. Right now, Ji-chang Kwok was pissed, and he had no time for some random nobody showing up with style and attitude. Just as the tension spiked. Swoosh. A sudden gust of wind swept between them. Ha, the king of Incheon muttered. Apollo was now standing beside him. His eyes widened. When did he get here? Jagayan Na, the king of Incheon, prided himself on his speed. Seeing someone move faster than his reaction time. It made his brain short-circuit. Apollo smiled calmly, like he hadn't just appeared from thin air. Ji-chang, this is the king of Incheon. He's no simple opponent, you know. He placed a hand on both their shoulders. It'd do you good to fight him, but don't you dare make a scene in the middle of the road. Find somewhere private. Ji-chang frowned. I don't have time for this, Apollo. But Apollo was already speaking over him. I'll take care of Tae-soo. You handle him. He turned to Gong-seeb. You stay with Ji-chang. And why should I listen to you, huh? Gong-seeb replied in typical fashion. But even as Apollo walked off, neither of them moved from their spots. Swoosh. Viroom. Ha, the king of Incheon blinked. He could hear the roar of his car's engine. Turning back, his face twisted in horror. Apollo had somehow taken his car keys. And the car itself. That fucker. I'm going to kill him, he muttered through clenched teeth. Ji-chang, unfazed, gestured with his chin. Come with me. Don't worry about your car, I'll tell him to bring it back in one piece. Jigayan exhaled slowly, regaining his composure. All right then, since you've taken my car hostage, I guess it only makes sense that I follow. As the three walked away, only one thought ran through Jigayan Na's mind. I've heard of the kings, but not this guy. Just who is he? Meanwhile, Apollo raced down the road at dangerously high speed. Woo-hoo-hoo, he shouted, face glowing with glee. He had decided, once he got rich, he was going to buy a garage full of cars. In his past life, he never had the money for anything this luxurious. But now, just a high schooler, he was behind the wheel of a Porsche, and for once, he felt free. And I didn't steal it. I just borrowed it without permission, he muttered with a smirk as he pushed the car harder. If he'd taken the metro, it would have taken way longer. But with this beauty, he'd be in Anson in 30 minutes. Time to ride this thing to the fullest. Shifting gears, he slammed the throttle. Vroom. Exactly 32 minutes later, Apollo parked outside Taisu's school. Students exiting the building stopped in awe, gawking at the sleek machine. Walking in with full confidence, Apollo entered the classroom where he'd first met Taisu. Or rather, he saw Taisu sleeping with his eyes open as the math teacher rambled at the board. Apollo knocked. The teacher visibly trembled, instantly allowing him in. Apollo shrugged. He didn't mind when people didn't give him trouble. What he didn't know was that during his first fight with Taisu, some teachers had witnessed the aftermath. The craters from their kicks, the absolute devastation. Since then, they had quietly stayed out of their way. Apollo walked up and smacked Taisu on the back of the head. Ugh, Taisu grunted, looking around until his gaze found Apollo. What is it? Without a second glance, Apollo said. Come with me. He led him out of the class. Outside, Apollo asked. What happened today? I heard a king attacked you. Taisu casually picked at his ear. Yeah, some guy from Suwon. His headbutt was pretty strong, but I took him down easily. Apollo's eyes widened. That can't be right. In the original story, all the kings were about the same level, even Sukta was comparable to Taisu. He stood there silently, processing the implications. That means Taisu must be nearing strength mastery. This is incredible. Oh yeah, Taisu said, you asked us to meet you. Why? Apollo shook his head. That's not important. Right now, Ji-chang is fighting the king of Incheon. Taisu's eyes widened. I'm coming. He didn't even hesitate. Apollo nodded, leading him to the car. Taisu raised an eyebrow. You definitely stole this. Apollo gave him a stink eye. I borrowed it. Now get in. Time to head back to Seoul. Chapter 27, ch. 26. The king of Incheon stared at Ji-chang Kwok in front of him, sizing him up from head to toe. You sure you're the king of Seoul? That guy looked way stronger, he said, recalling the sheer speed of the black-eyed man he'd encountered earlier. It's a good thing that guy isn't the king of Seoul. Otherwise, I'd have packed my bags and dipped already. Ji-chang narrowed his eyes. Someone was underestimating him, and he didn't like that one bit. Jigayan bounced lightly on his heels, testing his footing. In the blink of an eye, he was on Ji-chang, his legs snapping forward like an extension of his will. Jigayan Na was a practitioner of Taekyon, an ancient Korean martial art, more akin to MMA than traditional Taekwondo. There was a common misconception. People always assumed Taisu had the raw power and Jigayan had the speed. So why was it that Jichang Kwok was still considered stronger than all the kings? Just as Jagayan's kick came down on him, Jichang's hand slipped through the motion, redirecting the strike with surgical precision, nullifying it entirely. His vacant left hand then shot forward, aiming straight for Jagayan's face. The king of Incheon barely had time to react. Instinctively, he raised his arms to guard. Boom! Jagayan's body tumbled across the ground. Pain throbbed through his arms. Looking down, he saw his left hand swelling through the sleeve of his jersey. His eyes shifted back to Jichang Kwok, who stood calmly in business attire, hands in his pockets, expression cold. No wonder he's the king of Seoul, this guy's a monster. Jichang didn't press the attack. Instead, he muttered, Apollo told me you were strong, but this is pathetic. Maybe he was wrong. He wasn't trying to insult him. Jichang genuinely expected more. He had recently been sparring with Apollo, a fighter with a body that could endure punishment, adapt on the fly, and even copy techniques. Compared to that, this felt lacking. Jagayan froze at the words. Am I being underestimated? He knew Jichang was strong, sure. But to be looked down on. That wasn't something Jagayan could ignore. He was a king. He bowed to no one, and sure as hell wouldn't let anyone walk over him. Suddenly, Jagayan vanished from view, then reappeared at Jichang's side. Caught off guard, Jichang barely had time to react before a kick smashed against his jaw. Erg, he grunted, twisting in midair. Spinning with momentum, he aimed his signature hand blade directly at Jagayan. He still remembered how Apollo had used it, how the boy had taken everything Jichang had worked on and turned it into his own move. It was frustrating, but motivating. Ever since then, Jichang had been refining the technique. He hadn't perfected it yet, but it was still plenty dangerous. The hairs on Jagayan's neck stood on end. What the hell is that move? He barely dodged as the hand blade came down like a guillotine. Crack. The impact shattered the ground, fracturing concrete in a 5-meter radius. Jichang stood, glancing at his hand. It was stinging now. Meanwhile, from the sidelines, Gongseeb-ji watched in disbelief. What Apollo had shown him earlier was already enough to shake his worldview. But Jagayan now. His speed surpassed Gongseeb's entirely. His gaze shifted to the two monsters clashing before him. Watching Jichang's latest technique left him speechless. What the hell was that crack? He thought. We're not Tekken characters. The king of Seoul wasn't just strong. He was something else entirely. That realization dawned on both the king of Incheon and the king of Daegu. The battle raged on. Jagayan threw everything he had at Jichang, joint locks, explosive kicks, precise strikes. But it was like fighting a phantom. Jichang used nothing but his hand blades, yet he turned the entire match into a game of high-level chess. Subtle shifts in stance and angle cut off Jagayan's optimal striking zones. What that meant was simple, Jagayan's striking range was being limited. That, in turn, made his movements predictable, and Jichang used it to his advantage. While others played tag, Jichang Kwok played strategy. Jagayan gritted his teeth. His speed was clearly superior, but he could barely land anything meaningful. Most of his strikes were either dodged, redirected, or met thin air. Minutes passed. Jagayan was bleeding from multiple places now. Jichang, though clearly tired, was still standing strong, and largely unscathed. They broke apart again, creating distance between them. Jichang calmly adjusted his glasses. I believe that's enough to settle this. The unspoken message was clear, I've won. Don't make me put you down harder. Jagayan paused. Then straightened his back. I admit it. You're stronger than me, King of Seoul, but that's only for now. What Jichang didn't know was that Jagayan had just started learning Tachyon. His journey was only beginning. While 2 months was a long time for someone like Apollo, Jigayan needed more. And he intended to keep going. Jichang gave a nod. Come find me when that time comes. Jigayan stepped forward, ready to say something, but the deafening roar of an engine interrupted him. Vroom! Vroom! A Porsche came screeching into the area, drifting across the field. It spun twice before coming to a smooth stop. The doors burst open. Apollo and Taesu stepped out, the doors slamming shut behind them. Apollo smirked. So, who won? Looked like they'd arrived just in time. Chapter 28, ch. 27. So, who won? Apollo's reverse eyes gleamed with calm as he gazed at the others. Bringing Taesu back with him had been exhilarating, partly due to the way he tore through traffic like a madman. But the real thrill? The bet. Apollo had wagered with the king of Anson that Jichang would walk away unscathed from his fight. A bold gamble, but after fighting Jichang himself, he understood just how terrifyingly talented the man was. Sure, he had once lost his will after going toe-to-toe with James Lee. But this current Jichang Kwok. He was dangerous. He didn't fight for pride or anger. He fought because it was fun. Because he believed in himself. Apollo's gaze shifted to the king of Incheon, now wearing a red jersey that looked even redder, soaked in his own blood. He grimaced. How hard did you hit him, Jichang? The very thought made his stomach twist. He did, Jigayan muttered, voice low but audible. His pride clearly didn't love admitting it, but he accepted the outcome. Apollo nodded as if he'd expected that answer. Turning to Jichang, he said, I brought Taesu. Then, with a laugh, added, and don't worry, by the time I got there, this guy had already wrecked his opponent. You sure he's not lying? Gongseeb smirked from the side, throwing a glance at Taesu. After all, he had won the last time. A vein twitched in Taesu's forehead. He took a step forward, now face to face with the king of Daegu. Say that again, and I'll show you who lost. Gongseeb's smirk deepened, muscles tensing like a predator ready to pounce. But before either could move, Apollo stepped between them in a blur. All right, chill. No fighting right now. He clapped both their shoulders. We should be celebrating. These two won. Jigayan, listening to the casual banter between them all, cleared his throat. Apollo. My key? Apollo turned to him, one brow raised. What are you talking about? You're not going anywhere right now. What? Jigayan blinked. Even he didn't see what was coming next. The red-haired king of Incheon sat hunched over a small cafe table, sipping his third coffee with the mood of a funeral attendee. He was the only one looking miserable. Come on, Jigayan, cheer up. We don't bite, Apollo grinned at him. Jigayan looked up, and immediately regretted it. Apollo was trying to look kind, imitating Hansu's air of nobility, but to Jigayan, the black-eyed menace looked more like a demon trying to cosplay a monarch. All five of them had crammed into the same cafe Jichang had first brought Apollo to. And why was Jigayan depressed? Because Apollo had insisted that everyone was broke. And since Jigayan had lost, he had to pay for everyone's food. To make matters worse, Apollo was still flaunting the borrowed car keys like a trophy. You won't give back my car unless I pay for this crap, you fool. Jigayan kept the curse in his head, wearing the thinnest polite smile imaginable. So, Taesu cut in, brushing aside the banter, what was it you wanted to talk about, Apollo? He was already aware of Apollo's breakthrough in speed mastery. Sure, it had shocked him, but he recovered fast. He'd heard of the wall before, something old members of the Zero generation had mentioned in whispers. But Apollo had said this talk was about something even more important. Hearing the question, Apollo finally stopped pestering Gongseeb and nodded. I want you all to do one thing: whenever you defeat a king, make sure they implement the bully system in their area. It was Apollo's way of raising funds, quick, repeatable, and scalable. A simple business model that worked. All three kings nodded without hesitation. What exactly is the bully system? Jigayan asked cautiously. Jichang took the lead, explaining how it worked from top to bottom. He ended it with a tone that was almost a command, make sure Inchan gets one too. Jigayan nodded along. He actually thought it was a solid idea. But Apollo raised his hand before they could move on. That's not all I wanted to say. His smirk widened as he pointed at each of them in turn. I hereby declare that I want to form a crew, our crew. The air froze. Not one of them had expected that. Apollo? Starting a crew? With all the kings in it? For a second, no one spoke. Then came the replies. I'm out. Same. Business partners is fine, but I'm not working under anyone. Apollo blinked, stunned. What? He had expected some pushback, but not total rejection. Not even Jichang. Clutching his chest in mock heartbreak, he cried, "You, traitors." But then, dropping the theatrics, he got serious. I mean it. This crew won't be the usual deal. No fixed leader. No vice captain. He grabbed a napkin, quickly scribbling a diagram. Every position will be earned through battles. Even the leader can be replaced if someone stronger comes along. Jichang deadpanned. That's how most crews work, Apollo. That still doesn't give us a reason to join. Apollo paused. You're right. The mighty kings. Who could possibly stand against you, right? He leaned forward, eyes gleaming. The last generation made a gang because he existed. Their enemy forced them to unite. Jichang's expression shifted, he knew exactly who Apollo meant. But you guys? You've gotten comfortable. You think you're the strongest, just because no one's tested you. Taesu furrowed his brow. Then who? Who's stronger than us? Apollo stood up, his voice calm, but his eyes blazed. I'll show you who. He turned to them with a grin. I'm taking you all to Chanliang. Chapter 29, ch. 28. Jinchul Park calmly sipped his mojito as he glanced at Hansu. Your disciple sure is talented, Hansu. Hansu smiled, graciously accepting the compliment. Any praise about Apollo filled him with pride, after all, the boy was his student. Manager Kim gave Hansu a friendly pat on the back, his tone light but sincere. He's right, you know. In fact, I haven't seen that kind of talent in a long time. His expression turned curious. Not only did he copy your Kyokushin straight fist, but he also had those peculiar eyes. The three men were sitting in Hansu's home, enjoying a quiet afternoon together. The room was dimly lit, curtains drawn, a habit Hansu had picked up from his wife. They sat in his room, chatting over snacks, seemingly ordinary to any outsider. Just three friends catching up. Yeah. Hansu muttered, brows furrowed, I was shocked when I saw those eyes. Both Jinchul and manager Kim recognized that look, it was Hansu's dead serious face. Manager Kim leaned back in his seat. Remember what we heard about Japan? Back in our day, we were explicitly told not to mess with that country. He waved a hand casually. One time, I peeked into a restricted folder. Only one name was written there. Yamazaki. Hansu's eyes widened. You think Apollo's connected to the Yamazaki? A spy? He didn't want to believe it. No, he refused to believe it. Apollo was someone he cherished, someone he would fight for without question. But Hansu wasn't a fool. Even if there was a chance, he had to investigate. Jinchul chuckled, trying to lift the mood. Don't worry. I've heard some news about the Yamazaki clan. Oh. Hansu leaned forward. What is it? Apollo stared blankly at the mess in his room. Gongseeb was sprawled out on the bed, snoring as if he owned the place. Tae-soo was sipping lemonade, the one Hansu's wife had kindly served. Yes, all of them were drinking it. Currently, Tae-soo, Ji-chang, Gong-sib, and even Jagayan were stuffed inside Apollo's room. Next door. Hansu's room. Where his friends were likely discussing something nostalgic or old people business, as Apollo would call it. Apollo held his head, groaning at the pounding headache. His so-called friends were going to be the death of him. Only Ji-chang sat calmly, though even he looked painfully bored. "When are we going to move, Apollo?" Ji-chang asked, his voice laced with fatigue. Apollo had called them together for a trip to Chanliang, something about a formidable opponent. Naturally, curiosity got the better of them, and they all agreed. But as soon as they arrived at his house, Hansu's wife intercepted them with a radiant smile. She insisted they stay for lunch, something about finally meeting Apollo's friends. Ji-chang remembered Apollo glaring daggers at all of them, eyes screaming, "If any of you decline, I will beat you half to death." And so, all four kings found themselves in Apollo's room, waiting for lunch to be served. "Food's ready," came a voice from the kitchen. Of course, with enhanced hearing, everyone in the room heard her crystal clear. Gong-sib, who had been snoring moments ago, shot up like a bullet. "Food's ready. What are you all waiting for?" Jagayan groaned, pushing himself off the floor. "Why did I even agree to come here?" Apollo finally opened the door, leading the way as the rest of the kings followed him out. But just as they stepped into the hallway, so did Hansu's friends. The legendary trio of Korea. Everyone froze. The air shifted. The hairs on the backs of their necks rose. Goosebumps. The kings narrowed their eyes, instincts kicking in. These men weren't just strong, they were monsters. Even Tae-soo, who had long given up on being surprised around Apollo, widened his eyes in shock. Just standing near them was enough to trigger their combat reflexes. "What are you all gawking at each other for?" Hansu's wife said with a sweet smile. "Come on, the food's ready." Hansu moved first, obediently following his wife's call. The others trailed behind him. Gong-sib edged closer to Apollo, whispering through clenched teeth. "Who the hell are these monsters, and how do you know them?" Ji-chang, Tae-soo, and Jagayan kept their senses on high alert, eyes focused. They were just as curious. Apollo sighed. This day was not going as planned. "Guys, this is my teacher and his friends. And, sensei, these are the kings I told you about." Hansa nodded. Jinchul studied the group, noting the raw talent in each of them. It was astonishing. One Apollo was already a generational monster, but now there were several of them. This generation of Koreans, what the hell is going on, he thought. Click. Another door creaked open. Out stepped a bored-looking Tae-hun, followed by two little girls. Apollo looked at the trio and smiled. "All three kids, huh? One's from manager Kim's manhwa, another's from viral hit, and the last? My life as a loser." Meanwhile, Hansu's wife placed the dishes on the table, blissfully unaware of the sheer firepower gathered in her home. This group could topple nations. Yet here they were, sitting down together, eating lunch, and chatting like old friends. Far away, in the eerie depths of a juvenile prison, a different monster sat on a makeshift throne made of unconscious bodies. His black hair was slicked back, sides neatly trimmed. His compact, chiseled frame exuded controlled power. He was 185 centimeters tall and carved like a weapon. His throne was built on dominance, and his devilish grin made the nearby inmates shudder in fear. But what caught his attention wasn't the trembling subordinate struggling to hold off a janitor. It was the janitor himself that piqued his curiosity. "Are you Shinjin's son?" Charles Choi's voice thundered across the room. "I'll give you a chance, Yamazaki. Become my wings. I'll help you get anything you want. I'll help you rule the world." Gun simply stared at him with those reverse eyes. His grin widened. Like a madman. Chapter 30, ch. 29. Ji-chang Kwok stood by the door, his hardened hands resting on its rusted hinges. They were old, worn and creaky, like the rest of the house. His home was ancient. The paint peeled off in flakes, revealing the fragile cement beneath, exposed to his cold, discerning eyes. He didn't care. Or rather, his worries had finally run dry. Soon, I'll have more than enough money to change everything. He ran a hand through his silky hair. His lips twitched at the memory of Apollo making him style it upward. It had almost transformed his appearance, so much so that his younger brothers had done a double take when they saw how handsome their brother looked. And right on cue, familiar footsteps rushed toward him. Thump. Thump. Brother, a cheerful, childish voice rang through the house. An 8-year-old burst into view, dashing toward Ji-chang before leaping into his arms. Ji-chang caught him effortlessly, wrapping the boy in a warm hug. His eyes softened. "Where's your elder brother?" he asked. The kid shook his head. "School. But that doesn't matter." "I'm here," he said, still beaming. Ji-chang smiled, letting the boy snuggle deeper into his neck. Thud. Ji-chang's eyes snapped open at the jarring sound. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, he looked around the interior of the rental bus. Everything was still as it had been before he nodded off. He sighed. "After this, I'll bring them something nice." Around him, Gongseeb was arguing, again, with Apollo. Surprisingly, Jagayan Na seemed to be hitting it off with Tae-soo Ma. Stretching his limbs, Ji-chang stood and approached the bus driver. "Sir, how much longer?" he asked. The driver responded in a mechanical tone, 2 minutes, sir. "We're almost there." Ji-chang nodded, though his mind drifted elsewhere. He remembered the figures he'd seen at Apollo's place the night before. They hadn't just been strong. They were monsters in human skin. The fear had been primal. His body had reacted on instinct, hair standing on end, muscles tensing as if begging to flee. He gazed outside. Chanliang was visible now, though still a bit hazy in the distance. The village looked peaceful, simple homes with triangular roofs, a tall building that could have been a hospital, and lush, green mountains enclosing it on all sides. The crisp scent of water lingered in the air, likely from the ethereal waterfall that graced the outskirts. As Ji-chang took it all in, the bus came to a halt. "Sir, we've arrived." Apollo stood first, flashing his usual confident smile. He waved the driver off. "Don't worry, we'll make our way back on our own." Turning to the group, he announced, "All right, let's go." But beneath his casual grin, Ji-chang saw something else, curiosity, or was it anticipation? Only time would tell. "This is the place." Gongseeb grumbled. "Looks like a dump." Tae-soo smiled, turning to face the surrounding landscape. "Of course someone like you wouldn't see the beauty in the mountains." "This place is pretty," he added, almost to himself. Ji-chang finally spoke. "Don't start fighting already. Let's first figure out what's going on here." As they stepped into the village, they were met with hostile stares. The reason was unclear, but the tension was palpable. All of them turned toward Apollo for answers. He merely shrugged. "I told you, you're on your own for this. I won't help at all." And with that, he vanished, using his speed mastery to disappear from sight. Ji-chang sighed. "He's expecting something from us." His vertically slit pupils scanned their surroundings. As they walked deeper into town, Tae-soo spoke up. "So he really just ditched us, huh?" "Yeah," Jagayan Na added. "And without giving us any info." Ji-chang was about to respond when something else caught his eye. Ahead, a large crowd had gathered, blocking their path. "What's with that?" Gongseeb muttered. As they approached, the villagers glared at them with pure fury. "Get the hell out of here." Outsiders aren't welcome in Chanliang. Are we in medieval times or what? Gongseeb scoffed. He stepped forward, face to face with the apparent leader. And if I don't? What are you gonna do about it? The man didn't hesitate. Attack them. He swung his stick down toward Gongseeb, who dodged with a grin that bordered on gleeful. Now this is more fun. His fist lashed out, smashing into the man's face with enough force to fracture bone. Jichang sighed. This damn troublemaker. We could have just slipped away instead of picking a pointless fight. But he understood. Gongseeb had drawn first blood, now the rest of them couldn't just stand by. Let's finish this quickly, he muttered. The villagers thought numbers were on their side, but that illusion shattered in moments. The four kings descended on them like predators upon prey. One had kicks that could snap bones like twigs. Another crushed the earth itself with his fists. A third sliced through crowds with bladed hands, cutting through bodies like butter. And the last was untouchable. He moved like a ghost, vanishing and reappearing at will. A single terrifying thought echoed in the minds of the villagers. Why are monsters like these coming to Chanliang? One man, a coward who hadn't lifted a finger, turned tail and ran. His destination? The shaman. So you're telling me, these four men wiped out the villagers? The shaman, a small man with an abnormally large forehead, sat cross-legged on the floor. He was the spiritual and political leader of Chanliang. The one everyone revered. He had survived the chaos of the Zero Generation. So when he heard about fighters of such caliber arriving, he understood immediately. The new generation had come to settle a score. A nervous grin spread across his face, barely masking the fear twitching in his limbs. He turned to his trusted subordinates. I believe you two will be more than enough to handle these nobodies. The Kojima brothers nodded. Unaware of the looming threat, the kings continued forward. Chapter 31, ch. 30. Sacrifice. Lord, bless the shaman. Spray blood on the sacrifice. A crowd had gathered near a centuries-old banyan tree, its gnarled branches sprawling outward like the fingers of some ancient god, casting shade over the entire gathering. The area was packed to the brim, shoulder to shoulder. The stench of sweat mixed with the sickly sweet scent of incense and something darker, fervor. Frenzied, wild-eyed fervor. The people looked rabid, their faces locked in expressions of manic devotion. They wore ornamental clothes like it was a festival, like this was something worth celebrating. It was twisted. It was sick. And it felt that way to all the kings watching from the rooftop of a nearby house, overlooking the gruesome ceremony. None of them could look away, though their minds were filled with the same question. Why did Apollo send us here? Who is this so-called mighty opponent? What are we supposed to do with this? Jichang Kwok narrowed his eyes. His expression remained stoic, but there was a twitch at the corner of his lips, a sign of disgust barely restrained. He wasn't usually fazed by what this world threw at him. But what he saw in the center of the crowd, that crossed a line. A boy. No older than 10. Naked. Trembling. Terrified. Traumatized, Jichang noted, catching the vacancy in the child's gaze. His hair hung long and unkempt, nearly covering his eyes, a telltale sign of deep neglect. Maybe even depression. The crowd hurled insults at him, calling him a demon. Women clutched their children tightly, shielding their eyes but never their ears from the horror unfolding. I don't like this, Tae-Soo-ma said. It wasn't a question. It wasn't even really a statement. It was a warning. Yeah, he repeated. I really don't like this. Jichang turned toward him. Their eyes met for a moment. He knew that look, Tae-Soo was about to do something. And they weren't supposed to interfere. The world was cruel, and Jichang had long since shed the skin that cared about saving strangers. But when Tae-Soo jumped off the rooftop in a single, heavy thud, Jichang followed. No hesitation. The moment their feet hit the ground, the entire crowd turned. At first confused. Dazed. Then, hostile. "They're trying to stop the ritual," someone screamed. And like the crack of a dam, chaos flooded the space. "Don't let them near the shaman," another yelled. Jagayan Na, who had also leapt down, glanced at Tae-Soo and asked with an almost amused curiosity, "There are women in the crowd. Are you gonna fight them too?" Tae-Soo kept walking forward. With a shrug, he answered, "I believe in gender equality." And his fists agreed. Man-woman. Teen. Even those barely old enough to stand. His strikes didn't discriminate. Each hit landed with unrelenting force, echoing with the sound of bones snapping, bodies folding, and people screaming. Ji-chang moved too. A man rushed him, he thought to knock him out with a precise strike to the back of the neck. But his body betrayed that logic. Instead, his hand shot forward like a guillotine, shattering the man's jaw in a single blow. Ji-chang stared at the collapsed body, blood pooling beneath him. "I didn't want to go easy on them," he thought, his own rage burning like a fire in his veins. "But this is illogical. I should end this quickly." Logic was Ji-chang's weapon of choice. But for some reason, today, he didn't want to use it. What followed was carnage, twisted limbs, broken ligaments, shattered skulls. The once confident crowd now cowered. Then they ran. Not toward the kings. Away from them. More than 50 people, scattering like rats, fleeing from just two teens who had turned their self-righteous ritual into a massacre. Tae-Soo stepped through the remains, stopping in front of the shaman. The man was short, hunched, and grotesque, his beard thick, filthy, almost comically oversized. His face twisted in something between fear and confusion. "This is the one who did that to the child," Ji-chang thought. He turned to look at the boy again, and found a flicker of hope in the child's eyes. Light. When the boy looked at Tae-Soo, it was as if salvation had come. But reality hit him harder than any punch. Tae-Soo didn't stop. Didn't even glance at him. He walked right past without offering a single hand. The boy's hope faltered. He turned to Ji-chang instead. And for a brief moment, Ji-chang hesitated. "He's around their age," he thought. "Just like my brothers. Should I help him?" He never got the chance to answer. Just as Tae-Soo raised his fist to crush the shaman, a hand intercepted. It moved fast. Faster than anything they'd seen that day. Ji-chang's eyes narrowed. That speed, does he also have mastery? From behind the banyan tree, two figures emerged. Twins, tall, broad-shouldered, and clearly not Korean by origin. One of them spoke with a casual voice that belied the pressure in the air. "You shouldn't do that, little kid." Little kid? Is he calling Tae-Soo a kid? Ji-chang blinked in disbelief, every sense alert. The air around the twins was thick, oppressive. Dangerous. The other twin nodded slightly, his eyes scanning the kings like a hawk. "So, you're the so-called first generation everyone's been whispering about." Ji-chang stepped forward, his stance calm but ready. He raised his hands in his signature pose, his voice cool and sharp. "I don't care who you are. Or how strong you think you are. Tell us, what were you doing to that child? And why?" Gongseeb and Jagayan finally caught up, standing behind him. The twins exchanged glances. One of them raised an eyebrow. For a second, just a second, he swore he saw a serpent silhouette rising behind Ji-chang. Eyes vertical, venomous. Coiled power. Only strong men cast shadows like that, the older twin thought. But the other twin replied coldly, "You're mistaken. You're not strong enough to earn our answers." And so, the battle began. Chapter 32, ch. 31. Tae-Soo Ma had had enough. First, there was the boring trip he just took. The bus ride was cramped, stiff, and painfully uncomfortable. And after finally arriving in Chanliang, he'd expected Apollo to take him straight to that person. Instead, the guy had simply vanished. Now, not only had he been forced to fight a horde of men and children, but he also witnessed a kid being treated unfairly right in front of him. And what kind of man would Tae-soo Ma be if he let that slide? I don't like this, so I'll destroy it. He muttered internally, eyes locked on the crowd surrounding the frightened child. What followed was carnage. Every punch he threw sent multiple men flying. Watching them scatter, terrified, almost made the trip worth it. His next target? The so-called shaman. Despite what people might think, Tae-soo Ma wasn't a total brute. He played games, a lot of them. It was a secret hobby, but he was prolific across genres. Which is why he knew exactly what Apollo had done. Gave them boss monster info. Left them at the starting zone. And then let the event play out, ruffians, residents, the whole damn chain quest, until they reached the final boss. And now, that final boss stood before him, the Japanese brothers. His blood surged. Words were no longer needed. He did what he always did. He raised his fist, and brought it crashing down on the first brother. Except, nothing. The man vanished. Tae-soo blinked. The ground where the blow landed cracked, but there was no one underneath. What? He muttered, staring at the empty space his punch had just obliterated. Then came the real surprise, a kick. So fast, he didn't even see it coming. Boom. Ha. Tae-soo staggered, eyes wide as pain shot through his ribs. What the hell just happened? He turned, only to see Gong-sib standing there, in front of him, arms crossed and scowling, protecting him. Mr. Loser, Gong-sib muttered, unimpressed. You'd have been out cold if that landed. The irritation Tae-soo felt multiplied by 10 by that comment. Fuck you, he growled. Which, in his language, meant thanks. He knew he would have been injured had the kick had landed, however Gong-sib didn't need to know that. The brother who vanished earlier reappeared, raising a curious brow at Gong-sib. Who are you? He asked. To block my attack like that, your physical ability is impressive. Gong-sib just stuck his tongue out, and disappeared again. He reappeared beside the Kojima brother, delivering a clean right hook straight for the liver. The Kojima smiled, easily dodging. Fast. But you're still just a kid. Still too tepid. But then something changed. The hairs on his arms stood up, like a small army of ants covering his skin, shivers ran amok his back. While he was busy with Gong-sib, Tae-soo appeared beside him. Kid this, he growled. Even the Kojima brother had to admit, he was slightly scared of Tae-soo's punch, it split apart the winds roaring right at his face. He barely had time to raise his arms before it hit. Boom. A thunderous impact shook the air. The force of Tae-soo's punch sent the Kojima flying like a ragdoll, a shockwave rippling through the ground. Gong-sib's sweat dropped. Has this guy gotten stronger, he thought, forcing a strained smile. The Kojima crashed to a halt nearly 10 meters away. Coughing, he stared at his stinging arm. What strength, he muttered, his eyebrows scrunched up in the sheer perplexity of the situation. A kid without mastery, is already this strong. Meanwhile, Ji-chang and Jagayan were engaged in a brutal clash with the second Kojima brother. Using a hit-and-run tactic, Ji-chang struck in sync with Jagayan, each taking turns creating openings. Jagayan landed a hit, and Ji-chang followed with a blade hand strike. But the Kojima brother was calm. Smiling. He blocked both attacks with smooth, deadly precision. It wasn't just his strength or speed. It was his technique. Kudo. A combat style similar to MMA, fists, kicks laced with brutal efficiency. He deflected Jagayan's strike with a sharp shin check, making the king of Incheon hiss through clenched teeth. He weaved away from Ji-chang's blade hands with almost supernatural grace. What kind of technique even is this? Both of them wondered the same thing. But after another round of blows, it clicked. It wasn't the technique. It was him. He was using Kudo so effectively that no matter what they tried, he could dodge, block, and counter with ease. Ji-chang narrowed his eyes, locking gazes with Jigayan. The redhead nodded subtly, creating distance. Jigayan exhaled a sharp breath. So he wants to use that, understandable. Everything else had failed. Running his fingers through sweat-drenched hair, Jigayan's muscles tensed. Takian. That was all he had left. That was what he would trust. He closed his eyes. Every technique of the martial art flashed through his mind. I have to improve, right here, right now. Blood surged through his veins. His fists clenched and loosened as he sank into his stance. Takian demanded speed. And Jigayan was ready. With a blur, he closed the gap. Use everything. All I've got. He launched strike after strike, spinning kicks, feints, sweeps. Some were dodged. Others were blocked. A few got countered. But Jigayan didn't stop. He pushed. He ducked beneath a wild swing and launched an upward kick. The Kojima dodged by a hair, eyes locked on Jigayan, who twisted into a leg lock. The Kojima sidestepped again. But Jigayan shoved off the ground with both hands, spinning into a vertical roundhouse kick. The Kojima brother blocked, but his body trembled just slightly. He'd taken too many hits. No matter what you do, he sneered, it won't work. His expression one of pure superiority. Jigayan grinned, teeth grit, expression strained but focused. I don't need them to work, he replied. I just need you distracted. Huh. His ears perked up the sound of something whistling. Is something coming towards me? Above them, rotating, descending with deadly force, was Ji-chang. His hand was poised. A blade aimed to strike. Jigayan exhaled, satisfied. I did my job. Boom. Chapter 33, ch. 32. The ground beneath the tree had long since fractured. Its shadows writhed and shifted constantly as the earth split into jagged shards. Ji-chang stood across from one of the Kojima brothers, his once pristine peach-colored suit torn at the seams. Blood had seeped through the rips, dyeing the white of his shirt a deep, ominous red. To his right, Jigayan Na lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. But the steady rhythm of his breathing reassured Ji-chang, he was still alive. It looks like the rest is up to me, he thought, ears ringing from the ferocity of the ongoing battle beside him. Tae-soo and Gongsi were locked in a ferocious clash with the other Kojima brother, their figures flickering like afterimages across the torn battlefield. Ji-chang's gaze finally settled on the man in front of him. His heartbeat grew louder, thudding with each step as he advanced. His last attack had landed, he'd managed to make the seemingly invincible opponent cough up blood. The scent of it twisted his stomach. Not because it was blood, but because of who it belonged to. This man had done unspeakable things. And now he bled like anyone else. Ji-chang tensed. Muscles coiled. And then, whoosh. He vanished in a blur, a whirlwind of dust kicking up beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he was next to the Kojima brother again, hand blade slicing with frightening precision. Boom. Before he could process it, a foot slammed into his solar plexus, hard. It didn't stop there. The leg pressed further in, driving through him until he felt it in his organs. His body was flung across the grass like a broken ragdoll. He landed with a brutal thud. Trying to stand, his knees buckled beneath him. What? His mind spiraled. Why can't I get up? The Kojima brother stepped forward, voice calm and cruel. You were strong. But without your partner, there's nothing distracting me. He raised his voice. Prepare yourself. Time slowed. Jichang drowned in the weight of failure. He prided himself on being stoic, but deep down, he saw himself as someone who could carry the world. And now, for the second time, he was up against a wall he couldn't climb. Why am I trying so hard? A question crept in. His eyes flicked to the boy still sitting in fear nearby. Ah, that's right. He reminds me of my brother. Jichang exhaled slowly. His thoughts stilled. I guess I am, kind. The anger that had plagued him since arriving in this accursed town, rage that made him reckless, made him lash out, finally dulled. He had understood it all along but never accepted it. Until now. The ground felt different beneath his feet, steadier. The grass hadn't changed, but it looked greener somehow. Brighter. Like the world itself was letting light in. It wasn't divine intervention. It was belief, his belief. I don't need to erase a part of myself to be strong, he thought. I believed kindness was a weakness. But from now on, I'll carry it with pride. He clenched his fists. From now on, I believe in myself. I finally understand why I was so angry. And then it happened. That same old feeling, when he stood against monsters far beyond him. Thump. 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 His heartbeat surged. The fog in his eyes lifted. He saw the kick coming. Wind whispered against his cheek long before the strike arrived. I can't completely deflect it, he realized. But his hands moved on their own. The kick's angle shifted, just enough. He changed its course. The Kojima brothers' eyes widened in disbelief. This was the same man who couldn't even stand a moment ago. Jichang's thigh ignited with raw force. He shot forward, hand blade slamming into the man's jaw. The impact sent the Kojima brother soaring. Before he could recover, Jichang was on him again, blades cutting into his throat like lightning. Boom! The man crashed into the earth, dirt exploding around him. He scrambled to counter. Using his martial arts, he landed clean hits, but Jichang fought like a man possessed. A wild grin stretched across his face, his eyes burning. Even as pain coursed through him, he kept pressing forward. This. Another strike landed. This is why I fight. I will keep getting stronger. No matter who stands in front of me. The Kojima brother dodged and countered, a straight punch aimed at Jichang's core. But Jichang twisted, redirecting the blow. Did he? The Kojima brother thought, stunned. Did he just get stronger? His eyes flicked to the young boy watching from the sidelines. A tuxedoed child, staring wide-eyed at the chaos. Another hand blade slammed into the charging silhouette of the Kojima brother. The man wasn't losing, not yet. But Jichang had shifted the rhythm of the fight. He fought like someone who had abandoned the concept of pacing altogether. At this rate, he'd burn out in 2 minutes. But to the King of Soul, that didn't matter. He hacked, slashed, tore. Sometimes he hit air. Other times, he hit flesh. But every blow was delivered with purpose. I just need to keep growing, he thought. Each strike was a fraction stronger than the last. Boom. Swoosh. The Kojima brother blocked another attack, sweat dripping from his chin. His face paled with every second. This man, he's a genius. A real one. Maybe even like young master. A flash of memory crossed his mind, a boy with eyes like the void. Jichang Kwok was evolving before his eyes. His attacks made the man flinch now. The Kojima brother stared at the King of Soul, fear creeping into his heart. He had chosen the wrong king to hunt. But Jichang wasn't looking at him anymore. His eyes were fixed on something else entirely. A colossal wall stood before him, tall, imposing, immovable. Is that what Apollo talked about? Jichang Kwok had found the wall he needed to climb. And for the first time, he was ready. Chapter 34, ch. 33. A young Jichang Kwok stood by the walls of an empty playground. The place was desolate, save for 3 small figures lingering quietly. Jichang sat in the grass, head down, picking at the blades one by one. He looked sad. His eyes drooped toward his thighs, where a long scar stretched across the skin. The area was still red, fresh. Recent. Papa is no more. His eyes, narrow, slitted, glazed with tears. One by one, the droplets fell, landing on the grass he held in his hands, soaking them. He quickly wiped his face with the back of his hand. I can't cry, not now. His head turned to the right, toward his 2 younger brothers. They were only 3 years old, too young to understand what had happened. And yet, they cried, unable to make sense of the heavy, suffocating sadness that had overtaken their home. Jichang had only been 11 when it happened. His father, a wealthy businessman, and his mother had been mugged on a street corner at nighttime. The attackers had come out of nowhere. No warning. He still remembered his father's last words. Take care of them. He had tried to stop the bleeding, pressing his small hands against the wound. But they had come away soaked in red. That moment, those words, would never leave him. His mother was next. Even as a child, Jichang had understood the world was vile. His mother was beautiful. The kind of woman men often tried to court. But she had belonged only to his father. She had been kind, loving, and devoted, a wonderful mother. But when the muggers turned their attention to her, they did it with sick intentions in mind. Jichang had tried to fight back. His eyes dropped again to the scar on his thigh. I wonder, if I hadn't dodged, would the knife have pierced my stomach instead? He looked to the sky. Would I have died, too? But things didn't happen that way. A young police officer, patrolling the area, had heard the screams. He arrived just in time to intervene. His mother was spared the worst, but not her life. She too died, stabbed in the chaos. Back in the present, Jichang looked at his hands. They were clean now. He'd washed them 20 times that day. They still looked dirty. Footsteps echoed faintly behind him. A man crouched beside him, placing a hand on his head. You all right, kiddo? The man was tall, built like someone who hit the gym 4 times a week. But his eyes looked tired, hollowed out by life. Even so, he tried to smile. It didn't make Jichang feel better. But he appreciated the effort. I'm really sorry, buddy, the man said. His voice was quiet and gray. The only upside is the fortune your father left behind. It won't last more than a few years, but, at least it'll get you to 18. Jichang just stared. A strange thought echoed in his mind. Why do I feel like I've heard this before? Suddenly, the world shattered. Buildings cracked and crumbled into rubble. The air exploded into streaks of blinding light. Time and space blurred around him, rushing by in a surreal blur. He covered his eyes. When he opened them again, he was no longer in the playground. His hands were pressed to his father's bleeding chest. Blood flowed like a faucet left running, pooling beneath them. He'd practiced suppressing his emotions for years, but even he couldn't stop the panic rising in his chest. What am I doing here? A sharp cry broke out beside him. His baby brothers. I remember now, they were there, too. He scanned the alleyway. The same crisscross of gray chimneys and rusted pipes overhead. The same broken, industrial sprawl. A full moon hung above them, massive and burning white. Then he saw them. The muggers. 2 men, both in black ski masks, sweaters, and tight pants. One of them had a gun. He held it like it had turned into a curse, his hands trembling. I don't remember this. Jichang blinked, his tears vanishing in a flash of clarity. These 2, they've never killed before. He knew what was coming. His mother would lash out in fury, and the moment she did, they would change. They would become monsters. I need to stop them. His fists clenched. He tried to stand, but his body shook. A violent tremble rooted him to the ground. What? His mother lunged, just as he remembered. Move, he screamed at himself. But his body refused. Frozen. PTSD. The men grabbed her. One struck her across the jaw. The other paused, eyeing the clothes she wore with sinister intent. Do something. He screamed again inside. They stepped toward her. And that's when it happened. Ji-chang Kwok snapped. He wasn't a child. He wasn't a loser too weak to fight for the ones he loved. No. He was Ji-chang Kwok, the future king of Seoul. The elder brother of two precious children. Thump. 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 His eyes darted, finding a shattered liquor bottle on the ground. He dashed for it, grabbing the jagged glass. Silent. Focused. No scream. No warning. Poochie. The bottle drove into the man's throat. Deep. Lethal. Before the other could react, Ji-chang snatched the pistol from his hip. His hands didn't hesitate. You're the one who ruined everything. His eyes burned with fury. He didn't know how he understood the gun's mechanics. He just did. Click. Boom. Ji-chang didn't realize it yet. But that day, the wall broke. Chapter 35, ch. 34. The Kojima stared at the unresponsive Ji-chang. One moment they had been locked in a violent exchange, fists and feet flying, the next, the king of Seoul had suddenly stepped back, creating distance between them like some invisible wall had snapped into place. He frowned. His gaze shifted sideways, catching a glimpse of his elder brother, who was still fighting off both kids. At least he's doing better than me, he muttered under his breath, ashamed of his own performance. Ji-chang, meanwhile, stood still, too still. His eyes were glazed, his posture unreadable. But he wasn't unconscious. His mind was elsewhere. He stood once again in the ruins of that broken wall, the fragmented memory vivid like it had just happened. I did it, he thought, staring down at the crumbled debris under his feet. He hadn't realized he'd even been in a trial. It felt like fragments of a dream, disjointed, otherworldly, but it all made sense now. There was a lesson buried deep in those visions. The threshold of strength. He now understood what it truly meant. That barrier, it wasn't something external. The fight, the strength, the drive, it had always came from within. His focus snapped back to the present. The Kojima he had been fighting was several meters away, distracted, his eyes still fixed on his brother. Ji-chang lowered his gaze to his hands. Something was different. They felt heavier. Stronger. Hardened. The scars etched into his knuckles from years of brutal training, punching trees, boulders, and even steel, shimmered faintly. It wasn't just physical. It was deeper. He didn't realize it yet, but his eyes were glowing now, a deep, predatory red. His pupils had narrowed, slitted like a snake's. He raised his head slowly. I'd advise you not to get distracted from our fight, he said coldly, brushing dust from his suit with an elegant flick. Behind him, Jagayan finally rested. Curled up and peaceful, maybe even dreaming. Ji-chang's lips twitched in amusement, but only for a second. Then, all focus returned to the Kojima. The man looked worn, his body sagging slightly from exhaustion. Small cuts marked his arms. It's about time we ended this, he said, his voice still dripping with pride. But he could feel it. The kid, no, the monster, standing across from him was evolving with every breath. Power was rising like a wave behind his presence. At this rate, the brat might actually reach the wall. Better to kill him before he gets that far, he thought, darkly. The Kojima snapped into stance. His entire body tightened as he dropped low into the classic Kudo posture. His hands clenched into fists, his eyes now shining with a mystical purple hue. A sign of his mastery. He had trained that technique to perfection. Blood. Sweat. Years of it. I will end this now. Whoosh. He vanished. His body dissolved into wind, tearing through the air like a ghost. He reappeared at Ji-chang's side with flawless precision. First generation or not, you've earned my respect. But now, join your friend in defeat. His leg snapped upward in a vicious roundhouse kick, one perfected through thousands of hours of Kudo drills. The wind shrieked around it. But Ji-chang wasn't idle. He'd been preparing, anticipating this very attack. He hadn't seen the man move, not with his eyes. But with his instinct. His intuition. He raised his arm, redirecting the kick with precise hand blade technique. It's easier now, he thought in shock. Far easier. Ji-chang's eyes locked onto the opening, the microgap created by the redirection. It was all he needed. Time to end this. He lunged in. How did the Kojima couldn't finish. Bam. Ji-chang's palm slammed down on the man's face, crushing him into the ground with staggering force. The sheer momentum embedded the Kojima headfirst into the concrete. Boom. The ground exploded beneath them. The shockwave rattled the entire battlefield. Taesu, Gongsib, and even the other Kojima snapped their heads in that direction. What the hell was that? Gongsib's jaw dropped. Yo. Snake. You powered up mid-fight? Or was the other brother just weak? The second Kojima, seeing his sibling brutalized, roared in fury. How dare a mere first generation, he hissed, vanishing with blinding speed. But Ji-chang didn't flinch. He couldn't see him. Not yet. But he could feel the intent. He could predict the path. Ji-chang struck with pinpoint precision, his palm slicing forward in the direction of the incoming threat. The Kojima felt a chill down his spine as he neared. That's mastery. No, impossible. He barely ducked beneath the incoming strike, flipping away to create distance. Ji-chang, unaware that he missed, continued the strike and drove his palm into the earth. Boom. The explosion left a deep, 15-meter crater, branches flying, leaves ripped clean from the banyan tree nearby. Even Taesu was shaken. That wasn't even a direct hit. That was just the shockwave. He glanced at the crater, its edge nearly reaching the shaman, who now sat pale-faced and sweating bullets. But nobody cared about him. You. The Kojima said slowly, his face pale, you've attained strength mastery, haven't you? Ji-chang didn't even blink. Yes. Taesu and Gongsib walked up beside him. Taesu cracked his knuckles, grinning. Well then, he said. I guess your time's up, Japanese. 3 kings now stood against 1. The balance of the battle had shifted. Meanwhile, Apollo sprinted through the woods, away from the gang. He had no interest in the shaman, nor in waiting around for some dramatic twist. He had one goal, and his gut told him it was close. They'll probably botch it anyway. None of those guys scream, hero, he thought, scratching the back of his neck. His feet pounded the forest floor, dodging trees, leaping roots. His eyes scanned everything. Where is he? Crack. 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 A steady sound echoed through the woods, deliberate, sharp. Rhythmic. Apollo smiled. There wasn't a single real Lookism fan that hated the guy. Some called him the GOAT. Others just called him a legend. His pace quickened. Guess it's about time I meet the anti-James Lee. Chapter 36, ch. 35. Crack. Crack. The sound of splitting wood echoed through the forest. Near the source lay several neatly cut blocks, each carved into tidy fragments. A stone platform stood beside them, weathered and rough, and upon it rested a round, straight log, offered like a sacrifice to an executioner's blade. Swoosh! An axe came down, cleaving the wood cleanly in two, symmetrical, perfect. The man holding the axe let it drop from his hands, the weapon landing on the ground with a soft thud. Using his other hand, he wiped sweat from his brow. Discomfort didn't usually bother him, but the stinging near his eyes was annoying enough to address out of habit. Right, I should cut around 20 more before I'm done for the day, he thought. Scrunch. Scrunch. His ears perked up. Something, or someone, was moving fast through the woods. He turned toward the sound, raising an eyebrow. Could it be a boar? He wondered. But no, the cadence was off. Too rhythmic. Too precise. It sounds like 2 legs. A human. Xianji Yuk remained still, relaxed, letting the runner approach. Seconds passed before the bushes parted, revealing a young man in a black sweater. Xianji's sharp eyes studied him curiously. The stranger's slick back hair framed a chiseled jawline. Muscles bulged beneath the sweater's sleeves, and black denim hugged athletic legs. His shoes, black with a strange little tick on them, stood out oddly in the wilderness. Then Xianji saw the man's eyes. Black. That was the first thought that came to him. Eyes dark as the night sky, each glimmering with a single, distant star. Apollo stared at the man before him. His wild, natural wolf-cut hair shadowed sharp features and equally sharp eyes. Dressed in a simple black top, he looked exactly like his manhwa counterpart. Apollo stepped forward and extended a hand. Xianji. The man raised a brow. You know me? He asked, confused, but still shook his hand. Yeah, a lot. I've heard a lot about you. Apollo had 1,000 questions, but first, he needed answers. So you're scared? Apollo said, unbothered by the tension building in Xianji's eyes. No. I just don't think I'm ready to face them yet. It had only been about 5 minutes since their conversation started, 5 minutes with the future king of Chanliang. Apollo hadn't held anything back. He told him everything, about Vin Jin, about the situation in the village. He had always wondered, why hadn't Xianji acted sooner? He was strong enough, clearly capable of wiping out the threat. And yet he had waited until they directly targeted his disciple. But now Apollo understood. Xianji Yuk was scared. He had faced horror, real horror. And though he had grown stronger since then, his soul was still scarred. Apollo could feel it in him. Xianji Yuk was powerful, maybe even on par with himself. He took a step forward, face to face with the man. You say you're not ready, but don't try to fool me. I can see the strength in your veins. Apollo leaned in. You're still afraid of what they did to you. But you're not doing anything for the people going through the same. Xianji shook his head, pain flashing in his eyes. His legs tensed. You don't understand. His voice cracked. If I face them. If I see the villagers' eyes again. I'll destroy everything. Apollo scoffed. Understand what? That they tortured you as a child. That they stole your sense of self. He pointed a finger at Xianji, his voice softening. That they made you feel worthless, not human. He wasn't angry at Xianji Yuk. No. He respected the man's kindness, his quiet strength. Very few people could ever reach the level Xianji had, in heart or in fists. What Apollo was angry at, was fate. He knew what it felt like to think of yourself as a failure. No, he hadn't been tortured. But he had lived longer. He had been broken before. It was like seeing a phoenix trapped in a cage. He remembered how furious he had been reading Xianji's arc, when the man chose suicide over confrontation. I don't know everything, Apollo whispered, hugging the man, who was 2 inches taller than him, but I do know how you feel. All I'm asking is for you to bring the strength to face it. Don't let what happened to you happen to someone else. Xianji Yuk stood there, stiff at first. But, he accepted it. Somehow, impossibly, the stranger he had just met seemed to know exactly what he felt. Maybe, just maybe, it was time. How long will I keep hiding? How long will I let them haunt me? A flicker of resolve burned behind Xianji's eyes. He took a step back from Apollo and gave him a long, evaluating look. Friend. After a brief silence, he nodded. All right. I'll go. Apollo smiled, walking alongside the king of Chanliang. Mission accomplished. He told himself not to set any red flags, but he couldn't help it. That was, surprisingly easy. The two walked side by side until they reached the edge of the village. The tree line broke, revealing rooftops in the distance. Apollo paused. Maybe I should let him deal with the Kojima brothers. Let him get closure. But when he noticed Xianji had stopped, he turned around. MHM. The man stood frozen, eyes glazed over. Apollo walked back. You good, buddy? Xianji didn't answer. Instead, 2 strong hands grabbed Apollo by the torso. What? Guys, I just got a new fanfic idea for Lookism, if anyone wants to do it they can. So a guy transmigrates into Lookism, that too, near the end of the first generation, let's say child gun time, but drum roll, he has the body of a normal Earth human, that means no mastery, no superpowers. And what does he become? A therapist. Remember how Shingen was depressed, so let's say he helps him, cause TBH, Shingen honestly seems more hero material to me than Gapriong, bro at times gives me evil vibes. Plus he could also help him with politics while making him a better man, like bro cheats on his woman, that's so fucking lowlife stuff. So when some random villain tries to attack him, Shingen and Gap stand behind him, protecting him. Plus he makes a multi-billion-dollar business, opens a tournament where the second and first generation can duke it out, like God of High School. Charles Choi can be the main villain I guess. Chapter 37, ch. 36. Went. Apollo walked toward Xianji Yuk, who had suddenly collapsed to the hard ground. He was confused, why was Xianji so glazed over? As he approached, Apollo once again noticed the twitch in Xianji's leg. Are you alright? He asked. But just as he got within close range, Xianji suddenly grabbed his torso. Torso might have been an understatement, Apollo could feel his very bones being locked in place. His face twisted in pain as sharp signals screamed through his nervous system. He reacted on instinct, punching the man straight in the jaw. But Xianji tanked the hit without even flinching. The next second, Apollo found himself slammed into the ground. Ha! He immediately tensed, using his forearms to push himself free and create distance from the glazed-over man. Then it clicked. PTSD. Of course. It was careless of Apollo not to consider that. He'd assumed that state only occurred when the man was asleep. His gaze sharpened. In a flash, Xianji was on him again, his hand pulsing with strength as he reached out to grab Apollo once more. Not this time, Apollo thought. He used Xianji's own arm as leverage, twisting his body to land multiple rapid strikes. Apollo shook his head. Things had escalated. There was no other way, he'd have to fight the king of Chanliang to bring him back to his senses. His eyes narrowed as he faced him. Then, whoosh, his figure disappeared. Before Xianji could react, Apollo landed 10 consecutive kicks, each one snapping sharply against his body. As he landed, he twisted and followed through with a brutal back kick straight to Xianji's solar plexus. Xianji coughed blood as he crashed into a distant tree. Boom. Blood? Apollo blinked, puzzled. Xianji hadn't coughed blood even when taking hits from James, which could only mean one thing. He hasn't broken the endurance wall yet. Xianji stood up on shaky legs, his pupilless eyes locked on Apollo. He charged again, but this time with a punch, not a grab. A more viable, direct threat. Whoosh! Apollo could feel the wind siding with Xianji, whistling through the space between them as the punch came barreling toward him. His lips twitched. He recalled how Gongseeb dodged Tae-Su-Ma's attacks, cool, fluid, unshakable. Mimicking his technique, Apollo weaved through the attack with practiced precision. Without hesitation, he shifted into a karate stance and countered with a devastating straight punch. Hansu's straight punch, Kyokushin karate. Blag. Xianji coughed blood mixed with saliva as the punch connected with flesh. He doubled over, exposed. Apollo didn't hesitate. He surged forward with a crushing knee strike. Crunch. His eyes widened in pain. Despite appearing defenseless, Xianji had caught his knee, gripping it with all his might. It's getting crushed. In this state, Apollo realized, Xianji was ruthless. Gritting his teeth, Apollo lifted his other leg and crashed it into Xianji's shoulder. The blow was enough to loosen his grip for just a second, just enough. Apollo staggered back, creating distance. Pain flared through his leg with each step. He stared at Xianji and admitted silently, "You're truly strong." Then he noticed something else. Xianji Yuk was standing again. Apollo was sure he'd done enough damage to keep him down for at least a few moments. Yet, he's already up. No way. Apollo stared at the genius before him. Even in this state, you're still growing stronger. At this rate, you'll break the endurance wall too. That was dangerous. If Xianji crossed that threshold, Apollo wouldn't stand a chance. I need to end this now. Xianji charged again, feral and unrelenting. Jichang Kwok's redirection. Apollo twisted his body, using his leg to shift Xianji's trajectory ever so slightly, just enough. This is my chance. Xianji lunged to grab him, but at that moment, Apollo vanished in a blur. His ears caught the shift in the wind above him, something was coming. Then he saw it, a leg spinning like a Beyblade, fast, blurring, and shadowy. It slammed down onto Xianji with devastating force. Gravel and rock exploded in all directions as the ground beneath Xianji cratered from the impact. Boom. Silence followed, save for the ringing in Apollo's ears. Xianji lay unconscious, the bones in his left forearm broken. Apollo took a breath, remembering how Xianji had used his arms at the last second to shield himself as best he could. Breathing heavily, Apollo stood on one leg, his right knee still aching like molten lead had been poured inside it. Truly, a genius, he muttered, sitting down beside Xianji's fallen form. About 10 minutes later, Xianji's eyes fluttered open. His body screamed at him to stay down. Looking at his left forearm, he could already feel the swelling. It's broken. Turning his head, he saw Apollo gazing silently at the village ahead. Xianji understood in an instant. The PTSD. I must have gone out of control. But judging by their battered condition, another question crept into his mind. Did I lose? Before he could dwell on it, Apollo spoke. Come on now. You have a child to save. Xianji nodded faintly, barely managing to push himself up. Apollo, too, stood with a limp, favoring one leg heavily. Both men were injured, but their path was the same. It was time to take Chanliang back. Chapter 38, ch. 37. The king of Seoul, Jichang Kwok shifted his weight onto one leg. The atmosphere of the battle had changed entirely. He could feel the oppressive aura he and his allies now exuded, pressing down on their opponent like a crushing weight. Tae-Su-Ma stood tall and unyielding, not even close to spent. A slight draft of wind rustled his hair, but his posture remained firm, grounded. His eyes carried the intensity of a wild lion, resolute and ready. Jichang glanced over at the slightly injured Gongseeb. As the team's shield, he had taken the brunt of many attacks. A faint bluish tint across his abdominal muscles suggested he had absorbed more than a few heavy hits from this man. Jichang sighed. He had already analyzed their fighting style. A shield and sword tactic. Gongseeb can take the hits, and Tae-Soo deals the damage. He raised his arms slowly, acknowledging the pressure radiating off of them. It was different now, denser, sharper. Before I broke the wall. He thought, his brow furrowed. Apollo's breakthrough was different. This feels unique. He pushed his hands into his iconic stance. Hips angled wide, feet planted firmly on the balls of his feet, poised for a sudden counter. It doesn't matter for now. I have to focus on this man first. There was no need for a signal. No countdown. The fight began the moment Jichang vanished, reappearing beside Kojima in a flash of peach, the color of his suit. His hands slithered like coiling serpents. A phantom image of a white snake seemed to flicker before him. His eyes glowed crimson, and his strike shot out toward Kojima's expressionless face. Swoosh. One moment, the man was set to be embedded in the ground like his brother. The next, he vanished. Jichang's attack struck only air, barely brushing Kojima's outline before it disappeared. Jichang tensed, preparing for the inevitable counter. But the blow didn't come. In reality, barely a second had passed. He turned, only to find a kick already embedded in Tae-Soo's face. His muscles clenched. With a whoosh, he dashed toward his ally. Tae-Soo reacted, swinging his arm downward in a crushing arc. His muscles contracted violently, aiming to punish Kojima's close-range approach. And just then, Jichang arrived. The two kings attacked in tandem. The result? Air. Both of their attacks hit nothing. Eyes widened as Kojima rushed past them, straight toward Gongseeb. The king of Taegu hadn't charged blindly into the fray. It wasn't cowardice, it was self-awareness. He knew exactly what he could handle. Gongseeb widened his stance. His abs clenched. Fists clenched tight beside his core. Boom. Ugh. Gongseeb spat blood and saliva as he was sent flying. The bruise on his abs now spread across his midsection, the precise point of impact. He was being outclassed, and he knew it. I can't outspeed him. All I can do is block. He glared toward Kojima, gritting his teeth. I swear I'll hit you so bad one day. Jichang once again moved toward the opponent, but once again, Kojima vanished. This time, he reappeared behind the unguarded Tae-Soo. 1 minute ago. The king of Taegu had watched with conflicted emotions. Am I even contributing to this fight? He had tried to defend Tae-Soo, but even his reaction time lagged behind Kojima's relentless onslaught. The hair on his neck stood up. A wave of chills surged through him. Iron Fortress. He braced for impact. The kick connected and launched him into the distance. Ugh. His whole body throbbed. But that wasn't what hurt the most. No, what truly stung was the thought screaming in his head. Am I even doing anything out here? His gaze fell on Jichang, rushing to assist him. Shame burned hotter than the bruises on his skin. Once again, his glare turned toward Kojima. I swear I'll hit you so bad one day. He closed his eyes. Muscles relaxed. I can't outpace him, but I can block. His eyes flicked open, glancing down at his chest. His sweater had been torn clean off. All I can do is take the hit. So that's what I'll do. Kojima lunged toward Tae-Soo. The king of Anson was a second too late. A swift blur crossed the battlefield. Gongseeb stepped between them. You owe me twice, king of Anson, he muttered, legs wide, fists tight. His mind was clear. Either my iron fortress breaks, or I will. Boom. The kick landed square on his face. His nose shattered, blood gushing down his chin. But he smiled. His eyes locked onto Ji-chang's. A smirk twitched across his lips. There. Just as he predicted, Kojima had rushed Ji-chang's flank, and Ji-chang was too slow to block it alone. With a soft whoosh, Gongseeb once again moved into the path of the blow. The kudo punch smashed into his torso. It hurt like hell, but Gongseeb didn't care. His tongue lolled from his mouth, blood and spit mixing. You know what happens when Ji-chang gets time to strike. And sure enough, he felt it. The air trembled behind him. Kojima, finally caught off guard, looked up in alarm. A white hand blade cut through the air in a deadly arc. And smashed right onto Kojima's forehead. Chapter 39, ch. 38. The battlefield stung with cracks and craters scattered across it. The ground seemed to cry in pain at what the kings had made of it. Boulders lay smashed, grass was tainted red, and massive holes marred the earth where two men now lay, unconscious. Gongseeb's chest rose and fell heavily with each breath. His bare torso had almost turned blue in color, yet the man smiled. His iconic, confident demeanor returned as he flashed his trademark grin, sticking out his tongue in a cocky gesture. In front of him lay one of the Kojima brothers, the same ones who had been pressuring all three of them, embedded deep in the ground. Gongseeb had winced when he heard the loud crack from the attack landing. He was pretty sure Ji-chang hadn't just broken something, he had broken a lot. However, that small flicker of empathy vanished almost immediately, replaced by a giddy satisfaction, the feeling of besting an opponent who had once made him feel useless. In his usual vulgar fashion, Gongseeb opened his pants and started emptying his bladder onto the downed figure of the Kojima. Ji-chang turned away from the scene, though a small twitch at the corner of his lips betrayed his mood. He was happy. I guess. I really have grown stronger. Still, he didn't forget his real reason for fighting. Approaching the kid who remained paralyzed nearby, he glanced down at his own hands. Hot blood clung to them, dripping down his fingers toward the ground. Using the rough bark of a tree to wipe them off, Ji-chang looked at the boy again. What is your name? The boy couldn't have been older than 10. His figure was gaunt and fragile. Standing near him, Ji-chang noticed the twitch in his fingers, the way he tried to cover his private parts, the way his eyelids dropped in shame. Taking off his jacket, Ji-chang handed it to the kid. The boy hesitated at first, switching his gaze between the jacket and Ji-chang. Finally, he accepted it, wrapping himself tightly in the peach-colored fabric. Ji-chang noticed the trembling in the boy's hands had stopped. He's relaxed now, he thought. He was kind to his brother, but if someone asked whether he was good with kids. No. I don't even know what to say right now. So while he wanted to comfort the boy, all he could do was stand there, staring awkwardly with his slitted eyes. Vin Jean, who had just barely stopped trembling, finally gathered enough courage. His voice stammered. I am really thankful for your help. Ji-chang, unsure of what else to do, defaulted to what he used to do for his younger brother, he rubbed the boy's head gently. No worries. Hearing footsteps approaching, Vin Jean turned toward another figure. Tae-soo looked down at the young boy, then shifted his gaze toward Ji-chang. Now what? Was this what Apollo was talking about? Just as he spoke, they all heard the sound of more footsteps, people were approaching. 2, Ji-chang noted instinctively. His head turned toward the source of the noise. Apollo appeared, supporting an unfamiliar man beside him. Apollo's clothes were damaged, torn in places, and he limped slightly on one foot. Looks like they fought, Ji-chang observed, glancing at the other man, who had tied up his injured arm with a makeshift clothanwood splint. Apollo walked toward the scene of carnage, his eyes widening at the sight of the downed Kojima brothers. His gaze shifted toward the trio standing proudly. I didn't expect them to defeat them so easily. He had thought they would at least need his and Seonji's help. Were they really cannon fodder like they seemed in the manhwa? I expected them to at least have mastery. He approached Jichang. So, how did this happen? Jichang nodded and began explaining how they found the boy, the villagers, and the aftermath of the battle. When he finished, his eyes flicked toward the unfamiliar man awkwardly standing there. Who is this? Apollo coughed, a bit embarrassed at the situation. This is Xianji. As for who he is, he smirked. You can call him the king of Chonliang. Apollo's gaze dropped back to the ground, searching for something, or someone. Where is the shaman? He asked, eyebrows furrowed. The old guy. Tae-su spoke up. He ran off somewhere during the fight, I think. Apollo nodded grimly. Typical of that disgusting man. His black scara gleamed darkly. These brothers were just his lackeys, he explained. The shaman is the real monster here. He's kidnapped children, raped women, and committed atrocities you can't even imagine. As if by instinct, the three kings subconsciously gathered closer together, Gongseeb flanking the left, with Tae-su and Jichang forming the center. Apollo didn't show it outwardly, but a small, proud smile tugged at his lips. I guess I did succeed after all. We're never joining a crew, my foot. These idiots don't even realize how close they already are. His thoughts were interrupted by Xianji's determined voice. I will find him, Xianji said, his left arm hanging limply, but his posture steady. Seeing the state of the Kojima brothers, the very ones who had tormented him throughout his childhood, left a deep mark on him. They did what I couldn't for so many years. His hand stung from the wood tied too tightly around his injury, but that didn't matter. The fact that I let it happen. His eyes dipped momentarily, then burned with new resolve. I have to be the one to clean this mess up. He straightened his back, strength pulsing through a body he had long neglected. Thank you for your help, he said. But I will be the one to end this, for my village. The end of the shaman was near. Of course, Apollo himself had another objective brewing in his mind, something darker. The red paper. I must have it. Chapter 40, ch. 39. A wooden house, filled with ornaments of varying quality and furniture that hinted at quiet wealth. The wood itself was in perfect condition, flawless, untouched by time. Yet it didn't matter now. The house was being abandoned by its owner. The owner, a gruff dwarf of a man, his small, patchy beard barely covering his skin, his head disproportionately large. He was panting, his breathing fast and shallow. Anxious. His hands moved frantically between drawers, rummaging through them, some filled with cash, others with documents, watches, and other luxuries. No, no, no. Why is this happening? His face twisted in regret. He hadn't expected the first generation to be so strong. I thought they couldn't defeat the Kojima brothers, otherwise I would have run earlier. His breathing hitched. Then, he found it. The car key. Relief nearly washed over him, but another thought struck him like lightning. If only I'd taken the kid with me. I'd have a bargaining chip. He could hear the thump of his heart, feel the rush of blood in his ears. His hands shook as he struggled with the door latch. He was terrified. Flinging the door open with all his strength, he bolted toward his car, a clean, black Mercedes. The paint gleamed under the sun, the exterior polished and refined. But the man couldn't care less about its beauty. I need to get out of here. Meanwhile, Apollo and Xianji stood side by side, watching the house from a distance. One of the windows offered a clear view inside. Through it, they saw the trembling shaman, desperately scrambling for his life. Apollo casually tucked a stray strand of hair behind his ear, feeling Xianji's silent presence next to him. His hair was getting long again, it had interrupted his vision twice now. Maybe it's time for a cut, he thought. Enough waiting. Let's go, Xianji, Apollo said, glancing at his current partner. From the outside, Xianji looked fine, aside from the broken hand still bound in a rough cast. His body pulsed with strength. But Apollo could see it in his eyes. Xianji was fragile. Shaken. Enough of this gloomy mood, Apollo thought. He placed a hand on Xianji's shoulder, steady and firm. "See that car?" he said, nodding toward the sleek black Mercedes parked outside the house. Xianji took a moment before nodding back. Apollo grinned. "I bet he's planning to run, like the slimy rat he is." An idea flashed in his mind. Ever picked a lock before? Back to the shaman. Finally, I can get out of here," he muttered, stuffing himself into the driver's seat. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with what he thought was fresh air. Of course, his mind was far too scrambled to notice how odd it was, how a closed car could feel fresh. His hands gripped the steering wheel tighter, relief slowly washing over him. His eyes darted around the car. The rearview mirror. No one. He cracked the window, glancing outside. Still no one. Maybe they entered the house, he reassured himself. The house, yes. He should. Wait. His blood turned cold. His heart skipped a beat. Someone's here with me. He slowly turned to look at the back seat. And almost screamed. Two men sat there, staring him down. One with a stoic glare, stone-faced. The other smirking, almost amused. They weren't the Kojima brothers. They were something worse. Apollo and Xianji were sitting in the back seat. "I'm dead," the shaman thought, right before his body gave out. He collapsed unconscious, heart surrendering to sheer terror. "When will this fucker wake up?" Gongseeb muttered, his voice dripping with boredom. He gave the shaman a light kick inside. It had been 5 minutes since Apollo and the newcomer dragged the shaman here, still unconscious. Gongseeb cracked a smirk. "Guess I'll have to wake him up the old-fashioned way." Without hesitation, he opened his pants slightly and began peeing directly on the shaman's face. Blue. The shaman jolted awake, choking and sputtering, his face scrunched in horror. As he looked around, his heart sank. Standing around him was the entire first generation he knew too well. Apollo. Taesu. Gongseeb. Ji-chang. Xianji. Jagayan Na, who had just woken up earlier with a lazy smile. Silence thickened the air. It was Xianji who broke it. "Why did you do it?" Just one question, but it carried the weight of everything. The shaman stammered, voice trembling, putting on a fake fervor. I was being forced. It was the brothers, they were the true heads. Please, believe me." Disgust rolled through the group. The shaman saw it, the unconvinced looks. He could feel it. Fuck. I'm done for." Xianji asked again, voice steady. "Why did you do it?" The shaman, drowning in despair, felt a strange numbness crawl up his spine. What did it matter now? A dying man had no reason to lie. He chuckled, a twisted sound. "I did it because it was fun," he said. For once, there was no fear in his voice. "I liked it." "What? You wanted some tragic backstory? Some sob story about being forced?" He grinned wide, showing crooked, rotting teeth. "I had none. Fooling these dumb villagers, preying on women, watching them despair. It was so fun." His face contorted into something hideous, something goblin-like. "I see," Xianji said quietly. His mind roiled. "This is the man I was scared of." No. It wasn't him. It was this village, these people. And they were all fooled by this monster. Meanwhile, Apollo had another question, one far more pressing. "Where's the red paper?" he asked, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. The shaman's face twisted in confusion. "What red paper?" "Ha! Chapter 41, ch. 40. No red paper. Apollo almost clenched his fists too hard, his fingers digging into his skin. That was the one clear way to defeat Charles Choi. He grimaced. "Don't lie, shaman, or I swear I'll beat you up worse than you can imagine." Grabbing the shaman by the collar, Apollo pulled him close, his face tight with fury. "Now tell me, where is the red paper?" The shaman blinked, utterly confused. Not once in his life had he even heard of this red paper Apollo spoke of. Terrified by the pressure radiating off Apollo, the shaman stammered, his words rushed and desperate. "I really don't know what you're talking about." Apollo sighed and released his grip. As furious as he was, even he could tell, the shaman wasn't lying. "What is this red paper, Apollo?" Ji-chang asked from the side, his voice firm but curious. Running a hand through his hair, Apollo shook his head and exhaled. "Nothing much. Just a weakness of an enemy," he muttered, stretching and cracking his joints with a light arch of his back. "Too much anger is pointless. I'll either find it first or beat him down with pure strength." There were many ways to defeat Charles Choi. The red paper wasn't the only one, and Apollo knew it. Ji-chang narrowed his eyes, waiting for Apollo to reveal more about the mystery surrounding the red paper. But Apollo remained silent. Suppressing the itch to pry further, Ji-chang sat back. For some reason, he loved knowing everything that was happening around him. "When I get back," he thought, locking his arms across his chest, "I'm setting up a bracket in my gang just for information gathering." The decision was made. Seonji Yuk, meanwhile, was lost in thought. Everything had happened so fast, he hadn't even had time to adjust. The Kojima brothers, the ones who tormented him, were defeated. The shaman was on his knees, begging for mercy. Chanliang was, in theory, free. Or is it? His leg twitched again. Seonji was optimistic, but not stupid. The people who supported the shaman, they're just as bad. His eyebrows furrowed deeper as he gazed at the pathetic figure of the shaman. Can I really bring change to this village? His hands clenched and relaxed, over and over again. His eyes reflected the turmoil inside him. He's finished, and I have nothing to do with him anymore. Contempt darkened his gaze. You all can decide what to do with him. I'm not interested, Seonji said in an uncharacteristically cold tone. He was shaken. For the first time. I can see the darkness in this village. Can I even fix it? Apollo's gaze softened as he noticed the tremor in Seonji's leg. His frame stood tall, but inside, the man was rattled. And then a figure burst into the scene, swallowed in a peach-colored suit several sizes too large. With a fierce cry, the newcomer landed a straight kick to the shaman's face. Vin Jin. Tears streamed down his face, tears of shame, guilt, and rage. The man who took his mother away. The man who turned him into a living sacrifice. He destroyed my life. His double pupils locked onto the shaman with a fury only a boy robbed of everything could muster. His small fists, trembling yet heavy with emotion, began to rain down blows. Pow! Crack! Pow! Each strike landed with raw, helpless rage. The shaman didn't dare fight back, the eyes of the kings pinned him in place, cold and merciless. After countless blows, Vin Jin's furious sobbing turned into soft, broken whimpers. The peach suit Ji-chang had given him was soaked with tears. In the haze of exhaustion, or maybe relief, Vin Jin didn't even realize when the world around him started fading. As his small body collapsed, Seonji caught him, cradling the boy to his chest, offering the warmth and protection he had been denied for so long. The other kings, including Apollo, nodded silently. Seonji glanced down at the sleeping boy in his arms, his face now peaceful. Vin Jin, that was your name. He looked around the ruined village, bodies broken and battered still littered the ground. I don't know about the villagers, but you. I'll take care of you. For now, that would be enough. The king of the mountain had found a young lion. A cub still scarred, but still alive. The king didn't know it yet. But he had found his heir. Vin Jin. The first of many disciples Xianji Yuk would one day raise. Everyone sat in silence on the bus, the chilly wind sneaking through the small cracks in the windows. The kings, Taesu asleep, Jichang deep in thought, Jagayan chattering to Apollo about cars, Gongseeb flirting with someone on his phone, were quiet but connected. They all understood now why Apollo had sent them to Chanliang. Surprisingly, they worked well together. And though none of them would admit it, if anyone touched one of them, the others would pounce without hesitation. As the trip neared its end, Apollo looked around at them, his heart heavy but hopeful. Maybe now, he can be saved. The shaman was destroyed, his body too broken to wake up for years, if ever. The Kojima brothers, when they opened their eyes, would see Xianji Yuk standing before them. Apollo was confident. Chanliang was safe. Looking at his favorite people, huddled together, a warm pride filled him. Well. Chanliang was hectic, he muttered with a smirk. Straightening his back, his chest swelling with a new determination, Apollo announced. 3 months. Train for 2. After that, we're opening our business. His eyes gleamed with ambition. It's about time we get rich. But what Apollo didn't know was that his plan would soon come to a sudden halt. After all, the wolf was coming. Chapter 42, ch. 41. A loud crunch resounded through the jungle. Nearby deer, peacefully grazing, bolted in terror. Rabbits, busy foraging, fled for their lives. Every creature within earshot responded with the same primal fear. Something terrifying, something unnatural, was happening. And in the midst of it all stood a man, bare-chested. His muscles rippled with each breath. Scars, old and deep, marred his torso as he stood before a shattered stone. A massive boulder lay in ruins, reduced to countless fragments. Its killer. A fist. Taesu Ma slowly unclenched his hand, still humming with the power that had demolished the stone. So this is how it feels, he thought, eyes narrowing. This is how it feels to break through the wall. A grin broke across his face. His hulking frame finally shifted from its spot. It's about time I head back, he muttered, the steam from his breath swirling into the cool air. I wonder how many days have passed. He moved, following a trail he'd carved himself through the dense forest. The wind twisted around his form, branches bowing in silence. Trees stood still, as if in fear. 2 minutes later, the man emerged from the edge of the jungle. He paused, looking back at the distant hill that had been his home for who knew how long. Then he turned to the sky. The sun shone fiercely above, its golden rays illuminating his hardened frame. Behind Ensign Public School, at the playground. Boss, you're here. A lanky young man, likely number 9 in the group, perked up at the sight of him. Taesu Ma had never formed a gang. Yet people followed him, willingly, instinctively. He nodded toward the youth. I've finished my training. How's Anson? The subordinate nodded, both nervous and proud. Same old troublemakers, but nothing serious. We took care of them. Taesu nodded in return. What about the money? The youth's chest swelled with pride. The plan's on track, sir. We're close to hitting the benchmark you set, leader. Seems everything's moving just as Apollo intended. Taesu thought, before turning back. Anything else? The man hesitated, eyes flicking with uncertainty. There's one thing, though it might just be a rumor. Taesu raised an eyebrow. Tell me. There's talk of someone going around hunting the kings of different regions. No confirmed defeats yet, though. I see, Taesu said calmly. If he's targeting kings, he'll come for me too. Good. He smirked inwardly. I've been craving a proper fight. He scanned the playground. Kids his age were playing under the blistering sun, engaged in sports and laughter. That was, until his gaze caught on him, a stranger who stood out like a storm in summer. Even if it were pitch-black night, Tae-soo would have noticed him. The man's physique was monstrous, nearly matching Tae-soo in height and build. Long hair framed a sharp face, and his piercing gaze locked directly onto the king of Anson. Tae-soo could sense the sheer intent radiating from him, it was unmistakable. The stranger approached in silence, closing the distance in mere seconds. "Are you the king of Anson?" he asked. Tae-soo nodded, his left hand still buried in his pocket. The man returned the nod. "Good," he muttered. A scar beneath his eye twitched. "Get ready to be destroyed." The next instant, he vanished in a whoosh, to ordinary eyes, at least. But not to Tae-soo. He tracked the motion clearly. The man had leapt into the air, spinning like a turret, his elbow aimed downward in a devastating arc. Tae-soo's eyes narrowed. Strength mastery. That gleam, red and sharp, gave it away. Was he afraid? Not in the slightest. His heart thundered with excitement. Adrenaline surged through his veins as a wide smile crossed his face. What better thrill for the king of Anson than a worthy opponent? His right hand shot forward, packed with terrifying strength. A red gleam reflected in his eyes as their limbs collided, Tae-soo's fist meeting the descending elbow in a brutal crash. Boom. Bones met their equals. Wind exploded outward in a chaotic shockwave. Jin Rang, the attacker, froze, his eyes wide. How is he, this strong? He barely had time to react before he was hurled into the ground with monstrous force. He crashed with a thunderous boom, rolling across the ground. Fingers dug into the dirt to anchor him, barely halting his slide. Another strong one. He glanced down. His coat now had a hole near the elbow. Another king I can't take lightly. After achieving mastery in a battle against Jin Young-go, the king of Seonam, he thought he'd finally reached a level to rival the best. I thought defeating the others would be easier, but they're only getting stronger. Yet his eyes remained unwavering. Jin Rang stared up at the towering form of Tae-soo Ma. I can't let him hurt them. He bit his lip, drawing blood, and clenched his fists. He stood tall once again. I can't lose. In a blur, he appeared at Tae-soo's flank, elbow slamming into the king's ribs with brutal force. Boom. 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 Each strike echoed like thunder, reverberating through the earth. Anyone close enough to the ground could feel the tremors. Tae-soo coughed blood. The barrage continued, unceasing, calculated, relentless. Jin Rang didn't flinch. I have to win. He locked onto Tae-soo's shoulder joint, prepared his next strike. But just before impact. Crack. A colossal fist crashed into his stomach. His body recoiled violently, folding in on itself as shockwaves rippled across his torso. Boom. Chapter 43, ch. 42. The ground was already torn with cracks, the once peaceful, playful energy replaced with raw conflict and tension. All the students who had been carefree just moments ago now stood still, wide-eyed, watching the chaos unfold before them. Jin Rang lay motionless, his face twisted in pain. Blood poured from his body like water leaking from a shattered vase. A deep, bluish wound spread across his chest. Tae-soo's punch had landed like a rocket blasting off its launch pad. It wasn't just strong. It was devastating. His mind froze. Is this really the man I'm supposed to fight? But a moment of doubt was all it took to snap him back. It's stupid to think like that. Every opponent I've ever fought was stronger than me. What's one more? Clenching at the blood-soaked grass, Jin Rang forced himself to rise. His legs trembled beneath the weight of his injuries. Across from him, Tae-soo stood tall, injured, but only mildly. His figure still radiated strength and pride. Jinrang glanced at his own bleeding elbows. His body felt like lead, cracked, open, fragile. And yet he moved forward. Not out of pride. Not out of ego. He had younger brothers. He remembered their smiles. He had to protect them. No matter the cost. Even if it meant breaking his body over and over again. His steps grew faster. His thoughts filled with images of his brothers. They weren't bound by blood, but by something even stronger. His walk turned into a sprint. Taesu moved too, raising his fist, his right arm slicing forward like a sword leaving its sheath, a harbinger of destruction. I need to dodge it. Jinrang arched his back, narrowly avoiding the punch. Wind rushed past, ruffling his hair and revealing the resolve in his eyes. His legs tensed with a sharp thud. In one motion, his body sprang upward like a coiled spring. His elbow twisted through the air and crashed directly into Taesu's face. For the first time, Taesu hit the ground, his expression shocked, eyes wide, blood trickling from his nose. He injured me. Taesu Ma didn't know what drove the man in front of him. But he could feel it. He saw the damage he'd inflicted, yet Jinrang still fought. He has my respect. A strong man recognizes another. That was the core of Taesu's belief. Jinrang advanced again. His back twisted, elbow ready, aiming for the king of Anson who was still grounded, defenseless. But then, Jinrang paused. He saw it. Taesu Ma wasn't afraid. He was smiling. Jinrang's elbow descended like a cannonball launched from a turret. But just before impact, Taesu's right fist countered. This was the kind of clash people only dreamed about. The king versus the challenger. Taesu's punch landed hard against Jinrang's bone, but didn't stop there. It continued forward, deflecting the elbow's path with sheer force. Jinrang strained with everything he had, but his attack was pushed away, his body now wide open. Taesu smiled. Jinrang was vulnerable, his elbow high in the air, his expression dazed. Taesu tapped the ground with his fist, launching himself upward. His feet hit the ground as he steadied his stance. He knew now. Jinrang was fighting for something important. But Taesu had his own reason. Ever since my fight with Gongseeb, I decided, no matter who I face, I'll give it my all. His right hand pulled back to his waist. The wind howled violently, as if warning Jinrang of what was coming. But it was already too late. The punch landed like a freight train, smashing straight into Jinrang's face and sending him crashing into the ground, unconscious. In the face of raw strength, ideologies meant nothing. It didn't matter if Jinrang fought for his brothers or if Taesu fought to prove himself. In this world, the only thing that mattered was the victor. And the answer was clear. Jinrang lay embedded in the ground, unmoving. Taesu slowly lowered his hand, glancing down with quiet respect. He muttered, "You were strong." The playground erupted into cheers. The onlookers had been completely absorbed in the fight, the shock waves, the thunderous impacts. It felt like a scene straight out of a movie. The chaos spread as the overwhelmed teachers scrambled to restore order. In the midst of it all, a young figure no older than 10 sprinted through the field like his life depended on it. His hair slicked up, eyes full of awe and reverence. Hudson unclutched an object tightly in his hands, as if he were protecting a priceless treasure. "Master! Master!" he shouted, trying to catch the attention of his idol. Taesu turned toward the voice. "Hudson. What's he doing here?" The boy skidded to a stop in front of him, panting hard. He'd run non-stop from the moment he heard Taesu had returned. He didn't even glance at the unconscious Jinrang. All his focus was on the king of Anson. "Master. Your phone, Apollo sent you something important." Tae-soo took the phone from the boy and opened his messages. Their group chat was filled with chatter he didn't care to read. He scrolled past until he reached Apollo's private message. His eyes scanned the text, a glimmer of curiosity in them. I bet some guy with long hair and a scar near his eyes will come to fight you. They call him the King Hunter. First of all, don't you dare lose. Second, bring him to me. Trust me, he's important. Tae-soo smirked. He was used to Apollo's cryptic tone by now. His eyes drifted toward the unconscious man. I guess I should know your name. Chapter 44, ch. 43. The cold draft of wind gently toyed with a strand of Apollo's hair. His hand, resting comfortably on the couch, rose instinctively to brush it back into place. I should really cut it, he thought, seated in what was easily the most luxurious sofa he'd ever sat on, inside a karaoke bar, no less. The room glowed with flashy light sources, each casting colorful beams that bounced off the spotless walls. Everything here was clean, pretty, far too pristine for the situation at hand. Across from him sat Tae-soo Ma, eyes bored yet tinged with curiosity and anticipation. He downed another glass of soju, his gaze flicking to the man laid out between them. Jin-rang lay sprawled across the table, blood dried across his face. The sight was concerning, even with the fight over. When will he whack? Before Tae-soo could finish, a rough gurgle escaped from Jin-rang's throat. Both their eyes turned toward the man as he coughed, eyes half-lidded and unfocused. Another wet cough followed, this one smearing more blood onto the already stained table. Tae-soo nearly winced. I didn't mean to hit him that hard, he thought, pouring himself another glass. But I had just broken through that wall. I didn't have full control yet. The excuse did little to settle the guilt. Jin-rang slowly sat up, his face contorted in pain, but his eyes sharp with caution. He looked across the room and locked eyes with Apollo, calm, steady, unreadable. Then he turned his gaze toward Tae-soo, flashes of his humiliating defeat playing in his mind. Who are you? Jin-rang rasped, clutching his chest. He managed to push himself off the table and onto another couch, his body trembling from the effort. He wanted to attack, to retaliate, but his injuries chained him down. Apollo calmly reached over and poured him a glass. Drink first, he said, voice firm but not cold. There was no malice in his eyes. No hidden motives. Jin-rang had seen too many eyes, of men, women, all wanting something from him. But Apollo's? He doesn't seem to be against me, for now. Accepting his fate, Jin-rang took the glass and downed it in one gulp, his grip surprisingly steady. Apollo raised an eyebrow at the man's resilience. We'll get you a doctor after this. But first. His eyes narrowed slightly. Why did you attack the kings? Jin-rang looked down, his expression twisting. Because I'm a dog. He said it as if that alone should explain everything. Tae-soo, uncharacteristically engaged, replied with a quiet scoff. And what does your master owe you for you to go this far? Jin-rang hesitated, eyes flickering with the weight of a decision. He remembered his younger brothers, fragile, unaware, innocent. Should I tell them? He looked into Tae-soo's eyes and, strangely, saw concern. Not pity. Not scorn. Concern. Why does he look worried? I have younger brothers, Jin-rang muttered. If I don't hunt the kings, he'll kill them. He paused. I'm a dog. Apollo sighed internally. What's with this guy and being a dog? He braced himself, ready to launch into a speech about leashes, freedom, and strength. But then, unexpectedly, Tae-soo spoke first. A dog? The words rang in Tae-soo's mind. His grip tightened around his glass until it shattered, shards bouncing off his calloused skin without piercing it. So some guy blackmails you, Tae-soo said, his tone cold, and instead of protecting your kin, you follow him like a dog? He stood up, massive frame casting a shadow that almost reached the ceiling. His eyes bore down on Jinrang with something that felt dangerously close to contempt. Jinrang's breath hitched. The words cut deeper than any punch could. I know that already. But what can I do? I'm not strong enough. Pain radiated from his elbows as he pushed himself up further. He looked at Tae-Soo with something between rage and sorrow. As if you know any better. The words burst out of him louder, sharper than he expected, raw with frustration. In a flash, his hands latched onto Tae-Soo's collar. He didn't even know why he did it. Anger? Desperation? But Tae-Soo didn't flinch. Calmly, he gripped Jinrang's wrists and pulled them off. His voice was low, almost quiet, like the rumble before a tidal wave. A dog who follows that kind of owner usually gets bitten by him. Tae-Soo stared down at Jinrang. Beneath the surface, his fury simmered. Using someone's family to control them. That bastard deserves worse. But he knew this wasn't his fight to finish. Jinrang froze. The words clawed into him, digging deeper than guilt ever had. Finally, he shouted, then what should I do? Tae-Soo didn't hesitate. Protect them. By any means necessary. That's what a man would do. Jinrang stumbled back, mind racing, eyes unfocused, but no longer lost. He's right. He looked down at his battered hands. Despite the pain, he felt something. Something stirring. I need to become a wolf. I need to protect my pack, he muttered. Tae-Soo's lips twitched. He almost smiled. Almost. But they weren't done yet. Apollo, silent until now, finally spoke. It's about time, Mr. Wolf, he said with a smirk. Let's head back to Busan. Jinrang raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? It means, Apollo replied, standing up, you're not going alone. He placed a firm hand on Jinrang's shoulder. The kings are coming with you. You're one of us now. He pulled out his phone and opened the group chat. Their voices erupted in chaotic unison, excitement clashing with confusion, until Apollo's authoritative tone cut through. Listen up. Pack your things. Tomorrow, we go to Busan. Chapter 45, ch. 44. The pavement cracked as Jinrang gazed at the scene before him. Dal Young-o stood over his sworn brothers, one unconscious, the other shielding him with his battered back. Their bodies were bruised beyond recognition, blood spilling like a waterfall. Jinrang froze as the image seared into his mind. He had been following orders. He had been the perfect, obedient dog. And yet, its owner had turned around and bitten him. Hot blood surged from his tear ducts. His jaw clenched so hard he split his own lip. From the sidelines, Jagayan Na winced. He's really crying tears of blood. The kings had followed the man, just as Apollo instructed. But Apollo had given one strict order, do not interfere until the end. Why? Unknown. But they listened. Standing beside an old woman, clearly the owner of the child trafficking ring, Jagayan tightened his grip on her shoulder, drawing a sharp yelp from her. Her jewelry, clothes, and pristine makeup didn't just suggest wealth, they declared it. The king of Incheon narrowed his eyes. That wealth came from abusing these children. He could see their business for what it was. Seeing Dal Young-o smile like a madman, Jagayan barely held himself back. What happened next stunned not only him, but all the kings. That's the disciple of Gapreong Kim, right? Tae-Soo muttered, seated on a cracked cement log, eyes locked on the pink-haired man. Apollo nodded grimly. Sadly, yes. Tae-Soo raised an eyebrow, recognizing something strange in Jinrang's stance. He didn't fight me like that. Seonji-yuk folded his arms, grinning. He could see it now, a blurry figure standing behind Jinrang. Master told me about him. In a blur of rage and gore, Jinrang's punch connected with the official disciple of Gaprion Kim. The shockwave rattled the very air. The kings braced themselves, holding out their arms as if it would help. Shock spread across each of their faces. That punch was stronger than anything I have ever seen. Even Tae-soo had to admit, if that landed on him, he'd go down hard. Then came another. And another. And another. Each strike made Daliang visibly shudder. Afraid. Trembling. The so-called disciple clung weakly to his sides. I'm the disciple of a legend, I can't go down like this. His freshly styled pink hair now lay disheveled, soaked with his own blood. His once luxurious tuxedo was in tatters. It was ironic, he who believed so strongly in appearances was now nearly stripped bare. Overcome. It wasn't an easy power to master. It demanded something precious to protect. Daliang had once possessed it. Once, he had stood to protect the elderly and the weak. But now, as another punch shattered his jaw into fragments, he couldn't even raise a hand. What do I even have to protect anymore? His jaw hung loosely. His legs buckled inward. There was no strength left in him. The hands he once used to crush others, the fists he wielded like royal decree, now clasped together, trembling. Please. He muttered weakly, vision blurring from the relentless blows of the one he had once called a dog. Please, forgive me. The pain was unbearable. His bones felt like jelly. Why did I even come here? He berated himself as a brutal strike landed on his liver. He begged harder. But like the karma he had sown, when life struck, it struck with the weight of a mountain. Relentless. I'll die like this. And then, the final blow came. He was done for. But before it landed, a blur shot between them. The punch diverted just slightly. All Daliang saw before losing consciousness was a tall figure shielding him. Apollo. Jinrang, knee-deep in bloodlust and rage, growled, I'm going to kill him. Get out of the way. Apollo sighed, raising his hands. You've done enough, Jinrang. Any more, and you're going to jail for murder. His voice was calm, but his eyes, unlike Jinrang's glowing violet irises, were dark and heavy. Move. Jinrang's voice was low. Dangerous. Before being a friend, he was a leader, a wolf of the pack. And a wolf didn't stop until its prey was dead. His purple mahogany gaze sharpened as he launched an overhand right straight toward Apollo. The black-eyed menace barely tilted his head in time, the punch flew past. But Jinrang wasn't done. A hidden left hand shot forward like a viper. Apollo's abs tightened. Legs coiled. No choice but to dodge. His instincts screamed. Kicking off the ground with explosive force, the pavement shattered beneath him. The motion flung him sideways, barely dodging the devastating blow. The kings, watching Apollo finally intervene, exhaled in relief. Their thoughts wandered, back to a memory. Right before Busan. Chilly wind surrounded them as they stood in a circle. Jinrang, the former king hunter, was asleep nearby. Apollo had looked at Tae-soo, Ji-chang, Jagayan, and Gongseeb, eyes serious and sharp. You all know what he'll do tomorrow. If the guy hurt his brothers, Jinrang won't stop until he kills him. He tapped his own chest with a light smile. That's where I come in. Tomorrow, no matter what, we can't let Jinrang kill the disciple of Gaprion Kim. Tae-soo nodded silently. Ji-chang and Jagayan stayed quiet, minds already calculating the consequences. Only Gongseeb looked confused. We just met him yesterday. Why are we suddenly such good friends? And yet, deep down, he trusted Apollo. If Apollo said it, it must be true. Chapter 46, ch. 45. All the children emerged in small groups, their expressions frozen in shock. Uncertain. Their clothes, cheap, stained from daily wear, clung to their thin frames, remnants of the life they had resigned themselves to. Or at least, used to. Because before their eyes, that abusive, torturous life was beginning to shatter. The old woman trembled, her ever-violent bodyguard, the one who used to beat them into submission, now embedded deep into the ground. The pink-haired man who had just reached out with cruel intent lay twisted and broken in so many places that even the children felt pity. And at the center of it all stood Jean Rang. The man who had freed them now stood tall in the middle of the concrete jungle. Broken pipes and shattered debris littered the ground around him, but his gaze never wavered from the crowd ahead. His eyes locked onto Jagayan, who had carefully laid his brothers down in a safe spot. Jean Rang noticed the boy's hands clenching and unclenching. These guys aren't my enemies, Jean Rang thought. All they want is for me not to go to jail. His glowing violet eyes swept across the others. But that decision isn't theirs to make. From the day I chose to be a wolf, it was certain, I would kill anyone who hurt my pack. His gaze landed on Dao Young-o. The metallic scent of blood lingered heavily in the air, his blood. Jean Rang had beaten him until the very atmosphere reeked of carnage. His fists tightened, memories clawing back. He remembered what life had been like, how Dao Young used to beat them, how he broke one of his brother's teeth. He has to die, Jean Rang decided. Even if I have to take down all of them. His arms rose, fists drawing up near his jaw. His legs shifted into stance, mimicking the very form of Gapriong Kim. And then, he vanished. No crack, no warning, just a swoosh of air before an overhand punch came crashing down toward Tae-Soo Ma, the one Jean Rang had judged to have the weakest endurance. But before the punch could land, someone else stepped in. Hair braided uniquely, a green sweater clinging to his form beneath a black leather jacket, and orange sunglasses gleaming, Gong-Seeb Ji stood firm between the two. Tongue poking from his lips, he stood tall. He hadn't been idle these past 2 months. He had watched Ji-Chang's explosive growth, Apollo's blinding speed. He had felt the frustration of being unable to contribute. His mind flashed back, to just a week ago. He stood beneath a freezing waterfall, icy water crashing against his bare body. His expression was twisted in pain. Improve. The word repeated in his mind as he stared up at a massive 2-ton boulder, tied by a rope, descending from the mountaintop. The air split with a roar. The rock tumbled toward him at terrifying speed, jagged, heavy, fast. 10 kilometers per hour didn't sound like much, but with that weight, the force behind it was monstrous. His torso was already torn and bloodied, the waterfall washing over his wounds. Either I die or I improve, he told himself. Teeth grinding, he screamed. Iron Fortress. Endurance wasn't just physical. It was willpower. Determination. I have the will to block any attack. The rock struck his stance. And stopped. Not because it had broken. But because he had become stronger. Far stronger. Gong-Seeb Ji had shattered the wall. Present day. Jean Rang's overhand punch landed on Gong-Seeb. The impact pushed him back 2 meters. Scorch marks trailed beneath his feet. And yet, the king of Taegu smiled through the pain. I gotta admit, he muttered, I didn't think anyone could hit me like that. Tae-Soo Ma, once again saved, grimaced. He didn't waste words. His body twisted, arm coiled, and his right hand landed squarely on Jean Rang's elbow, sending him flying back. Erg. Jean Rang grunted, but the fire in his eyes burned hotter than ever. Gong-Seeb had blocked the blow, but he was slower now, stiff. The ground cracked beneath Jean Rang's feet as he launched forward again, concrete exploding in his wake. Blue paint was erased beneath his stride as he surged once more toward a vulnerable Tae-Soo. Tae-Soo struck back, aiming a counterpunch toward Jean Rang's face. But Jean Rang ducked, letting the attack brush past harmlessly. His right hand, raised above, descended like a hammer. The punch smashed into Tae-Soo's face like a speeding truck. A loud crunch echoed across the battlefield as blood sprayed and Taisu's body flew through the air. Unconscious. The remaining kings moved to intercept. But Jinrang tore through space like a demon incarnate. Or a god with vengeance in his bones. His next target, Gongseeb Ji. Gongseeb didn't flinch. He simply smiled. The king of Taegu had yet to reach speed mastery. All he could do was brace himself. Iron Fortress. But Jinrang wasn't an idiot. A fight wasn't won by power alone. He feinted high with a jab. Gongseeb read it, until Jinrang twisted, crouched, and drove his right hand straight toward Gongseeb's foot. Arg! Gongseeb cried out as pain exploded from his toes to his spine. His body screamed, legs heavy, balance lost. Jinrang didn't stop. Like a spring, he twisted his body upward. His left hand arced in a vicious uppercut, smashing into Gongseeb's jaw. The king of Taegu was sent flying. And the rest of the kings watched, frozen, helpless. Their dominance, shaken. Apollo exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing. The fight was on. The wolf versus the kings. Chapter 47, ch. 46. The air hung thick and heavy, saturated with the stench of blood. It was unbearable, yet inevitable, in such a gruesome battle. Short in stature but not in spirit, the children's hearts pounded like well-oiled machines as they watched the carnage unfold before them. It reminded them of the superheroes they'd once seen on TV. But their gazes were uncertain. Who was the hero? Who was the villain? So, collectively, they made a decision: the one who loses is the villain. Jinrang stood his ground. His posture was low, weary from the long, punishing fight. His black shirt clung to his muscular frame, soaked through with sweat, his body just slightly hunched, exhausted. Yet his eyes still burned with the same intensity. He took a step forward, the ground beneath him cracking under the force of his movement. But this time, it seemed he had met his match. The black-eyed enigma stood before him, loosely dressed in a plain white shirt and black jeans that fluttered in the wind. His frame was lean, muscles streamlined, built for agility and combat. Jinrang didn't hesitate. He lunged forward. A punch, faintly glowing with a purplish hue, rushed toward Apollo with brutal intent. His body already creaked in protest, bones grinding with each forced movement. The punch, meant to shatter his opponent, met instead a perfectly timed back kick, devastating in its own right. Jinrang's breath caught. Not because his body felt like it was doused in molten lava. Not even because the fire of revenge roared in his chest. But because of something far more perplexing. The kick hadn't clashed with his punch head-on. It had met the underside of his wrist, redirecting his momentum, sending his strike sailing harmlessly into the air. Before he could counterattack, another figure appeared behind him. A black-haired man in a tank top, muscles rippling beneath the fabric. "I need to turn," Jinrang's instincts screamed in alarm. Having someone at your back was never a good sign. Erg! He let out a raw grunt of pain. Someone had seized him. Not just his body, but his bones themselves. A terrible force cracked his already taxed frame. Agony shot through him, like a jagged blade tearing through flesh and wool alike. And then. The sky. His body soared upward, hoisted high without mercy. The grip on him was firm, unrelenting. Desolate. Jinrang's eyes glazed for a moment. The pain anchored him in place. A cruel reminder of his lifelong failure, his inability. I couldn't protect Sang Bek from abuse. Then I couldn't protect him from Dalyung. And even now. His body hurtled downward, plummeting toward the earth. In that moment, a memory surged. A rooftop, overlooking all of Busan. Sang Bek stood near the edge, wearing a simple work coat. To Jinrang, he had never looked stronger. He never said it aloud, but in that moment, all he wanted was a quiet life together. It doesn't matter what I have to do, if I can protect you both. Sang Bek turned, surprised to see his brother. Oh, Jean. I was just taking in the view. What are you doing here? He walked over, locking him in a playful headlock, his face lit with joy. Even under that corrupt man, you still found a way to smile, Jean Rang thought, smiling faintly as he let himself be dragged across the rooftop, listening to Sang Bek excitedly point out his favorite buildings. The memory faded. Jean Rang snapped back to the present. His muscles screamed, his body groaned. He was airborne again, lifted effortlessly by Seonji Yuk. But something had changed. His eyes, dull moments ago, now blazed with renewed life. He twisted mid-air, glaring at the man who treated him like a toy. Seonji Yuk. There was conflict in the man's expression. Did he hesitate? Did he not want to hurt him? It doesn't matter. Jean Rang's hand surged down through the pain, delivering a brutal punch square to Seonji's face. The impact caused a shockwave, rippling out 2 meters and rustling the clothes of everyone nearby. Seonji Yuk flew backward, eyes wide, nose gushing blood like a broken faucet. Jean Rang landed on shaky feet, eyes locking onto his next 2 opponents, Ji Chang and Apollo. His hands clenched, knuckles widening. His eyes burned brighter. Then. Enough. The voice rang out like a thunderclap, slicing through the chaos with absolute authority. Everyone froze. There was only one man in Korea with a voice like that. Jean Rang turned. His eyes widened. Gapriong Kim. The man who had given him strength. The power to protect. A man he respected beyond words. Gapriong walked forward, every step light yet thunderous, echoing across the battlefield. His gaze landed on the unconscious Dao Young-oh, barely clinging to life. Sadness flickered in his eyes. After all, this was the boy who had once fought to protect the weak. No more fighting will happen in this place. His voice was firm, resolute. Not a soul dared move. Apollo, still burning from the adrenaline, slowly calmed. He turned to Jagayan. Bring his brother to him, he said, gesturing to the fallen man. It wasn't an order. Just a quiet request. His voice soft and solemn. Then he turned to Gapriong. What do you plan to do with him? His words were direct. The pink-haired man was finished. Gapriong, the symbol of might and justice, shook his head. His voice was low, tinged with sorrow. It was his own karma that led him here. Just as Jean Rang sought to kill him, so will I. No one objected. Not even Ji Chang. They simply accepted it as fate. But then. A voice rang out. Sharp. Clear. Unflinching. You cannot kill him. Apollo stepped forward, placing himself between Gapriong and Dalyung. Chapter 48, ch. 47. Gapriong Kim stood tall, nearly 6.5 feet. His pristine white tuxedo, complemented by a peach-toned suit, gave him an air of quiet regality. His sharp eyes, both firm and confused, locked onto Apollo. The other kings were just as bewildered. Expressions of shock and disbelief painted their faces. None of them could understand why Apollo now stood between them and the infamous figure before them. Apollo shook his head. Though his eyes appeared calm, beneath the surface, his mind was racing with calculations. Dalyung lay unconscious behind him, bleeding, battered, body broken like a cracked water fountain. Apollo grimaced. Any longer and the man might actually die. His foot twitched. If his plan was to work, he had to convince Gapriong now, no second chances. It's all right, Apollo. You've always had good communication skills, he told himself. His gaze drifted to Gapriong. Even if it is the strongest man on earth. Steeling himself, Apollo puffed his chest and stood tall. It might come off as rude, but you should take some accountability, Mr. Kim. The words cut through the tense silence like a blade. Ji-chang nearly double-taked. His eyes widened in disbelief. Does Apollo have a death wish? He glanced back at Jinrang, who remained crouched beside their brothers, carefully tending to their injuries, but now also focused on the conversation. Ji-chang sighed. The doctors I called must be arriving any minute now. His eyes returned to Apollo. Why is he going up against Gapriang, for this man? Thoughts churned violently in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more intricate it all seemed. It's almost as if Apollo is preparing, but for what? He clasped his hands together, brows furrowing. His actions in Chanliang. His motive for making a crew. There had to be something more. What could possibly scare Apollo into all this? Just who? Meanwhile, Apollo and Gapriang faced off. Gapriang finally spoke, his aura radiating like invisible gravity, crushing, oppressive. Apollo almost buckled. His bones creaked under the pressure, and though Gapriang's expression was stoic, Apollo felt like he was being crushed from the inside out. Gapriang's voice was calm, yet carried a hint of irritation. What do you mean I'm not taking accountability? Apollo steadied himself. You took in a disciple, but you were never there for him. You showed him the way, but that's not what a real mentor does. He paused, letting the words settle like iron in the air. Even the wind felt heavier. When he strayed, you didn't look for the real cause. You just blamed him. Yes, killing him might end it. But if that's how you take care of your students, then you're a pretty shitty mentor. By the end, Apollo's voice cracked into a near shout. What was supposed to be calm came out strained and high-pitched. His thoughts briefly drifted to Hansu, his mentor. He sighed, muscles still sore from the fight. Hansu would have never left his student in such a state. Gapriang's expression softened. His narrowed eyes relaxed ever so slightly. It's not as if I don't know that, young Apollo. His voice was quiet now. You're not wrong. Apollo blinked. For a second, it looked like hope had returned to his eyes. But I don't hold his hand through the journey, Gapriang continued. He is his own man. His decisions are his own. I can help, a little. But his karma, that's something he has to face alone. Gapriang's expression turned distant, melancholic. He remembered the pink-haired boy from years ago, weak, poor, but defiant. Dal Young had taken beating after beating, falling again and again, yet always getting up. He had something special in his eyes. Conviction. The conviction to overcome his limits. Gapriang had believed in it. And he had been right. But somewhere along the path, the boy had darkened. Fallen. Become something twisted. That was why he lost to Jinrang. Gapriang turned to look at Jinrang, wounded, bloodied, and traumatized, but crouched beside his brothers, refusing to give in. Conviction, he thought again. I saw it in that little wolf, and I was right once more. Apollo exhaled. His expression shifted. He clenched his fists and then released them. If his actions are his to bear, if you can't guide him through it, Apollo said, voice low but dangerous, then you don't get to decide his fate either. His lips twitched slightly. Deep down, he hadn't expected Gapriang to even take Dal Young in. And though he hated to admit it, a part of him knew the man wasn't entirely wrong. He looked at Daliang's broken form and sighed. If I could, I'd beat the shit out of you myself. Apollo moved, light on his feet, deliberate. In seconds, he was beside the unconscious pink-haired man. He leaned in, lips brushing close to the man's ear. Dal Young, unconscious and battered, would remember only one thing from this moment, a voice whispering through the haze. This is the only chance I can give you. Come out a reformed man, or die by my hands. Apollo wasn't bluffing. His eyes carried unmistakable killing intent. But Dal Young remained unaware, lost to the pain. Gapriang blinked. What are you doing, Oppo. Before he could finish, a high-pitched screech echoed through the air. Police. Gapriang noted, brows lifting. His head turned. A wave of vehicles approached, at least 15 cars. The low thrum of a helicopter overhead added weight to the moment. Its spotlight shone directly on Daliang's body. The vehicles skidded to a stop before Gapriang. Doors burst open, and officers poured out, some bowing respectfully to the legendary fighter, others unaware of his identity. A team moved quickly, cuffing Daliang's limp arms. Medics followed, lifting Daliang onto a stretcher and carrying him toward an ambulance. Gapriang turned to Apollo, who smiled subtly. And for a moment, Gapriang was silent, taking in the irony of the entire scene. Then, suddenly, he burst into laughter. Ha! Ha 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 ha! His laugh cut through the chaos, booming, thunderous. All heads turned. But Gapriang didn't care. He looked at Apollo with a mixture of admiration and exasperation. I don't know whether I should thank you, or kill you. Chapter 49, ch. 48. The empty playground was teeming with chaos. Men and women of every profession flooded the scene, some police officers, some doctors, and others, journalists who had rushed in like hounds chasing a lead. Their instincts had been right. Something monumental was happening in Busan. Jin Rang stood beside his younger brothers, who now lay unconscious on stretchers, battered, bruised, and bloodied. Their fragile bodies were being carried away by paramedics, swathed in bandages and dried blood. The air was heavy, damp and cold, the kind that sank into the bone. A faint trace of blood drifted through the wind, the metallic scent carried like a whisper. People grimaced as they looked upon the sight, concrete stained in red, a silent testimony to the savagery that had unfolded here. Children were being escorted out by several officers. Their small hands were scarred, their bodies thin and fragile. Their past, even darker than what anyone could guess, and yet, they smiled. Their eyes had lost the sparkle of innocence, dulled like lifeless rubies. And still, as they gripped the hands of the officers escorting them, tears welled up in their eyes. It started with one child weeping, and then the dam broke. Some cried in joy. Others screamed curses at the old woman who had tormented them for years. The blood on the pavement, once a symbol of pain, now mixed with tears of freedom. They had broken free from the prison that cursed them. Gapriang Kim stood quietly on the sidelines. His presence should have drawn all attention, but right now, the world had more pressing things to witness. A professionally dressed journalist stood before a camera, her voice calm and composed despite the chaotic backdrop. Welcome to BSS News. Today, Busan has been rocked by a shocking incident. The entire nation is watching. She continued, a known gang leader, Daliang-o, has been caught red-handed. A large cache of incriminating documents and footage was sent to our office by an anonymous source. Before she could go on, a civilian pushed through the crowd, her voice panicked. What's going to happen to him, she asked, the collective question on everyone's minds. The journalist gave a faint smile. As per our current legal estimates, he'll face at least 10 years in prison. Her words, steady and soothing, offered some solace to a restless public. Apollo watched the chaos with a sigh. It's not like I ever believed Daliang would change, he thought, but a small part of me still hoped. If he did, we might have had another ally. He pressed a hand against his forehead, frustration weighing on his shoulders. His thoughts were interrupted by the approach of a familiar presence. A figure like a silent wolf, sharp-eyed and intimidating, stood in front of him. Apollo looked up to meet the eyes of Jinrang. The man's presence was grave, his gaze heavy, as if he carried the burden of an entire city on his back. He was the first to break the silence. I get why you did it, Jinrang said, his voice rough. A grimace flickered across his face before he steadied it again. You saved me from jail. You gave me time with my brothers. He raised a hand, placing it on Apollo's shoulder, a rare gesture of thanks. "Thank you." Apollo gave a faint smile, a small breath leaving his lips as his tense muscles eased. "Don't worry. He'll serve time for what he did. You won't have to suffer for doing the right thing." The message was clear. Killing Dao Young might have been justified, but the consequences would have destroyed Jin Rang. Apollo had simply prevented that. Jin Rang's lips quirked into a barely noticeable smirk. "If I ever see him again, I'll break him all over." Apollo laughed, a deep, full laugh that echoed through the open air. Clutching his stomach, he replied, "You're free to break him as many times as you want." Jin Rang gave a quiet nod and turned away, walking slowly toward the row of ambulances. His lips twitched again, caught somewhere between a smirk and solemn reflection. A sudden shout cut through the air. "The one who saved Busan." Jin Rang turned. A massive crowd was approaching, protesters, civilians, survivors. The very people Dao Young had oppressed. 3 familiar faces led the charge. Their eyes lit up at the sight of him. Their voices pierced the sky, louder than sirens or helicopter blades. "The one who saved Busan, Jin Rang." Like a wave, the crowd joined in, chanting his name, over and over again, engraving it into the air, into memory, into history. Caught off guard, Jin Rang lowered his head, feeling the energy vibrate through the air. The crowd stopped just a few meters away, their anticipation holding like a collective breath. He stayed silent. And then, he moved. Jin Rang raised his right hand, still bloodied from the fight, soaked with the evidence of the one who had tormented this city. The hand shook, but it rose with pride. As if a starting gun had fired, the crowd erupted again. "Jin Rang! Jin Rang! Jin Rang!" Their voices formed a single, thundering chant. Cameras panned toward him. For the first time, all of Busan, and soon, all of Korea, would know his name. The wolf who saved Busan. Meanwhile, outside a towering facility, bold words decorated the front gate. "Seoul State Prison for Juveniles." Police officers and staff moved about, patrolling the area with practiced alertness. A figure exited the gate. His presence was suffocating. His footsteps echoed like drumbeats, each one a reminder of the legacy he had carved behind those walls. Some guards stared at him in awe. Others instinctively looked away. He walked forward, only to be halted by an old man offering a small plate of tofu. "For your safe return," the man said softly. Then, with reverence and fear in equal measure, he added, "Young Master Gun." Chapter 50, ch. 49. Hansu stood against Apollo, his towering height still commanding attention over the young teenager. A smile parted his face, one Apollo had become so familiar with that the idle thought of why the man was so kind no longer crossed his mind. Their feet shifted, the hardwood floor thumping with a low thud. Apollo was the first to move. His left foot slammed hard on the ground, the friction of the wood supported his movements as he twisted. His form, almost serpentine, was fluid. His leg crashed onto Hansu's forearm. The attack made Hansu grunt, a sound of silent approval. But Apollo had no intention of waiting. His chest filled with a deep intake of air, his muscles pulsing with strength. The right leg that had just thrown a back kick now hung in the air, and his body swooped with a swish. Apollo muttered under his breath, "Like a puzzle. Like a puzzle, fill the blocks." His body twisted a full 360 degrees, generating more force. His leg sliced through the air like a hunting knife cutting through hot butter. A soft swish followed by a thunderous blow landed on Hansu's defense. "I guess I should call this one the slithering kick," an idle thought grazed his mind. His reverse eyes gleamed with excitement under the brightly lit dojo. He almost smiled. His leg, now firmly planted, twisted upward as his body followed suit, releasing as much force as possible. Hansu's eyes widened, witnessing the complexity of Apollo's movements, the sheer difficulty of it all. He really did it. Hansu's hands pained, but he blocked the next kick. He could see how Apollo twisted, blending the principles of Taekwondo with another style. Perhaps, his friends, he noted. A slight twitch of Hansu's lips, but with a quick adjustment, he composed himself. Can't let him see how proud I am, yet. His blood surged as the fight consumed him further. His defense grew strong, unyielding against blow after blow. Apollo's new fighting style thrilled him. His heart pounded in excitement, and a thought brushed his mind: I need to make sure he's perfected it. His muscles contracted, and then. Nothing. No thump. No swoosh. 1 second, he was there, and the next, Hansu's leg descended on Apollo. It didn't slice through the air. The kick wasn't meant to be sharp. Instead, its sheer force pushed the air, like a tornado. The pressure was something Apollo didn't expect Hansu to unleash, not yet, at least. Yet reality defied him. Even in such perilous circumstances, Apollo smiled. My defense isn't as weak as you think, sensei. Tough words escaped his mouth. His appearance was charming, as he tanked the kick without hesitation. Unlike before, his stance wasn't the iron fortress. No, this time it was relaxed, like standing in the middle of a still lake, tough, unyielding, with enough confidence to face anything the world could throw at him. Belief. Boom. The kick landed on Apollo. His chest nearly caved from the force. His eyes, stoic and playful, bulged with pain. He bit his lower lip, desperately holding back the urge to shout. Like a cannonball, his figure shot through the dojo, crashing into a cement wall with a deafening boom. Dust and gravel spread everywhere. Hansu stared at the devastation, a sigh escaping his lips as he processed what had just happened. He lightly clutched his forehead with his left hand. Perhaps I went a little too overboard. But as his thoughts unraveled, a faint sound echoed in the room. Hansu, with his sharp reflexes, picked it up immediately. Out of the haze and the dust, a figure emerged. The left side of his chest was bluish and broken, yet the confidence in his eyes remained unchanged. Apollo's gaze locked onto Hansu's, and he declared, I told you, my defense isn't as weak as you think. 2 months ago. After the parting in Chanliang. Apollo sat on a small stool in the dojo, his expression troubled. His hands were slightly clenched against his thigh, the pain focusing his thoughts. Before he could drown in his own mental chaos, a clear voice cut through it. What's troubling you, Apollo? The voice was gentle, calming, like it belonged to a pacifist, someone who'd never fought a day in his life. Apollo looked up, his eyes landing on the familiar figure of Hansu. Dressed in a simple taekwondo outfit, a white robe with a black belt tied at his waist. The belt, although spotless, showed cracks and the occasional outgrown fiber, indicating its age. Despite its wear, it was clearly well cared for. Apollo sighed. That's just how sensei is. He lightly rested his head on his left hand. I don't know, sensei. You know I went to Chanliang, right? His voice lingered in the air. Hansa nodded, a sign for Apollo to continue. I fought a man. He was strong. Nearly my level, Apollo said, his gaze distant. I thought I had reached a point where no one could match me, at least, not for a long time. He pointed at his leg. With, the speed mastery and all. Hansu processed Apollo's words before replying in his calm voice. I know that feeling. When you break through to mastery, the gap between those who haven't and those who have is like the difference between sky and earth. He placed a calloused hand on Apollo's shoulder. Though rough, the touch was comforting. But like everything in life, if you want to stay at the top, you must continue to improve. Hansu paused, then continued, when was the last time you thought about improving your martial arts? His words served as a direct reminder. He had been paying attention. Since unlocking that threshold, you've only done the minimum and idled away, his sharp observations rang through. Apollo lowered his eyes, his thoughts churning like a boiling pot. Have I really not put effort into improving since I cleared that threshold? It took him a few minutes to reflect before finally asking the most basic question. Sensei. How do I improve now? Hansu smiled. Chapter 51, ch. 50. A soft breeze rustled through Apollo's hair, the wind chilly and oppressive. A white mist escaped his lips with every exhale. Sweat pooled beneath him in buckets. His lean body stood in front of an old tree, shirtless, his solid abs exposed to the cold, a small shiver trailing down his back. It was 6 in the morning. The sun's rays barely pierced the dense jungle, most of the light swallowed by thick foliage. Only scattered beams managed to trickle through. One ray landed directly on Apollo's figure, casting him in a golden glow that brought a hint of comfort to the morning chill. Yet the man at the center of it all had his mind churning in a completely different direction. He landed another kick against the tree bark, his leg moving in tight synchronization. His face grimaced. Just how am I supposed to combine every kick with Ji-Chang's technique? His thoughts drifted back, 2 days ago, to the same dojo where his sensei had answered a question that had gnawed at him for weeks. How do I become stronger? Hansu's answer had been direct. Your first priority, he had said, pointing at Apollo, should be working on your technique. He paced around the dojo, arms resting on his hips. You have the copy talent. As outrageous as it sounds, you do. Yet when you use others' moves, it's like you're just borrowing them, piecemeal attacks, not a flowing style. He stopped in front of Apollo. In one swift motion, he was close, eye to eye. I want you to create your own fighting style. The only reason your copying works so well is because of your talent, immense talent. He raised a finger. But once you tailor every technique to your body, your rhythm, that's when you'll be a true genius, Apollo. Apollo had lifted his head, the words igniting something in his chest. Combine styles, to make my own. The thought warmed him from the inside out. I'm really living in a fighting manhwa. His heart thumped in excitement. Thump thump thump. His fists clenched by his sides as endless possibilities unfolded in his mind. His lips curled into a wide grin. You're right, sensei. Now, back in the jungle 2 days later. Apollo launched into another kick, his leg bursting with vitality. The impact nearly shattered the bark. A loud crunch echoed through the clearing. He nearly tore his hair out in frustration, fists clenching and unclenching in rhythm. He hunched forward and let out a guttural shout, drenched in sweat and grime. I've been at this for over 2 fucking days. Why can't I do it right? He paused, taking in a deep breath. Huff, calm down, Apollo. Shouting won't fix anything. He narrowed his eyes at the battered tree like it was his personal nemesis. Think about James Lee. Yeah, that's it. The tree is James Lee, now kick it. Hyping himself up, he shifted into a relaxed yet controlled stance. Feet spread wide, crushing the grass beneath. His left hand, muscular and firm, formed a tight guard at his jaw. His right hung loosely near his waist. Not taekwondo. Not boxing. But something that can use both without wasting motion. This stance, still unnamed, was the first thing he'd created on his own. If he wanted to integrate everything, he needed something fluid. Something that fit. He remembered shouting at the sky days earlier, calling himself a true genius. That was, until he tried blending taekwondo with Ji-Chang's brutal precision. It wasn't like before, where he slipped Ji-Chang's moves in as surprise attacks. No, his new goal was different. To flow like taekwondo, but strike unpredictably, like a slithering serpent, he muttered. Then he moved. In a blink, his figure blurred, a simple roundhouse kick launched fast and sharp. I've done this 1,000 times, he thought. The real test is what comes next. As the kick landed cleanly, he twisted into a back kick. Sweat trickled from his temples as he fought to execute each move flawlessly. Back kick with his technique. His leg snapped out like an extension of his will. As his torso twisted, the angle shifted, redirected midair. The left side, if the kick lands there, that means I've got it. His leg slithered through the air as if friction no longer applied. Apollo's eyes widened. After 2 days of agony and repetition, the kick landed exactly where he intended. I did it. His eyes sharpened. Again. Twist. Front kick. And again, he moved, like a storm tearing through the clearing. Like a relentless tornado. He flowed through every taekwondo kick in his arsenal, mixing and matching without pause. The poor tree was on the verge of collapse, its trunk cratered with shoe marks and bark torn away. Apollo dropped onto the grass laughing, his bare back hitting the cool earth with a soft thud. Muscles relaxed. Breath evened out. I did it. He whispered, grinning. I actually did it. Doubt had never truly held him down, but that didn't mean it hadn't crept in. Just focus on the action, not the thought, he reminded himself again. He beamed, practically giddy. Time to move on to the defensive, he said, pushing himself up. But. He muttered, confused. His brows furrowed. What the hell? As he tried to stand, his legs trembled beneath him. It was like someone had turned his firm, reliable legs into a crumbling Jenga tower. My muscles aren't the problem, it's my ligaments. Realization hit him like a truck. Pain surged. His body gave in completely, he collapsed face first into the grass with a thud. Fuck you, Ji-chang, he screamed to the heavens. Ch. 51. Soft rays of sunlight fell on Apollo, their warmth gently illuminating the room where he slept soundly. His body, honed through pain and persistence, rested on the soft comfort of the bed. Ugh. He muttered, face scrunching in discomfort as he turned sideways, blocking out the sun with his back alone. Apollo, wake up. A firm, womanly voice echoed through the room. Hansu's wife stood outside the door, not shouting, but her tone was sharp and no nonsense. 5 more minutes. Apollo groaned, dragging the sheets over his head like a shield against both the sunlight and the woman beyond the door. You better be up soon, she warned, then with a light huff, moved on to her other morning tasks. Apollo lay still, staring blankly at the underside of his blanket. Slowly, his blood began to stir. I'm not sleepy anymore, he muttered, pushing the sheets off and sitting up groggily. His body felt lighter today, not as clunky or exhausted as it had the day before. He walked to the window, pulling the curtains aside and letting the morning light spill into the room. Yesterday, he could barely move. His legs had been jelly, utterly useless after pushing himself too far. There's a reason Ji-chang used his hand blades and not his entire body, Apollo had realized. The technique overloaded the tendons. Extended use was guaranteed to injure them. So he'd come to a simple conclusion. Conditioning. The stronger his body, the more it could handle. He smirked at his reflection in the mirror. Damn, I'm hot. Picking up his toothbrush, he began brushing absent-mindedly, mind drifting through the possible training regimens for today. With my tendons still recovering, I should probably give them a bit more rest. Spitting out the paste, he splashed cold water on his face. The shock snapped his groggy eyes fully open. He turned on the shower, letting the cascade of water wash over him as he whispered, I've got attack figured out, counterattacks are from the same style, so that part should be easy. He closed his eyes, visualizing Ji-chang's hand-based redirections, then comparing them to his own leg-based counters. The image was clear in his mind. Yeah. I can do that. But defense, that was the real problem. The Iron Fortress and belief. How do I combine that? He shut off the shower and stepped out, snagging one last look at himself in the mirror. He grinned. Defense it is. And the best way to learn that is. 1 hour later. Once again standing in the jungle, Apollo had discarded his shirt, welcoming the humid breeze against his chest. It's comforting. The sun was fully out now, warming the jungle in a way completely different from the cold 4 a.m. sessions he'd grown used to. He smiled faintly, eyes sharp with determination. His body was tight and primed, every muscle visible beneath his skin. Don't worry, Sensei. You don't need to hold back until I get it. He addressed Hansu, who stood just a few meters in front of him. Hansu Song had come in person, finally giving in after Apollo's relentless pestering for defensive training. His glasses were fixed firmly on his face, his taekwondo jersey snug, and his shoes grounded confidently in the grass. He smiled calmly. Don't worry. Just learn fast, or else. His words hung in the air like a veiled threat, or perhaps a challenge. Hansu was well aware of the talent Apollo possessed. It's my job as his mentor to keep his ego in check. He glanced at the fired-up expression on Apollo's face and smiled to himself. Looks like it worked. Shall we begin? He hadn't spoken loudly, yet Apollo heard every syllable. Clear. Direct. And then, everything changed. The jungle stilled. Birds that had been chirping moments ago stopped abruptly. They fled the trees, wings beating frantically as if sensing a natural disaster. Squirrels. Insects. Even the moths disappeared. Everything ran. As if an apex predator had entered the clearing. And yet if anyone looked, they would only see a calm, middle-aged man with a kind smile. Yes, Sensei. Let's begin, Apollo replied, inhaling deeply. Iron Fortress. He adjusted his stance. Legs braced. Arms tight near his waist. Eyes focused. He was ready, or so he believed. But reality was different. It was unclear to Apollo whether Hansu was holding back at all. The first kick, just a straight snap kick, came at him like a predator's strike. Fast. Precise. Unforgiving. Apollo could have sworn he saw fangs behind it. The air didn't just part from the impact, it scattered. Ripples shot through it like shockwaves. I can do this, Apollo told himself. He clenched his jaw. And then the kick landed. The sheer force of it slammed into his solar plexus like a battering ram. If someone had asked, Apollo might have preferred an elephant stomp on him instead. His body folded nearly in half before it was launched backwards. He hit a tree with a painful crunch. Erg. The bark scraped his skin open, sharp splinters embedding themselves into his back. Blood bloomed beneath his skin and spilled out in red trails. He let out a cry of pain as he peeled himself off the trunk, his vision hazy. A searing pain spread across his stomach, and then he felt it, something creeping up his throat. His body heaved. Bleg. Warm blood, mixed with remnants of food, poured from his mouth. He hunched over, coughing violently. Meanwhile, Hansu stood a few meters away. His expression was calm, perhaps a little regretful. I just wanted to keep him grounded, maybe I overdid it. But his eyes stayed firm. Not this hard next time, but I'll make sure he learns the technique. That's my job as his sensei. Ch. 52. Blue. A wretched sound echoed through the jungle. A stream of vomit and blood spilled from Apollo's mouth as his body heaved and crouched. The holes in his back stung like ants crawling under his skin. His chest, once bold and strong, felt shattered. Weak. And yet, even in that state, Apollo couldn't suppress the burning urge to improve. Would these things happen to me if I were strong? No. His thoughts were clear. Direct. Only strength matters in this world. That had been his motto ever since he arrived here. He had chased after one thing and one thing only, strength. His leaden hands clenched into fists, scraping up a handful of grass. He used it to wipe his mouth, eyes closed, breath heavy. A long exhale left his nose as he forced his body to move by sheer will alone. One leg. He focused on his right foot, standing despite the tremble. At a time. Using a nearby tree for support, the bark cold against his burning skin, he propped himself up. His reverse eyes locked onto Hansu. Cold. Distant. It was as if he'd forgotten Hansu was his mentor. A friend. Something twisted within Apollo. His void-like eyes darkened, perhaps a reflection of what stirred deep inside. Blood surged through his veins as he rose, gaze locked onto the distant silhouette of Hansu. The wind had done nothing to him. He stood untouched. Unmoved. Apollo blinked, the stench of blood and vomit pulling at his senses. When he opened his eyes again, Hansu was gone. Only crumpled grass remained, proof that he had even stood there at all. Apollo's eyes narrowed. He's coming. Iron Fortress. His body shifted instinctively into Gongsib's stance, preparing for the inevitable. And then it hit. A kick, an overwhelming force, slammed into his back. His muscles screamed in agony as his body was flung through the air. Another mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, yet still, Apollo did not admit defeat. Even with his spine creaking under the pressure, he used his body, rolled through the cold grass, and came to a halt. As he staggered upright, another kick entered his vision. This one aimed straight for his face. Unrelenting. The air itself seemed to vibrate with pressure. At a time like this, instinct told him to close his eyes. But that would be a disgrace to a fighter like Apollo. So, defying instinct, he once more shifted into Gongsib's technique. The only thing keeping him conscious. But the foot didn't care about Apollo's resolve. It landed with a thunderous boom. The sole crushed Apollo's face. The sheer force shattered his nose, the pain sharp, immediate, and absolute. Tears welled up, not from emotion, but from the body's own reaction. Blood spurted out in waves. His neck barely held together as his body flew backward, finally stopping only when he slammed into a tree. Silence returned to the jungle. Hansu was a ghost, too fast to track, too powerful to defend against. It hurts. Simple words. But it took every ounce of Apollo's will to form them. Every part of his body throbbed in pain. Blood soaked him. His eyes glazed over. I need to improve. A self-assured statement, but doubt soon crept in. But why? I don't want to break my body again and again. He tried to move, only for sharp pain to stab through him, threatening to bring him down. Why do I fight? He didn't even notice Hansu slowly walking toward him. His mind was too lost in its own chaos. I'm not even a part of this story. I'm just an outsider. So why should I try so hard? His eyes fluttered, barely staying open. He couldn't bring himself to rise again. And then. A memory. Back on Earth. After being kicked out of his job. He had stood on the rooftop of a high-rise, staring at the vast city below. His head hung low, drowning in despair. His eyes drooped, clouded from all the alcohol. I don't want to live like this. He had looked at the space between him and the ground, wondering if it would be easier to end it all. I can't work. I don't have any real friends. I was never happy with anything. My life's too traumatic, too pathetic to even talk about. So why not? Apollo shifted slightly. He remembered that night, all of it. Of course, he hadn't jumped. A sliver of hope had made him reconsider. Just the thought of a better life had been enough. And now. His mind shifted again. To Hansu. The man who took him in. Who treated him like a son. A father figure he never had. Ji Chang, cold but always standing by him. Tae-soo, unyielding, powerful. Someone he admired deeply. They had stood with him. Tears blurred his vision. He had friends now. Maybe even family. His mind focused on a single point. A single truth. I used to hate myself, but this time, I don't want to. Hansu stood just inches from him. Apollo's eyes twitched open. I don't want to feel like a loser anymore. His grip on the grass tightened. Power gathered in his trembling hands. This time, I'll protect them all. His figure rose, shaky but tall, facing the Taekwondo legend. I'll be proud of myself. A flicker of green shimmered in his reverse eyes. Hansu paused, nearly took a step back. The hair on his arms stood on end. A chill ran down his spine. But then, the pressure vanished. Apollo's eyes returned to white. Yet something had changed. Apollo had just grown stronger. Ch. 53. The ground beneath them was sheer ruin, littered with cracks and dents. The trees, the backbone of the forest, had their trunks blasted with fist-sized craters. The air carried the weight of destruction. Even if the two monsters, were to stop now, it would take a long time for the forest to heal. Blood-stained grass shifted slightly in the breeze, which ruffled Apollo's hair. The strands reached down toward his eyes, slightly obscuring the whitish glow in them. They reeked of determination and unshakable will. Hansa nodded, impressed by the unique change in Apollo. He clasped his hands together. You've grown stronger. In the next instant, he vanished in a quiet display of speed, reappearing right in front of the bloodied, injured Apollo. You sure you want to continue? He asked, eyes scanning Apollo's body, tracing the bluish tints across his chest, the red streaks of blood standing out like paint on skin. Apollo filled his lungs with air. His muscles pulsed with a strange, unfamiliar strength. Yes, he said. His voice cracked but stayed firm, like a man who hadn't tasted water in days. Hansu paused for a moment, silently taking in the battered state of his disciple. I think I went too far, yet if I stop now, all will be for nothing. He praised Apollo inwardly. To endure even now. Even if I searched all of Korea, I wouldn't find another disciple like you. All right then, Hansu said, his voice now strict and direct, quite unlike his true thoughts. Prepare to survive, Apollo. Grow, or give up. Shusip. Hansu's leg screeched through the air, creating a sharp gust that made the grass in a 2-foot radius rustle wildly. The kick was strong, approaching Apollo at breakneck speed. Sensing the oncoming cannon of death, Apollo closed his eyes and exhaled. I leave it all to my body, he thought, his breath misty and hot in the cool mountain air. His body had mimicked the iron fortress down to the bone, and his mind now embraced the concept of belief. But as the kick neared, Apollo did not resort to any known technique, not redirection, not the iron fortress. Goosebumps flared along his back. Instinct warned him, something was coming, fast. Then, his body moved. His abs contracted, feet shifting evenly beneath him. His left foot slid behind the right. He bent slightly, lowering his center of gravity. His eyes remained closed. His arms didn't follow the iron fortress stance. No, this was something new. The kick landed square on his chest with a booming impact. The force nearly caved him in. But Apollo twisted with it, letting his body roll with the blow, not resisting it, but guiding it. Not rigid like the iron fortress. Something flexible. Something adaptive. Something his own. Apollo opened his eyes. His hands moved to touch his chest. A gentle press still hurt, but there were no broken bones. He was still standing. Stronger. His eyes darted to Hansu, who was already smiling. It seems you created a new technique, he said, voice kind and optimistic. Apollo's legs nearly gave out, trembling from relief. He lowered himself to the broken grass, hands bracing his weight. I did it, he muttered. His expression of shock slowly melted into elation. I did it. This time, he spoke with fervor. He closed his eyes, mentally walking through what had just occurred. It's similar, yet the core is different. Gongseeb's technique relies on rigidity. No matter the attack, he must remain in that form. That works for boxing, but for me? It's a limitation. He raised his hands near his jaw, still sore. Flow like water. Shift your weight with the force. Let the attack travel through you, toward the ground. That's the principle behind my technique. Apollo's lips curled into a full-blown smile. Hansu sat beside him, torn between pride and concern. He raised a hand and placed it gently on Apollo's shoulder. Creating your own technique, and at your age, it's something I've only read about in books, Apollo. I'm truly proud of you. His calm voice cut through the mental haze. But for now, I believe you should get some rest. Apollo smiled, nodding. I guess you're right. His voice started strong, but by the end, it had grown soft. His eyes drooped. Apollo? Hansu's voice rose slightly in alarm. He leaned in, brushing a hand against the boy's cheek. No response. He quickly checked for breath under Apollo's nose. Just unconscious. He chuckled to himself and lifted Apollo in a princess carry. Meanwhile, back at home, Hansu's wife was watching TV, her fingers deep in snacks when a thought struck her. That Hansu. Didn't they say they were training in the mountains? Her mind conjured a gentle image of Apollo. That poor boy. I hope he feels safe with us. She smiled, thinking of the kid who listened so obediently. If Hansu does anything to him, I swear he's sleeping on the sofa for a week. Back in the forest, Hansu suddenly felt sweat roll down his back. Is this a premonition? Is something about to happen? He had no idea what awaited him. When his wife would see Apollo's condition, she would nearly collapse from shock. And when she woke up, she would run around the house like a madwoman, her target, Hansu. And so passed 2 chaotic months in the Song household. Taehan's sweat dropped at the antics of his parents, while Apollo trained relentlessly in the mountains, perfecting his techniques. Current time, after the liberation of Busan. All the kings, including Apollo, were seated in separate cars, one belonging to Jagayan Na, the other to Jichang Kwok. Their expressions were content, reflecting the happy ending they had somehow been a part of in Busan. Apollo sighed, gazing out the window into the sunset. Its red afterglow lit up his face. Just as he turned to speak to Jagayan, his phone rang. Ring. Ring. He raised an eyebrow. Not many people have my number. Only the kings, and Hansu. So who could it be? He answered. Hello. A deep, rusty voice responded on the other end. I was wondering who was behind Busan, only to find out it was you. You're interesting. The voice paused. Yamazaki. Someone's mistaken my identity, but who? Who are you? Apollo asked, voice firm but cautious. The answer gave him full-body goosebumps. Kitai Kim. Ch. 54. I couldn't post because of my exams and attendance issues, guys. College has been giving a lot of problems these days. I will try to write once in a while as long as I can find time. Kitai Kim. The voice was calm, but its impact struck like thunder. Cold sweat ran down Apollo's back. His fingers clenched tighter. His eyes turned icy. I know who you are, relentless, brutal monster. His jaw tensed. But as I am now, am I ready to face this man yet? I see you know of me, came the reply, a laugh following, brutal, amused. Good, good, that makes it more fun. The voice dipped into a low growl. Let's meet. Tomorrow. In Seoul. Apollo exhaled slowly, his hands finally unclenching. Sure. Let's meet. His voice was calm, aloof. No point overthinking it. First, I need to meet the Kingslayer. He glanced sideways at the carefree kings beside him. They're not ready yet. I should handle this alone. His gaze dropped to his own forearms, hardened muscle, like the will forged beneath it. He picked up his phone, saved the number, and typed out the location. A breath escaped his nose, his muscles slowly relaxing as he leaned back in his seat. The late sun bled into the world outside, casting everything in its red afterglow. But even in the calm, he could feel it. The thump of his heart, louder than ever. Tomorrow would be exciting. The rich scent of coffee floated through the air, blending with the aroma of braised pork and roasted chicken. Apollo gently set the cup down on the table, sitting on a plastic chair that felt like it could snap at any moment. His eyes scanned the surroundings, alert. Was this the right place to meet him? He was seated in front of a tiny coffee stall tucked into one of Seoul's many backstreets. Backstreet was just another word for the tight corners and alleyways where blue-collar workers came to steal a smoke. And where there was demand, supply followed. Rows of food stalls and coffee vendors created havens of anonymity and rest. Apollo closed his eyes, letting the background noise sharpen his senses. The sound of laughter 2 tables down. A worker gossiping about a scandal. The sizzle of meat, an old couple barbecuing. Then. Chicken. He twitched. The scent was close, moving. His eyes snapped open. They widened. A towering man was approaching, holding a half-eaten piece of fried chicken in one hand, a box tucked under the other. Smooth, slick-back hair with a single part framed his face. A chiseled jawline, like something carved from granite. Deep, dark circles shadowed his eyes, which stared forward, sharp and unblinking. The crowd around them hushed, jaws parting in collective awe. Apollo heard it, the quiet murmur of astonishment rippling through the people. But his attention had already locked onto the man. He stood up. His neck strained just looking up. "You must be Kitai," he said, not a question, but a fact. Apollo had meta-knowledge. The iconic shirt. The monstrous size. It wasn't hard to identify him. Kitai's lips curled into a grin. "I've heard of you, Apollo." Mockery laced his voice. "Father told me about you." Apollo raised a brow. "Father? Did he actually talk to Gaprion Kim? Aren't they supposed to be enemies?" He calmly pushed out the chair across from him, gesturing for Kitai to sit. The stares from the crowd were beginning to wear on him. "So, you know I'm not a Yamazaki," Apollo said, his tone sharp. "There's no use bluffing." The truth was bound to come out eventually. His fingers tightened at the table's edge. He got straight to the point. "What do you want from me?" He cracked his knuckles. Blood surged. His pulse quickened with an excitement he couldn't suppress. Kitai's smile widened, eyes gleaming with something wild. "It's simple," he said. "I want you to work under me." His chest puffed. His voice unwavering. "A talent like yours. I've heard how you beat members of the first generation." He stood, his shadow falling over Apollo. "I will make sure you serve me." Apollo's eyes widened. His fingers slipped slightly from the edge of the table. "He wants me to serve him." The implications twisted in his head for a heartbeat. Then he burst out laughing. Hand clutching his stomach, he pointed a finger at Kitai. "Never in 100 years." The laughter faded, but his expression didn't. Reverse eyes narrowed, calm and composed. "I will never submit. Not to anyone." Tension crackled in the air. The entire backstreet seemed to freeze. The hairs on Apollo's skin rose. A shiver danced down his spine as he met Kitai's gaze, predatory and cold. Pressure radiated from the Kingslayer like an aura. Kitai nodded slowly at Apollo's defiance. "I wonder," he said, voice low and dangerous, "if your strength lives up to your words." Then he moved. The earth itself seemed to tremble as Kitai lunged forward, hand reaching for Apollo's neck. His muscles bulged beneath his shirt, pure, monstrous force unleashed. Wind rushed past. The grasp was blindingly fast. But Apollo didn't flinch. At the last possible second, he dropped low, crouching under the grab with fluid ease. A blur. Then, he struck. Twisting his body, he launched himself upward, feet flying toward Kitai with ghost-like speed. There was no time to react. No way to trace the movement. His foot connected with Kitai's jaw, forcing the giant's head to jerk back, if only by an inch. Kitai's gaze lowered slowly, staring directly at Apollo. The battle had just begun. Ch. 55. Sorry guys, exam month continuing in full blow. I admit, the Kitai tease was too much, so I am updating the whole arc in one go, a fitting conclusion. Peace. Kitai Kim stood still, his head tilted slightly as he tanked Apollo's kick point blank. His eyes gleamed with a ferocity, something foreign to Apollo. The hair on the back of Apollo's neck rose, goosebumps erupting across his skin. His eyes widened as a primal fear surged through him. I need to escape. He twisted his body, pushing off the man and landing just 2 feet away. His shoes skidded across the concrete floor as he came to a halt, panting, heaving, eyes locked on the monstrosity that was Kitai Kim. He activated my fight or flight response, Apollo realized, blood surging through his body in a rush of adrenaline. Only Hansu has ever done that. His heartbeat thundered in his ears, its tempo matching his quick, shallow breaths. He narrowed his eyes at the figure before him. Was that all? Kitai's voice cut through the tension, heavy with disappointment. His gaze drifted past Apollo, as if searching for something else. Is that all someone with those eyes can do? His frame tensed, lips curled in irritation. I expected more. His fist clenched unconsciously. It's about time I end this farce. His muscles coiled. With a subtle motion, his legs pushed him off the ground, cracking the floor beneath him. The curious gleam in his eyes faded. This one's just weak. His body moved in unison with his arm, his own brutal technique, honed to the extreme. As he reached Apollo, he noticed something strange. Apollo didn't move. Kitai's brow rose in surprise, then his lips curled into a long, unsettling smile. His eyes lit up with sadistic amusement. Even if he's not strong, slaughtering him will be fun. His heart raced with excitement at the thought of dissecting Apollo. His fist launched forward, muscles cracking the very air. The blow landed squarely on Apollo's chest with a thunderous impact, the force nearly caving him in. A shockwave blasted through the area, toppling nearby tables. Apollo flew, 1, 2, 3 meters, before crashing to a halt. His chest shimmered in its usual bluish hue. He scoffed to himself. At this point, I should just paint my body blue, with all the beatings I've taken. He looked up. Kitai stared back with an expression both perverse and murderous. You survived my punch. His voice, bold and direct, sliced through the silence, yet carried a chilling undertone. I didn't expect that. Tell me, how many masteries do you have? He pointed at Apollo, his stance now casual, as if he were strolling through a garden rather than fighting. Apollo shook his head, gaze lowering to his feet. I could hide it, maybe use the element of surprise. But that won't matter here. His eyes sharpened. Not if I want to win. He smirked, locking eyes with Kitai. 1. Kitai raised a brow, his face scrunching in confusion. He muttered, Emicham, you can take a hit without mastery. Then the grin returned, devoid of warmth. I've got 3. Try to survive. 3. The word echoed in Apollo's mind, a painful reminder of the vast gap between them. He exhaled slowly, heart calming. It doesn't matter. If I want to be proud of myself, I need to give it my all. He braced himself, hands clenched. His breathing slowed. But nothing could have prepared him for what came next. Kitai didn't vanish, yet the red blur was too fast to follow. Apollo barely caught the trajectory. He turned instinctively. For my defense technique to work, I have to shift according to the attack. He smirked, his left leg sliding behind the right. Like a comet, Kitai's knee slammed into exactly where Apollo had anticipated. Rather than resist, Apollo gritted his teeth and twisted midair, letting the force carry him, absorbing the momentum instead of fighting it. He stabilized, but Kitai was already there. Wind whipped his face as he raised his forearm just in time. The blow landed with a sickening crack. Crunch. Pain blared through his body like a siren. His eyes snapped to his forearm. Broken. He analyzed quickly. One mastery is power. The other must be endurance. Then, instinct screamed again. He shifted left just in time to track the incoming kick, a roundhouse. Its force was enough to make the air rustle his clothes. Forearm won't hold. Shoulder. His mind raced, flashing back to Gongseeb's training. One move stood out. The Philly roll. He brought his shoulder into the kick's path, twisting his hips to redirect the force. Sweat poured down his face. A guttural cry of pain escaped his lips. The technique worked, barely. He had dodged death itself. Agony surged through him. His bones creaked under his skin, barely holding together. He glanced down, his shoulder was bruised, skin nearly torn, the bone beneath a splintered mess. But there was no time to breathe. Kitai's knee drove into his solar plexus. The impact boomed. Air rustled violently. Apollo flew. His ribs cracked, his face twisted in a grimace, his entire body pulsing with unbearable pain. He hit the ground, rolled, unable to soften the fall. Yet through it all, something else took root. Rage. His blood pounded in his veins, a storm surging beneath the pain. His vision blurred, but he could make out the red figure approaching. His jaw clenched tight enough to strain the bone. His expression twisted into something monstrous. His eyes burned with pure bloodlust as they locked onto Kitai. His voice was low, razor-sharp, soaked in fury. I will destroy you, Kitai Kim. And then, it happened. A strength unknown filled his broken legs. His battered, bloodied body rose to its feet. Apollo was conscious, his gaze steady and locked. Then, he vanished. Ch. 56. The ground beneath them throbbed with power. Apollo's figure, bloodied and bruised, rose once more. His muscles pulsed with a newfound strength, his eerie, composed eyes locked onto Kitai. A murderous undertone surrounded him like a shroud. And then, Apollo vanished. Each step cracked the concrete beneath him, and in less than a blink, he appeared before the behemoth. His leg, snapped and twisted unnaturally, resembled the curved hand blades of Jichang, except stronger. Apollo's mind pulsed with a single word, destroy. His blood raged beneath his stoic exterior, his leg rocketing toward Kitai. The older man merely raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden surge in power. But things didn't go as Apollo expected. His kick didn't make Kitai stagger. Instead, air exploded in a gust past Apollo's face, his eyes widened in realization. He hadn't landed the blow. Kitai had. The kick struck Apollo in the stomach with a thunderous boom. His body flew through the air like a ragdoll, spiraling like a football. Pain flared through every fiber of his being. He coughed, nearly choking, his body refusing to move the way he wanted. As he twisted midair, his uninjured shoulder dug into the ground to soften the fall. The gravel scraped and tore at his skin, biting into open wounds. Yet, through it all, through the agony, Apollo stood back up. Again. His eyes burned with the same ferocity as when he first began. This wasn't a fight to defeat Kitai. This was a fight to prove something far more important, to himself. To be proud of myself. He wasn't ignorant of what was happening to his body. With every strike he endured, he felt it, his skin subtly hardening, his muscles tightening, his bones reinforced by some otherworldly force. Science couldn't explain it, but Apollo didn't need logic. My endurance, it's rising. Kitai began walking toward him, his face twisted in ecstatic delight, his eyes gleaming perversely. Even from a distance, Apollo could feel it, the murderous aura, thick and suffocating. He wants to kill me. Apollo knew. He looked down at his left arm, limp and dangling at the shoulder. The forearm twisted grotesquely, the broken bone bulging against the opposite side beneath his skin. It hadn't pierced through, but the pain was unbearable. And for the first time, Apollo wasn't sure he'd make it out alive. He exhaled slowly, a visible plume of breath leaving his lips. I might die today. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. Foolish of me not to tell Hansu. Maybe he could have stood a chance against Kitai. Looking up at the sky, he let his heart settle. The wind brushed gently across his battered skin. It doesn't matter. I'm an outsider to begin with. He turned his gaze back to Kitai, who was now dangerously close. A glint of silver flashed in his hand, an axe, now brandished with deadly intent. Even if I die here, even if my story ends, I want to give it everything. His eyes locked onto Kitai. That single remnant of will refused to fade. This time, I won't die feeling pathetic. Emotions surged through him like a tidal wave. Pain, from the trauma his body had endured. His spirit clung desperately to life. Fear, of death creeping closer, its presence undeniable. Regret, for the dreams he hadn't fulfilled, to be king, to reach the top. Anger, at Kitai. At himself. For being too weak. And happiness, for saving the ones he could, Jinrang, Xianji, his heroes. As Apollo closed his eyes, the storm of emotion became too overwhelming. He didn't want to die, not yet. And then, he sank. His life flashed before his eyes. Even with endurance mastery, he doubted he'd survive. But he had to try. Because the one thing that allowed humans to survive throughout history was their indomitable will. And just like that, Apollo's eyes shut, and Shutendoji opened them instead. An oppressive aura radiated from his body. His dark green eyes glowed with an intensity that dwarfed anything before. His presence surged, growing heavier, suffocating. Until everything, beast, bird, or man, collapsed from the sheer pressure. Everyone but one. Kitai Kim remained standing, looming over the transformed Apollo. His menacing eyes bore into him, his axe an extension of his will, slashing down with lethal force. Shutendoji stood motionless, eyes fixed on Kitai. His stance didn't falter. He was the calm before the storm. The axe tore through the air, cutting through even the suffocating pressure surrounding Apollo. Kitai's grin widened, blood rushing from the thrill. The axe struck Apollo's collarbone. Thud. Kitai blinked in disbelief. The axe had stopped, completely. His blow, his strength, it hadn't even left a mark. His face twisted in confusion, then realization. And his blood ran cold. For the first time in the fight, goosebumps climbed across Kitai's skin. A memory echoed in his mind. If a UI user's eyes ever glow green, run. Or die. Gaprion Kim. And then, it happened. A shattering punch tore into Kitai's solar plexus, folding the King Slayer in half. His knees hit the ground. Shock flooded his expression. What strength! Blood trickled from his lips. And then came the knee. Apollo's, no, Shutendoji's, knee smashed into Kitai's face, collapsing his nose inward. The force detonated in a thunderclap, shockwaves ripping through the air and launching the giant man backward. But Apollo wasn't done. No. Shutendoji wasn't done. Ch. 57. Ki-tai Kim picked himself up off the ground, his figure hunched as he inspected the wound on his stomach. His clothes had been torn open, the remaining fabric clinging tightly to his blood-marred skin. "What monstrous strength," he muttered under his breath. But the world didn't give him time to breathe. His senses screamed an instant later. His eyes locked onto the flying figure, what was left of Apollo. His left arm still dangled loosely, flapping in the wind like discarded flesh. The sheer brutality of it made even Ki-tai take a step back. He raised his axe, the blade poised as a shield against Apollo's next assault. It was pointless. The knee tore through the air, smashing into the sharp edge of the axe, and instead of the knee getting cut, the weapon shattered. The metal fragmented into pieces, scattering like brittle glass. Ki-tai could barely blink in time. The knee continued on its path of destruction, crashing squarely into his nose, again. Blood exploded from the wound. His face twisted under the impact, but this time, he was ready. With a savage grin, he twisted his hips, his left fist rocketing out like a cannon toward Apollo's broken arm. Aimed to finish it, to cripple him permanently. But this wasn't Apollo anymore. This was Shutendoji, the king of all Oni. A fist intercepted Ki-tai's blow. Steam hissed off Apollo's knuckles as he blocked the attack cleanly, his expression calm and resolute. Without pause, he pulled back, settling into a stance that made Ki-tai's eyes narrow in disbelief. It was familiar. Apollo couldn't copy Ki-tai's martial art, not completely. Not without strength mastery. His imitations would be pale, unfitting echoes of his own raw, instinctive style. But Shutendoji was different. He copied Ki-tai's move perfectly. His right fist lashed out, crashing against Ki-tai's hand. A concussive boom accompanied the impact, and blood sprayed from the strike point. Ki-tai's body trembled. His skin felt like it was crawling with thousands of ants. His face went pale. That wasn't like mine. His breath hitched. And then, the horrifying truth sank in. Apollo hadn't just copied his technique. He had improved it. His eyes widened in disbelief. For the first time in this fight, true shock settled in his bones. He remembered the words of a man he once scoffed at, Gaprion Kim. When a UI user goes into that state, he fights like a savage beast. Nothing, and I mean nothing, I can teach you will prepare you for that. The memory cut through the haze. His breath turned cold. His muscles tensed. "I'll kill you," Ki-tai growled. He tossed aside his broken axe and charged. His fists moved with tight, brutal precision. His intent was simple. Destruction. That was the core of his path. It always had been. Ki-tai Kim loved to destroy. Every bone he broke, every life he shattered, it all fed the beast inside him. It was joy. It was him. He pressed forward, ignoring the screaming pain in his body. He's injured. The strategy formed in his mind, quick, clean, final. But as his fist moved toward Apollo's face, the man shifted, barely. And Ki-tai's punch passed through empty air. Then it came. A force, primal and devastating, slammed into him. He was flung across the ground like a ragdoll. His vision spun. And through it, he saw the figure of Apollo stalking forward. Ki-tai roared, a guttural cry from the depths of his soul. "I am Ki-tai Kim. The one destined to rule." His fist collided with Apollo. And for a moment, hope surged in him. "I don't need your cursed power, Gaprion Kim. I'll never." But that hope shattered on impact. Apollo had shifted, again, his monstrous body absorbing and redirecting the force with terrifying efficiency. Ki-tai stared in disbelief. The technique. The same one Apollo used earlier. But now, enhanced. Refined. Stronger. His dark green eyes locked onto Ki-tai's, cold, emotionless, and overwhelming. He used it, instinctively. And now that he's stronger, my punch barely scratched him. For the first time in his life, Kitai Kim felt fear. A back fist crashed into him. His body screamed in agony. Blood spewed from his mouth like a ruptured fountain. His vision blurred. He saw Apollo walking toward him. Calm. Composed. And in that quiet moment, Kitai Kim saw a truth he never wanted to believe. There were people in this world he couldn't beat. So Gapryong Kim wasn't the only one. But something else surfaced, something darker than fear. Jealousy. His fists clenched. His face twisted in fury. First Gapryong, and now you. His mouth opened, and a quiet curse left his lips. Your special techniques, your different states, it's as if the heavens favor you. He stood, not out of duty, not for pride. But out of spite. His blood pulsed. Something black coiled in his heart. All my life, I tried to copy your technique. The overcome. But it wasn't enough. My talent, it wasn't enough. He locked eyes with Apollo. And now, another one. Another blessed by the heavens. I'll destroy you both, his words a declaration to himself and his world. No matter what it takes. Kitai Kim surged with power. And through sheer hatred, he broke his limits. Ch. 58. The air shimmered with the weight of the battle unfolding in the back alley. Streets lay ruined, people collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. Stalls had been torn apart by the sheer shockwaves, makeshift stands barely hanging on. Yet the stars of the show were still going. Kitai Kim and Shuten Doji were locked in a gruesome clash, their eyes like beasts fixated on prey. Their fists, unrelenting, kept smashing, kept destroying. Shuten Doji dodged by instinct alone, his hair barely grazed by an incoming punch. He glanced at Kitai, who had already pivoted for a rising knee strike. It moved fast, faster than it should have. And yet, Shuten Doji remained calm. The calm before a storm. His body twisted for maximum torque, elbow sweeping down to deflect the knee just enough to misdirect it. The strike grazed off course. His senses rang out, warning him again. His body twisted mid-motion, hair standing on end as another punch whooshed past, like a turret being fired. He moved like a beast, an oni made flesh. His knee surged forward, mirroring Kitai's own form, and crashed into the man's chest. A sickening crunch followed. Something had broken. Blood spattered, Kitai's body painted red, his hulking frame wrapped in shredded fabric barely clinging to him. But tanking the knee was just a chance to strike. Kitai's left hand smashed into the Oni's forehead, snapping his head back by inches. Without missing a beat, the air screamed past as Shuten Doji transitioned into an overhand punch, his momentum carrying through. His dark green eyes gleamed beneath the sunlight. The pressure increased by the second. Still, neither stopped. They exchanged punches, kicks, knees, strikes aimed at lethal zones. The Adam's apple. The back of the head. The alley reeked of blood and gore. The concrete was painted black-red, like a corrupted canvas. These weren't fighters. They were monsters. Wounded beasts driven by destruction. Kitai Kim burned with hatred. His endurance pushed past any peak he'd known. His narrowed eyes locked in, not against the one I once thought an insect. Somewhere amidst the chaos, a twisted laugh echoed, a sharp, manic sound filled with pleasure. It took Kitai a moment to realize it was his own. Blood pumped faster. He grinned like a madman, even as his body broke. To hell with your talents. I, Kitai Kim, will take away every ounce of pride you have. His fists rained down like thunder in a monsoon. Yet even now, Apollo, no, whatever Shuten Doji truly was, tanked the hits. He too was growing. Kitai's eyes scanned the damage. Bruises. Bleeding. A dead hand. A shredded side. You're hanging on by threads. I need to target his weak side, he thought grimly. His own body screamed in response. Sharp pain radiated from his brittle ribs. His once imposing frame was now a fractured mess. Each breath was a gamble. But destruction, that was Kitai's path. To destroy hope. Fire. The will to protect. All things worth breaking. A punch landed square on his jaw. His skull cracked near the edge, vision spinning, head pounding. But still, his arms moved, driven by sheer hatred. He threw another punch, shoving the Oni back. Blood poured freely. His stance wavered, barely dodging a follow-up kick. His martial art, a brutal hybrid of Muay Thai and street fighting, twisted and grew with each move. Vision blurred red. His eyes strained. But even through the haze, he locked onto those dark green eyes. It's time to end this, he decided. Any more and his body would shut down. Using his palm to wipe away the blood, he stumbled back, creating distance. A hulking mass of blood and muscle, he crouched, gathering strength for his final move. A roundhouse kick. Simple in concept. But with every ounce of his strength, every fracture in his body, he'd make it lethal. He muttered, voice low and guttural, "Die, you monster." Ironic. For once, Kitai acknowledged that he wasn't the only monster. Sensing the threat, Shundoji shifted, guided by instinct. He prepared his sharpest technique, the 1080-degree kick. The two monsters stood still for a heartbeat. Then, swish, the air cracked. The concrete beneath them ruptured, a crater forming at their feet. Kitai launched his kick. Shundoji met it in mid-air, gravity aiding him as he spun downward, subconsciously tapping into a style he had yet to name. The earth split. A shockwave exploded outward. Both men collided midair, legs slamming into each other's flanks. Their bodies flung like ragdolls, silhouettes spiraling through the sky. They crashed into opposite sides of the alley, embedding into debris. Kitai exhaled, body racked with pain. He looked down, rubble, blood, and bone. He tried to stand, but his legs gave out, soaked with blood. He crashed down again. I can't get up. His final judgment. Eyes locked onto the dust. Waiting. And then he saw it. Not Shundoji. Apollo. He was standing. His eyes had returned to normal, human once more. Apollo's steps echoed against the ground. Each thud told a story. Kitai's figure slumped. Despair seeped in like poison. All this fighting, all this blood, and I lose. To talent, again. But as he looked up at Apollo, for a moment, he didn't see the young man. He saw someone else. Gapriang Kim. Just a silhouette, but enough to stir the memory. Then came the laugh. Cold. Oppressive. It rang through the bloodied air. Kitai laughed like a madman, even as blood poured from his eyes, nose, and mouth. His hatred burned hotter than any flame. His voice trembled with hysteria. No despair, no pain is greater than my hatred. Apollo stood over him. Towering. Silent. Condescending. But Kitai didn't flinch. Apollo, he shouted hoarsely, no matter what, you either kill me today, or live to regret it. Even as his voice cracked, even as his body failed him. Kitai Kim held the darkness of the world in his heart. And nothing could break the proud lion. Ch. 59. Kitai Kim, a wounded lion on the edge of unconsciousness, laughed, his voice sharp-pitched and full of fervor. The sight was menacing to all that lay witness, his body a canvas of broken bone and red. So much red it could cloud someone's vision. Apollo looked at Kitai Kim, his eyes narrowed in frustration. He clenched his right hand, his body wrecked from the pain, yet fueled by will alone, he walked forward. His steps contained the assurance of a victory. one he had so barely clenched. Apollo glanced at the broken Kitai, his blood pulsed with anger as he looked at the man. I could have died today. His eyebrows furrowed together. His eyes darkened, unlike his reverse eyes which had disappeared ever since he returned from that state. They carried a void, one threatening to lash out. Apollo's forehead had dark lines etched onto it. He would have killed me here. Why shouldn't I do the same? Kitai Kim could have taken it all, his dreams, his motivation. He could have been the end of his story. So why shouldn't I? His right hand moved on its own, clutching Kitai's neck. I should kill you right now, he muttered, his body overtaken by the surge of negative emotions. I have already died once, and for once, I was happy, and yet you tried to take it away from me. His thoughts spiraled into chaos, unlike how Apollo ever used to act. His hand clenched tighter, his fingers digging into the firm yet fragile neck of Kitai Kim. The man coughed, yet Apollo reveled in his discomfort, a twisted sense born from his negative emotions. His mind flashed images, of Hansu's wife, who treated him with care and love he hadn't experienced in his previous life, of his friends, who stuck with him through thick and thin, of his mentor, who poured every bit of knowledge and set an example of kindness. Apollo lowered his eyes, his gaze vacant and tired, melancholy. Had I died today, I wouldn't have been able to spend time with them anymore. The first time I have experienced happiness. His vacant eyes grew darker, shining with malevolence. His expression twisted into disgust. You tried to take a life I cherish. So I will do the same to you. His hands tightened their hold. Kitai tried to push them away, but his body had too little strength left. Kitai glanced in shock. I am about to die. He tried to move, to fight back, but his body felt lifeless. His strength left him like wisps of smoke. His vision turned hazy. His breath stopped. His life barely dangled by the edge of a thread. He took one look at Apollo, at the lines that made up his anger-fueled face, the ferocity in his eyes. Pray to the gods that I don't make it out alive, otherwise it would be the end of you, Apollo Raiden. His eyes slowly closed. Kitai Kim had fallen unconscious, yet Apollo's grip didn't loosen. His aim had been to kill him from the start. The man had drowned too deep in his hatred to notice something peculiar, his focus entirely situated on the son of Gapriang Kim. That was until his senses rang out. His breath paused for a second. The air on his arms rose. My right side. His eyes darted, taking in the scene. Apollo's eyes widened as he saw a kick approaching. His broken body, too tired to move, could only tighten, hoping to tank the attack. A boom resounded in the area as Apollo was ragdolled through the debris, the gravel sticking to his skin like ants to a hive. His body had already been on the edge of unconsciousness, it was his will that kept him awake. His eyes looked in shock at the figure who had just entered the fray. A shiver ran amuck his back as he stared at the unknown factor that had just entered. A black shirt clung to his body, adorning and glorifying his lean physique. His hair, a dazzling red, as if flames flickered at their tips. His eyes shined with ambition and a touch of mirth. His entire presence was shrouded in mystery. His eyes gleamed in the sun, locked directly on Apollo. So you are the one he was talking about. His voice was calm and composed, his eyes twinkling as he looked at him. To think you defeated Kitai Kim. I have to admit, you've exceeded my expectations of the first generation. Apollo coughed, his hands gripping the cement as he forced himself back up. His legs trembled under the weight of his will. His eyes locked onto the future one-man circle. The peak. James Lee, he muttered, his voice low, barely a whisper. Yet James Lee heard it. His eyes widened in shock, he had yet to make an appearance in the world, after all. How do you know of me? He questioned, his voice accusatory, his eyes narrowed. Apollo smirked as he looked at the man. There aren't many things that I don't know, Mr. Lee. It would be best if you let me finish my job now. He moved, dragging his body toward the unconscious Kitai. His eyes enraged the moment they landed on the man. He will die, by my hands. His figure grew closer to the man. The Kingslayer. Yet a lean figure interrupted his stride, standing merely a few inches apart. Want some? He spoke, smirking. Apollo looked down, his eyes landing on the lollipop James had offered him. He smirked, remembering a certain moment. I certainly don't have any tanghulu. Apollo smirked. I prefer chicken. He coughed, his body worsening by the second as he tried to move forward. Yet a hand stopped him in his path. I'm afraid I can't let you, after all, he's important to my plan, James Lee spoke. His words were a clear challenge to Apollo. Apollo's gaze darkened, yet James continued, smiling cunningly. After all, I can just cripple you here. Less trouble for my plan. His voice, full of mockery and mirth. -60. Apollo laughed, his eyes sparkled. He held his hand, pointing at James Lee. You will kill me. He pointed at himself at the end, breaking out in another fit of laughter, his joy interrupted by the pain in his ribs. Kitai Kim still resided 2 feet away from him. Apollo's eyes narrowed as he took in the stature of the man. Maybe I should surprise James and kill Kitai in one swift strike. Yet the blob of blood that escaped his lips told him another story. James Lee raised his eyebrows in intrigue, his eyes locked onto Apollo's wounded figure. What do you find so funny? Tell me, he insisted. Apollo calmed down for a second, his heart thumping against his chest. I am too tired to go into that state again. In fact, I am barely clinging to consciousness. His eyes gazed at the curious figure of James. He doesn't know that I don't have any plan at the moment, all I can do is bluff. Of course, regardless of his inner turmoil, Apollo appeared easygoing on the surface. His smile stretched, confident, cocky. Let's say you do defeat me, he spoke, his voice firm and controlled. He pushed his finger onto James's chest. Then what? You do understand I wouldn't come without some backup plan, would I? His voice was cheery. James smiled. So you mean someone is coming, huh? His eyes narrowed, dangerous killing intent ringing amok. His body enveloped itself in his aura, strong. Apollo could feel the danger radiating off the man. His hair rose on his back, sweat pouring faster than it had before, his feet fidgeted. It seems he really plans to kill me. His thoughts calculated the best possible way to escape the situation. He smiled, a dangerous, calculating smile. It's my final bet, so I hope it works. His fists clenched. James Lee, I know many things, and most of all, I know you have a grand plan, a plan to reach the top, Apollo spoke, his chest strong and wide. However, you are forgetting one thing. He raised his finger, his lips parting into a knowing smirk. His next words brought the entire atmosphere crashing down. For your plan to work, you need Gapriang Kim dead, don't you? His voice was firm and playful. James Lee nearly slipped, his shock betraying his usual all-knowing demeanor. His eyes widened, looking at the enigma in front of him, broken arms, bleeding legs, and yet he stood there, confident and strong. His body rang out in sheer goosebumps. How? He muttered, his inner turmoil nearly slipping out. Shush, Apollo spoke, his eyes twinkling. If you do kill me today, a pre-constructed video from me will be sent to every member of the Fist Gang. His voice took a dangerous undertone as he glared at the one-man circle. You wouldn't want your merry little group to disband before it even begins, do you? That was the final nail in the coffin. James Lee nearly took a step back, his face grimaced yet appeared curious. How does he know so much? His eyes narrowed, his mind processed every statement that had been said. With him knowing so much, I doubt what he said is a bluff. And if the Fist Gang hears of this, of us. His thoughts spiraled into chaos. Checkmate, Apollo smirked, seeing the shock on the face of the troublemaker. It wasn't every day that he got to use his meta-knowledge in such a fun way. James Lee took a minute, calming his mind, making a plan for his future actions. His eyes locked onto Apollo. "What do you want?" His tone was less curious and more wandering into threatening territory. "Nothing, just let me kill him," Apollo spoke, his voice still playful. His fingers pointed toward the husk of the man lying on the ground, Kitai Kim. James Lee, hearing the words, quickly shifted in front, his body protecting the son of Gapriang. "Unfortunately, that is not something I can grant." Apollo stared at the man for a second before nodding. His eyes landed on the King's Slayer in contempt. "The day I find you again, I will make sure you suffer." His gaze darted back to James. "Sure then, we can come to a different agreement." James nodded, curious. 2 years, for 2 years, don't kill Gapriang. "Let the era remain as peaceful as it can for 2 years, Apollo muttered, his voice firm yet hopeful. James stood there, deep in contemplation. 1. I can give you all 1 year. I can promise not to interfere with this era for 1 year. His answer was clearly the limit of what he could grant. Apollo nodded, raising his right hand. "Let's see each other next year then, James Lee." His eyes sparkled with confidence. "This was the biggest mistake you could have made. By the time the year ends, I alone will crush you all." Likewise, James spoke, his eyes locked onto Apollo. 1 year, that should give me plenty of time. I need to rethink the 4 crews initiative. It seems there needs to be some changes in the plan. Both of them smiled. Both prepared, for when the next year starts. War will happen. One that might engulf the whole of Korea. Ji-chang stared at his phone, the message crystal clear. His eyes darted to the vastness of Seoul, taking in the buildings, the different people. His hands held the wooden door. The wood, tattered under the years, barely held together in his grasp. As he moved, the broken paint fell randomly. The house, merely standing on its last legs. He sighed, yet his eyes looked determined, the message igniting the fire deep in him. Ji-chang, get ready, and so do you lot. From tomorrow, we are starting our business. It's about time we got rich. Apollo. His hands clenched the phone. By the end of this year, I will make sure I will be rich enough to provide for everyone, my brother, my friends. His eyes shifted back to his brother, eating peacefully in the living room, his eyes glued to his phone. The idea wasn't bad after all. A delivery service, huh?